I'm the best. I'm the best. Ain't never have been anybody better than I am. And I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna stop being the best, baby. If you ever at any point in your life think, is Rabbi ever gonna stop being the best? The answer to that is no. The answer to that is absolutely, positively no. And everybody knows it. Everybody. Oh, oh. You think that was bullshit? You think that was some bullshit? You think that was some bullshit? I might be fucking myself here, but that's cool. You're rocking with the best. Don't worry if I write rhymes. I write checks. It's official. I survived what I've been through. Y'all got drama. The saga continues. We ain't going nowhere. We ain't going nowhere. We can't be stopped now. Because it's bad boys for life. No, it's not. V is a word. If you wanted to know, V is a word, but Z is not a word. And that time's ticking down, son. I'm just making you aware. That time is ticking down. That time is ticking down, baby. That time, that time, that time is ticking. Fuck you, dude. You fucked me. You fucked me. You fucked me. Dude, you fucked me. Did you know that? Dog, I was about to dominate. Do you recognize it was known as amazingness, and I was gonna be amazing with it. Get out of here, dog. Get out of here. Dog. Do you want me to summarize this gameplay for you? You made. You're welcome, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Dog. Do you recognize the amount of sexiness that it takes? Do you recognize? Dog. 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 Uh, don't you give up on me. There's a reason why we play this game, and it's so that you punish yourself. Oh, you got snoozes? That's good. That's good. You're up, baby. You're up. You're up. You're up, baby. 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 The score is 242 to 150. Do you know what BTA means? It means beat that ass because that's what I'm doing to you, son. You just played a word for 3. That's cool. That's really neat. That's a cool story. That is one of the coolest stories in the history of humankind. Oh, dog, I could deliver. And no, I can't. If I could, I would, but I can't. Son, look at this athleticism. Did you ever think someone could be so intelligent? Oh, do you want me to go? You want me? Oh, you. And is there something you want me to do about it, or I'm just checking? Okay. What would you like me to do about it, big dog? No, that's not allowed. There's, there's a chance, dog. If I let you resign, if I let you resign, will you play another one? I'm not resigning. Dog. Are you recognizing? Are you recognizing how sexy I am right now, and how amazingly I am playing this game? What the fuck? Where did you play some bullshit? You know what you are? You's a hoe. That's what you get. Yeah, hoe. Baby. Baby. Are you recognizing? Are you recognizing that? Are you recognizing this? Baby. I mean, that's what I'm saying. This is one of the great ass kickings that we've had the opportunity to witness recently. I mean, you're getting beaten by more than 100 points. What? I mean, let's just be honest. You're the one. You're the one who wanted me. You're the one who wanted me to go first, and now I'm delivering an ass kicking on you. A sexy ass kicking. This isn't even an unsexy ass kicking. Dog. I'm gonna open up this board for you, and you're gonna be able to make maybe one of the greatest comebacks in the history of this game. Are you excited for that? Are you excited for that, Riser? riser, 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 riser. I'm not gonna do that. I'm too cool for that. I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Yeah, I'm familiar with it, baby. Did you know that Lance Armstrong was on a recent Kill Tony? Absolutely. I just looked up something about it last night when some people were pissed off at me. The thing that Tiger Woods did and Lance Armstrong with that Dr. Ferrari. Oh yeah, that's that's different. Yeah, I have heard about that though. That's cool. That's cool as fuck. Why don't you start a company that does mechanical doping for people? Yeah, dog. Dog, I'm whooping your ass. I'm whooping your ass in every sport we played. I won 10 straight games. I had two perfect back-to-back games against you, and then I just do you know what a donkey punch is? Right, so a donkey punch is when somebody takes their penis and slaps it so hard, well, it just slaps it against your face. That's a donkey punch. Baby. Baby, 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 baby. Would you consider just based on the on my Play-Doh performance this evening, would you consider me to be the best Play-Doh player ever or the greatest Play-Doh player ever? Which would you define it as? Is it the the best Play-Doh player ever or the greatest Play-Doh player? Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. Uh, I don't know. I think I've gotten it 400 a couple times. Oh, okay. Well, what would be amazing? I'll wait. How about 6 million? What about 10 billion? I did. I opened up braces. I opened up vet. Dog. From a. All right, I'll let you play me one more time. I'll let you play me 10 more times. You want to play best of 10? Is that what you're saying you want? Dog, try to not get beaten by 100 points. That's my question for you. You used to never allow me to beat you by 100 points, and now I'm showing that I'm dominant. It's like I'm mechanically doping against you, son. No, I'd heard about it before, but I thought you're the one who brought it up to me previously. Like, this isn't the first time we talked about it. Exactly 100-point diff, son. All right, I'm sending you. Okay, I'm sending you another invite, and I'm going to do it again. Since I whooped your ass so badly last time, I'll let you go first. And I think that's kind of me. Not only do I whoop your ass, but I'm humble. No, come on, let's get down to brass tacks, baby. Dog, you played Awk. That's not even a. This is the West Side. Do you consider me to be the greatest Play-Doh player of all time, or just the best Play-Doh player of all time? Because, I mean, do you want my personal opinion on where I rank myself in terms of Play-Doh? I rank myself somewhere between it is a word. It's what I am. Okay, they call me Lil Romeo. They call me Big Romeo. A Romeo is a dude who slangs dick like a pimp. That's why I knew this word and you did not. Do you understand? Baby, look at this word. Do you see this word? Tay. Like rapping for Tay. Baby. I have to say this like in my serious voice. I love how you are just a very good friend and you take my shit and you know I'm not at all serious and you're just a really sweet person. Now back on. What's it like to get your ass kicked 2 games in a row in literati and have 2 perfect games ranked up against you in mini golf? That's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. Look at you, Nix. You think that's a good word? You think Nix is a good word? You think Nix is a good word? Nix might be the worst word in the history of humankind. Oh baby, you're gonna love this one. Psych. It's not okay. Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? Is that true? Riser, I want to know, is that true? How many points did you score, son? Oh, fuck you, dude. That's a lot. Baby, can't stop, won't stop. You score 18, I score 18 because that's how the sex beast works. Riser, have you ever met anybody as cocky as I am? Yes or no? Go. Oh, maybe you misheard. I didn't say annoying. I said cocky. What was that move? It and no? You think that was a good play? Dog. Baby, it's 63. What were you going to play? The word annoying? Is that a word? I mean, I know what it means, but is it a word in here? I think it should be. You played tan? You think tan was a good word to play? That's that's You're up, baby. Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up royally. I fucked up royally. I'm pissed. Dog. One of the biggest fuck ups in the history of humankind. I may regret that move majorly. Oh, that's good. You're up. You're up. And all I want everybody to know is that you're up. That's really all I want you to know. And that's all I want the people of the future to know. That's all anybody wants to know is that you're up. Do you understand that you're up, son? Do you understand that you're up, son? Baby. In your opinion, am I are you serious? If you play something like that, I will be straight up pissed. Wadi? Cool, dog. I mean, I don't know what you want me to do about it. I could have played such a bigger word there. Oh, I fucked up twice. You deserve to win this game with how badly I fucked up. I just want you to know that. Oh, I'm so pissed. Yeah, is this your first time ever playing this game? Do you consider me to be the best looking player you've ever played? Of course. Dog, I got a 20-point lead on you. Do you know what cruise control is? I would tell you this. I would let you play me until you beat me. Because you ain't never gonna beat me, son. Because I ain't ever gonna stop. Because I'm the greatest player of this game in the history of the game. Dog, do you recognize how good I am? I don't really know if it's so much that I am exceptionally good or if I'm exceptionally great. Which one do you think it is? All right, I gotcha. Waddies, baby, and I could have had a way better word than that, and I'm sad that I didn't. Dude, don't call it a Z. That's not even English. That ain't English, baby. That's not something different. What don't you believe, baby? Baby, what do you want me to do about it? Because I'm the greatest. I'm the strongest. I'm the best. You would think that I would suffer from narcissistic. What's the word? Narcissistic. There's a phrase, narcissistic syndrome, but I don't. I'm too good for it. Don't you understand? Narcissistic tendency syndrome, some bullshit like that. But I'm too good for it. I'm too sexy for that. That was a really good move because vise is such a fucking hard word to. I mean it. That was good. Oh, that is bullshit. That's not a word. That's cool. Thanks for the free points. Baby. What do you? I'm ready for it. I have a 19-point lead on you, and I'm slagging dick. I'm not even trying, dog. I've gotten the worst words ever. Earn? What the fuck is earn? Baby. 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 Look at this move. Look at this move. Oh, wow. You're coming closer. Yeah. Ire. IRE, baby. You want me to spell it for you? It's the letter I. It's the letter R. It's the letter E. And it ain't no letter Z because that ain't a letter, baby. I mean, I'm going to just tell it to you straight up. What do you want me to do about it, baby? Oh, baby girl, 14 points. 14 points. That was good. Baby. I mean, I'm up by more than 20. You you know that would have been tight as fuck. Look at this move. Son, 17 points, baby. I mean, look, again, if you're watching this either now or in the future, what do you want me to do about it? I'm good looking, I'm hilarious, I'm smart as fuck, I got a huge dick. What do you want me to do about it? Riser, are you inside? Is it possible to not be inside? Or you're always inside? No. Oh, oh no. Or you're inside. Not at all. Not at all. Dog. I might be able to help you big time, but I'm not going to. I'm just going to be sexy. At what point are you going to admit that you don't have the right word and that you're done? I want you to beat me. I really do. After all this winning, oh, no, 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 but that would have been nice. That would have been nice, son. Everybody's always outside or everybody's always inside, according to your logic. No, you haven't. Not to me, at least. Baby. Look at this move. 4 points, baby. What do you want me to do about it? Oh, you have a Z? Not a word. And Zest has never been a word. Look at you struggling. Yeah, it is. FEZ, but off is not. That V is fucking us. Or it's fucking me. You passed? You passed? Oh, because you were too slow? Oh, is that how it works? So I don't know. I mean, I'm just thinking here. Do I don't want to give you any points. So maybe I just don't. No, just because I want to win. Oh, is that what you want? I'll do it on the next round, dog, or the next turn. I mean, it doesn't matter. You just pass, and then I do it right now. Look at you. He's in. Where is? Oh, that was really good. I might regret this, but I don't care. KYC, know your customer. That's not a word. QIC. You have the Q, dog. You have the Q. Oh, that's what you think. That's what you think, folks. This person thinks that there is nowhere to put the Q, and there are so many places to put the Q. I've run out of places to count where you could put the Q. Look at me dominating by 31 points. 31, 30 points. Look at me dominate. I want you to just nail me here. Oh, that was really good. You had the Z and the Q? How do you know? I can't make that one make sense, baby. All I know is that no. Frizz is a really good one, dude. I'm serious about that. It's very good. If you didn't put Frizz down there, you could have put the Q and the I in another place. You had the I for Frizz. I have a U. Dog. Look at this. Look at this desperation we're seeing here. This desperation, folks. Folks, if you're watching at home, this is the most current without a U. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. All right, let's do another. And this time, maybe you might come a little bit closer to winning. We're playing until you beat me. That ain't, you ain't never gonna beat me, son. I'll, I'll explain what. Because you're inside the universe. It's subjective, baby. Okay. Here we go. So what is the argument that I have to make? That's what you need me to make, that you're always outside? Okay. Um no, no, no. Oh, is it supposed to be a joke? No, let me talk about it from a philosophical way. So you're saying that you're always inside, and I have to make the argument. You're saying that you're always outside. I'm saying that you're inside. You're inside the universe. There you go. Wait, hold on. No, you're inside the universe. You're not outside the universe. How does anybody know anything? How you nothing can be proven. So dog. Do you understand back-to-back perfect games? Do you understand three Literati championships in a row? We've only ever played one championship, and yeah, and I fixed your phone. What else do you want me to do for you, dude? I'm not gonna suck your dick. Haven't you ever seen Caddyshack, baby? Yeah, they do. They do. I'm glad you remember that. No, I gave you one, and you said yeah. So I thought I asked. Hey, so I'm arguing that you're always outside. All right, you are always outside of another universe, baby. I rest my case. Do you recognize how sexy an answer that is? I mean, look, always outside another universe. I mean, if there's another universe out there, you are always outside of it. I don't think you understand physics, son. How is how is my we're talking about being indoors. Okay, so um I'm talking about okay, you're outside of another universe. You're outdoors of another universe. No, I like this. What I'm saying actually to me makes sense. I don't know why it doesn't make sense to you. Yeah. Are we talking about a paradox though? Because I've both proven that you're always indoors and you're always outdoors at the same time. Oh, okay, wait, that's different. So you're saying if I have to keep things on planet Earth, incorrect. We are outside the Earth's mantle. Yeah, typically. That is absolutely fair. I agree. I would say it's part of what gives me my appeal is just coming up with amazing arguments like that. Big. Oh, I didn't know you started. I was adjusting my. All right. So no, 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 no. I'm letting you go first. Baby, baby. What do you not recognize about two-time undefeated, untied, untried, perfect game player? I'm a prime time player. Dog, look at this guy. Everybody's just watching him like, are you serious? Are you going to go? Are you going to jerk yourself off raw? This motherfucker is jerking himself off raw. Ream. Cool story. Bream, baby. How do you look? How don't you know what dog? How don't you know what bream means? Dog, do you want me? Do you need? Do you need me to look it up? I mean, I could. I'll look it up for you, baby. No, I do. I do. It is the addition of the word be to the word ream. you what it means, okay? It's any of various freshwater cyprinid fishes, especially Abramus brahma of Eurasia, having a compressed silvery body. It's a small fish, especially a bream, and everybody knows it. I mean, do you not want me to win? You had me focused on bream, a silvery fish. Dog. Lude. You think lude's a good play? Did you know that even though you went first, you're still losing? All right. Machine doping? Why do they call it machine doping? Why wouldn't they just call it like engineering enhancement or something? I mean, I would call it what it is. It's an electric motor. Machine doping. That's a stupid ass phrase for something that it isn't. Dude, how did you get such a big lead? But you're not. That's the thing. Nam. You played Key? You played Key? Baby, you're up. Lady. Oh, look who the fuck it is. Mr. Everybody's on my fucking time, and I'm on no one else's fucking time. Mr. I'm the number one prospect of comedy in all of South Australia. I think you're better than. No, you're the best. I don't even know if that's true, but I want it to be. Yeah, baby. Dude, why don't you just suck their dicks and then you win? No shame in that game, son. If you got to do what you got to do, baby. Okay. Why do you feel that way? Dude, people would think you were amazing, especially with that RFK bit. Right. Can you imagine? People would be like, Donald Trump is still president? Okay, whatever. Okay, 13 years ago. You're right. You're right. Then they'd be like, Donald Trump's gonna be president? You'd be like, actually, this is gonna be the second round of it. Nope, it's too old. Yeah, it's too old. It's too old, too powerful. Riser, 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 you're playing like a G, baby. Where the fuck did you just play that? Your
I don't believe in hell. I don't believe in hell. No, if anything, the closest thing that we have is something called Gehenna, and uh, you're not there forever. At most, you'd be there for 12 months. Zoot. So, are you ready for your performance on Friday? Give me odds that you think there's a 25% chance you win. Yes, sir. I'm listening intently. But Zoot, you're a bisexual. Like I said, man, if you need to be for one night and it gets you on the front of your comic games, maybe you have to be. Zoot, is that something that you want to do? Would you have supported him? No, a little bit. Zoot, are you ready to lose? Okay, well, we're almost done. I've beaten Riser 3 literati games in a row and had 2 perfect games in bowling against or in mini golf against him. What the fuck is that, Riser? Riser, what the fuck is that? You. No, I don't think you have a fucking shot in the world. But I didn't think you had a fucking shot at getting this far. So I want to tell you that I don't think that you have a fucking chance, and then you'll surprise me and I shit myself and have to book a flight to fucking Australia to see you in the championships. Yeah, dog. Raw. Do I know what, Zoot? You are, baby. You have a good chance. Dude, you suck. Zoot, you're one of the worst improvisers of all time. What the fuck is that? XU is a word? Oh, dude, that's a good one. I am gonna love that one. Oh, I hope you win with that because you deserve it. Zoot, we'll play in a second. Yeah, baby. Dude, don't talk like that. Dog, you won. No. Oh, what a good move. You got me with that. All right, right. Zoot, are you ready? I was just excited to play with Zoot. Zoot, are you ready? Yeah, I was. Zoot, are you ready? Zoot, Zoot, you're up, baby. Riser, you're up. Oh, he's definitely leaving. Wait. Riser, you're up. Zoot, can we tell you, Zoot, the thing that we like least about you is that you just leave randomly. We can't fucking stand it. We want you to we want you to say, I gotta go when we know that you don't have absolutely anything to do. That doesn't make any sense. I hear what you're saying, and I think it makes sense. No, it doesn't make any sense. You're saying 117 billion? Okay, well, you said 117, like twice. Riser, be my witness here. Look at this shot. Hit it in, Zoot. Hit that in. Riser, why are you such dog shit? Dog, you didn't even leave the tent. Why don't you discover it for us? That's a Riser. What are your thoughts on that shot? Thank you, Zoot. See, Zoot gives me rankings right away when I ask him these questions. Riser, on the other hand, jerks himself off until his dick is calloused. Has guts? Did he? You think the dog should have guns? That doesn't make any sense. But didn't you originally? Yeah, we are. No way. Not even close. Not. Look how good this shot is, gentlemen. Look how good this shot is, gentlemen. I didn't steal anything. You're gonna help my ball. No, I. That's exactly what I didn't want to do, because I wanted my ball to have a chance at going in the hole. And Zoot might help me with that. Watch Zoot help me with that. Come on, Zoot. No way. Oh, Zoot fucks. Almost. Well, Zoot, you used to come in and tell us how you used to be a millionaire, so just do that again. How fast did you lose $1 million? That's not that bad. Yeah, a lot of crypto bros. Yeah. Right. So, what did you think of that shot? Sexy dog. I'm surprised Zoot doesn't miss more of these shots. Zoot, are you gonna go? Oh, Zoot, quit with this bullshit. Zoot, Zoot, go. Did he disconnect? His thing disconnected. The same people who run Australian comedy run the telecommunication systems in Australia. Look, baby, 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 baby. Did you see that? Did you see that? Did you see that? Thank you. One of the sexiest shots that anybody's ever had in the history. Oh, for sure. Did you like that shot? Did you like that? Did you like that? What happened to you? Okay, well, we can forgive you. What's going on? What happened? Scale it from 0 to 10. Yeah, I know. So it should be super easy. Your brother either landed a babe or an ugly chick. Let me just ask you this, Zoo. Is he masturbatable? All right, Zoo. Are you? That means no. Your brother got a dog, son. Tell him to go back to the fucking ocean. There are other fish in the sea. That's what I want to hear. Zoot. So then you actually think this bitch is hot as fuck? It wasn't 2 million. He's, he has. It's on. What's it called? What do you call it? Unrealized profits or something? Would we have known she was a sex worker? Scale of 0 to 10, the heroin addict girl. Dude, I just need a number. I don't need a thing. Okay, an 8.5 for you. Okay. All right. Do you think you would have been better together than you and Chelsea? Dude, how old is how how old is Chelsea? How old? I mean, what is she? 5? Okay, you could still date her. She's 20. Okay. Look how sick this shot is. Okay. That's a terrible shot. Riser, what are you going to do? 69. I don't get why that's funny. Why Shrek 2 and not Shrek 1? Okay, why does that matter whether you could date her or not? Are you serious, Zoot? Zoot opened up a secret portal. I love how that's your high water mark. Yeah, that's hilarious. Riser, I have a question. Do you recognize that you only have 1 point? Oh, that was almost amazing. That was. It's Friday. It's Friday night. We already tried. I gave him the dirtiest joke of all time. And instead of saying it on stage, he just whispered it to a bunch of people backstage. He said they did. No, it's the dirtiest joke of all time. It's hilarious. All right, so do I play this hole? Is Zoot still in this call? Zoot, what did you think of that shot? It's that she's bisexual. A mouth. It could. I agree. Zoot, no, I 100% agree. That's absolutely true. It's just how bored are you? If you want to spend all your time striking out with chicks, then then like you'll be bisexual or whatever. Um, I can this is I can tell you this as well. Hold on. The If you like girls, it doesn't really matter anything aside from you like that there's a little bit of fat in their skin when you touch them. If you like guys, it means you like a little bit of muscle and in their skin. It's just like, do you like a harder body or do you like a softer body? For sure. There you go. Riser, do you remember the time that we sent you an invitation and you just jerked yourself off literally on camera? Jerked yourself. Word, dog. Word, dog. Oh, Jen. Or you're super good looking. Yeah, exactly. Look at this shot. Look at this shot by Riser or by Zoot. Dude, that was Oh, dude, that's a terrible shot. You're welcome, man. No, it's all situations, dog. No, that's incorrect. You could be 150 years old. You could literally could be 80 years old, and being a good-looking or 80-year-old guy will allow you to get some 80-year-old ass. I don't know. A few. No, they were television presenters. I knew a lady who was the first television presenter in um, San Diego, and she was, I would say, a very attractive, like 80-year-old woman. Like when I saw her in synagogue, I thought she was 35. It wasn't like that. She was like naturally really pretty. When you come up a little closer, you could tell she was older, but from far away, she looked really, really pretty. And I mean, up close, I mean, she's she, she yeah. I mean, up close, this lady. Sofia Vergara. Okay. I can't believe I'm believing it. I like how Zook calls her High Mac. It's Selma Hayek. Hi. All right. Well, she speaks very highly of you, Zook. Dude, there are a ton of older chicks who are hot. Like any woman in Hollywood. Yeah, dog. She's hot as fuck. Who the fuck is, dude? Oh, I know the story. Wasn't she in really good shape? Dick. One of the greatest shots we've ever seen, folks. Oh, baby, baby, baby. Who won? Who won the last game? Is Zoot gonna go? Go. I hear it is a good call. The same people who are judges in Raw Comedy South Australia also run their telecom. That's a hilarious joke. Zoo, can you hear us? Oh, that actually was a good shot. I'm going to show you the best shot ever, though. That was amazing. Did they say that they think that you're funnier than Chelsea? They were like, hey. Look, I'm going to collude with you to help you win. You spoke to them for 1 minute. How could you like poll them all on their opinions? Your shot was so shitty. I have to help you. Thank you. Um, that's a good point. Hey, Zoo, did you ever get tested? Yeah. No, they called you specifically to tell you you need to get tested for chlamydia or gonorrhea or whatever the fuck it was. What did you say? It could be dormant. Why wouldn't you just get tested now? How many invitations do you want me to send you? Fuck no. Yeah, I, what ones are curable? I don't know if chlamydia just goes away like COVID. Oh, I know what I'd want. I'd want crabs because they give you a little like comb and you can get rid of them and then they're gone. They're actually no. Did you know in the Western world they're actually an endangered species because like a lot of people shave their pubes and they're just not that apparent anymore. Yeah, dog. Dude, we're gonna give you a topic and we want you to improv it for 60 seconds. Do you understand? To improvise it. Are you ready, Zoot? Genital warts. Go. It's the word or phrase is genital warts. All right, you you've got another 45 seconds to fill, big dog. Let's go. No, that's not how it works. You have to work. You know it's rated. That movie looks like the absolute worst movie I've ever. She's the hottest first lady of all time, though. Did you ask, did Bill Clinton have money and still marry Hillary Clinton? She was they met at Yale, so um, they were both like hippies, and then they went to um, they got their law degrees, and then they went to work at the Rose Law Firm in Little Rock, Arkansas, and then Bill Clinton went on a ran for Congress, and he's only ever lost one election ever, and that's his first run for Congress. And then he eventually became governor, and then eventually became president, and then eventually, um, you know, basically became what you know him to be. I think Laura Bush is a beautiful woman. Laura Bush, yeah, Doug. Yeah, she's beautiful as well. I used to think she was prettier than. I still think she's very pretty, but I think Laura Bush is gorgeous. I really think her daughter Barbara Bush is like incredibly hot, though. I don't live in a Commonwealth country, so I don't know. What he said? I mean, so could have like Margot Robbie or anybody. It's like you're talking after Justin Trudeau's been out of office, that the woman that he's dating just so happens to be Katy Perry. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that could have happened. I know you say this all the time. You're anti Russell Brand. So you talk about 7 different subjects: Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, autism, the Holocaust, the fact that James McCann's coming to Adelaide. Russell Brand, Dave Chappelle. Wait. I mean, wait, and Kanye West. That's it. That's everything you talk about, dude.
Yeah, that little boy. Right. All right. Uh, so we're gonna give you another phrase, Zoot, and we want you to be on your toes, okay? And you have to give us a minute of jokes. You just can't be like, genital warts is bad or whatever the fuck you said. You have to be like, you have to keep giving us stuff. All right. So you ready for your phrase, Zoot? Do you want easy or hard? Okay. Trees. So you don't understand how improv works, do you? Zoot, Zoot. I cannot believe that there's that you are the funniest person anywhere in the world. Like literally, who did you beat? Who? I want to meet those people, and I want to ask them: were they breathing? Did they have a pulse during this? I mean, maybe one of them was like, "Hey, I was unconscious. You can't blame me," or another one was like, "I've never even heard of what this event was." I might be able to give them the benefit of the doubt, but if anybody up there is like, I would just ask them, "Have you ever told a joke before?" And if any of them say yes, then I recognize that somehow, some way, this is a flawed system because Zoot, you are in the final. Like you even you're gonna start taking money to open for people. Do you recognize that? Like, do you hear yourself? The best thing is what Reiser says, which is, "I don't come to you where you work and suck all the dicks." Um, I I I have I have something funny about trees. I have something funny. Absolutely. I have something funny about trees. Um, so on Reddit, the subreddit r/trees is actually for people who like to smoke weed, and so it's the red subreddits are on a first come first serve basis. So the people who are into trees took the subreddit r/marijuana enthusiasts. So if you go to r/marijuana enthusiasts, it's all about like uh, arboretums and trees and species and things. And if you go to Reddit trees, it's about weed. How funny is that? Well, I'm in agreement with you. Wouldn't you think Reddit would just switch them and just, but they'll allow that inside joke to go? Okay, Zoo, we're gonna give you another word and or phrase, and you have to be funny for a minute. Are you ready, Zoo? Zoot, are you ready? Wait, wait. I will help you. I'll give you a word that you'll love or a phrase. Zoot, are you there? He's done. There's no way. This this happens to him all the time. He will. It'll be like 2 minutes of him just like this, and then he'll be gone. There he is. Back. He's back. Zoot, can you hear us? Okay, here's your phrase. Are you ready? Autistic Amish orgy. Go. That's like your thing. Do you not know how improv works? Zoot did have a joke one time that made somebody laugh. I told Zoot's joke to somebody, and they thought it was really funny. It um it was it was like a three-part joke that you had. The first part was about an Amish orgy. The second part was about some other kind of orgy or something. Bonnie Blue. Oh yeah, it was about Bonnie Blue. And then the third part was about the punchline was everybody was watching memorized all the Pokemon. What's that joke that you have? But you didn't. No. That was my joke. I said it was something like I went in to the ADHD clinic to get tested, and they gave me the test, and I quit halfway through, and they said, "Congratulations, you have ADHD." I'm not saying it's the funniest joke ever, but I'm saying that was at least my take on that. All right, Zoot. So give us your 5 minutes that you're gonna do tomorrow night. We're ready for it. All right. That's okay. I'll take over. There's something called the scarecrow, but have you ever seen this being ever really scare a crow? It's either crows don't go near it or they end up landing on it, but I've never seen a crow actually get scared from it. I wonder why they call it a scarecrow. It should be called a crow be gone as opposed to a scarecrow. But I don't know. I don't name these things. Crow be gone? Doug, that's fucking brilliant. It's up there with salmon cannon. Crow be gone. The mermaid grenade. Riser, would you please accept the invitation I sent you like an hour ago for basketball? You'll be here all night.
He's not. Not fat. He's or at least medium. Not really. He's kind of chubby. No, he's not. No, that kid's skinny. The Hamburglar's like medium, not skinny and not necessarily fat, but in the middle. Ronald McDonald is skinny, but the Hamburglar isn't super skinny. He's medium. No, but why wouldn't you go with something like? Why do they call him the Hamburglar? I've never seen him steal any ham. Why? Yeah, baby. Okay, there's a joke. What'd you say, Big Dog? There you go. All right. You have an answer. That, that's not fair to Zoot. Zoot, go. The best. No, we'll just don't play the first round. Yeah, we're ready. I don't know all of them. Zoot, go to the basketball game. Um, Wendy from Wendy from Wendy's, dog. I answered the question. They used to have an adult Wendy, and she's super hot. Dude, that's who I mean. The Wendy from Wendy's. She's super hot. You said mascot, not logo. Jessica Rabbit. Next question. I mean, isn't that kind of the same thing? What, one's Japanese? I don't know. There's a lot of anime. Zoot, Zoot, no words out of your mouth have ever surprised me less than that. Zoo, what fast food mascot would you fuck? I don't think that would be funny. I would think that would, you know, show homosexual tendencies, which is fine, but I don't think that's what you want to be. What? Oh, who is the funniest person in South Australia? Yes, until Friday when you knock him off of his throne. Hit my ball. That's what I'm talking about. Zoot helped me so much. Riser, did you know that Zoot helped me? And then I had one of the greatest shots in the history of the game. Look at this. Look at this shot. Dude, let's hear your 5 minutes of stand up. I don't know if you know what funny is. Let's hear it. Unless you mean funny as super perverted and you never want to mention it publicly, I still have doubts that you know what funny is. But let's hear it. Once again, this is a Kanye West joke. That is like you talk about literally Zoot. You talk about 10 things, and tell me if I'm wrong. You talk about children, and then you run away from that topic. You talk about Jeffrey Epstein. You talk about Kanye West, Puff Daddy, autism, ADHD. Hold on. Hold on. No, nobody talks about those things. Uh, not not recently. No, there are tons of those. I'm sure there are a lot of those too. But wait, hold on, Zoo. That's it. That's what you talk about. Like, I wish I could name other things, but you don't even talk about cryptocurrency like you once did. What's your cryptocurrency joke? Okay, how did that go? That kind of sounds funny. Oh yeah, come on, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Hold on. There's Jeffrey. Hold on, Daddy. I'm going to go through them again. These are the 10 topics that I think I've only ever heard you discuss. There's children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips. Dude, you talk about kids all the time. You talk about, okay, so children, Bonnie Blue, Lily Phillips, Jeffrey Epstein, um, Kanye West, autism, ADHD, the Pornhub, the Pornhub list. What number is Bonnie Blue right now? Even I know the difference between these bitches. No, they were best friends. No, they don't. British. And Zoot met her, and she said that she wanted to drink Zoot's pee out of a condom, allegedly. But it could have not been her. Zoot met so many hot chicks that day that, that he forgot it. I'm telling you this right now. If a chick said, I want to drink your pee out of a condom, I would remember that woman and light up 6 years from that day like it was the back of my hand. But that's okay. Make it, Zoot. Just make it. Just make it. Oh, what a shot. Why do you think this will suck? Dude, so, but dude, you don't mention some like topics that are really popular in Kill Tony, like, um, Donald. Well, you talk a lot about Donald Trump. Um, you don't talk about the NFL because it's a popular thing that comedians talk about. You didn't give me the win, but I tried, baby. Tied for the win. What a great riser. Don't fuck it up. Short, short. No, I'm not. You can't put my ball in the tar. Oh, that was amazing. You deserve to win if you pull that shot. That was amazing. Dude, I have a larger dick than most men on earth. I'm happy with that. You have, you haven't proven that, Zoot. Right? Oh, that's not true. Really? Yeah. Right. No, definitely not. You might go down for other reasons, but not that reason. That Yeah, well, the judges of the Raw Comedy South Australia will go down as the worst comedy judges in the history of comedy. They, dude, word, if they, dude, the fact that the fact that you are still in this tournament is shocking to the entire world and anyone who ever has heard you do comedy ever. You're a finalist for your state. You beat out 7 people. I mean, did these people not speak English? I think Mimes would beat you. That was an amazing shot, Zoot. Zoot beat out 33 people. Zoot, so what are your jokes? You don't have to tell them, but there's the JFK RFK joke. That's your first one. What's your second joke? Yeah, that's an okay joke. Zoot, what's your second joke? Zoot, do you remember that time I asked you a question and you answered it? Because I don't. Okay, so that's your second joke. What's your third joke? Oh, you're obsessed with Hitler's. All right, so Zoot, here is Zoot's. We know you came in and told us that in the last 24 hours. Okay. Dog, I wasn't there. Zoot, yeah, I'm Mark Norman. Um, he was elected by a huge amount in 1933. Dog, Riser, that was a dick move. That was a dick move. Like rebel? No, I don't know. Ask them. Riser, you just fucked me. Okay. Trump's loved by a lot of people in the United States. Hit my ball. Yeah, like those guys at the James McCann concert or whatever. Dude, Zoot, you're like a parrot. Somebody says something to you, like these people at this James McCann thing, and you are obsessed with it for days later. Zoot, quit with that. Riser, Riser, what did you think of my shot? Riser, do you want me to Zoot, make this shot. Zoot, make this shot. Okay, Zoot. Zoot, I'm gonna say I want you for the rest of tonight to not talk about the 10 things you love to talk about the most. And I want to see if you can do it. Lily Phillips, wait, I asked him to do this and he he could not do it. I asked him to do this, and he could not do it. I agree. That should suck dick, dog. Zoot, tell us a clean joke. Pretend we're 80-year-old ladies. Zoot, tell us a clean joke. What did the polar bear say to the Eskimo? Zoot, is there a punchline? Did I miss it? Okay, then why did you say that the polar bear said something to the Eskimo? All right, but give us a joke, not a scientific fact. Hey, okay, well, Zoo, give us a clean joke. Imagine, okay, imagine you were at the mall and some lady comes up to you and says, "What do you do for a living?" And you say, "I'm actually the funniest person in South Australia." And she says, "Oh, wow, that's great. Can you please tell me a joke?" What would you say? Riser, you have an invitation. Okay, after this, we'll play Word Box. Okay, send Zoot an invitation. Zoot, all I do is watch fucking comedians. Now that's a fucking funny joke. That's hilarious. Zoot, accept his fucking invitation. Riser, now that's a fucking hilarious joke. Zoot, come on, man. Riser just had the joke right. Zoot. Sorry, I just got a call from the chief of comedy of they want they want they want me to perform tomorrow night. Zoot, come on, man. All right, play me. I'll play. I'll send you an invite. Oh, it's on, dog. I'll dominate you easily. So strange. It's over. Baby, you're up. Do you know that? Are you proud of that move? Big Dog, you're up. I hope you're aware that you're up. What? I want to know what a tum is. What's a tum? That's tummy, not tum. I'm RIFLE. I think that's the first time I've ever had like quadruple word scores on something, like 2W plus 2W. I've never seen that done. I mean, you can consider it two heavyweights, but I do have a 15-point lead on you. Do you remember that time when Zook came in, talked about being perhaps having a 25% chance of being the funniest person in an entire Australian state, failed to do anything funny, failed to tell us even any of his stand-up routine, and then left without any. Well, actually took two phone calls from the chief of comedy and I remember.
the only way to get into this is with people who are not following the halacha. So if you're not following the halacha, and it's ending up with shua, ultimately again there's liability and culpability with this. So I was like, so now after this fight, let's now before we get to that, so what is this effect?
My app froze.
So depending on the severity of shua's shot, this severity. So if over here he says, because then this Hamagor, Sheshmo Shalisbar Hagado, Kiyumo Shalom, the Sondo Shebna, the name of a Krishma, the ancient of creation. The name of a Krishma is the very thing which was a voracious Bara Elohim, as I and what the initially created the universe with, but they created it. His name, voracious Bara Elohim. Elohim, the very essence of HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the name of what created the very broken blocks, the very creation. When you misuse that name, ultimately again, what you are doing is undermining the very rubric, the very foundation of creation itself. And to take it step one step further. What is the Shua shot? The Shua shot essentially corrupts two things. Number one, it corrupts people. When you swear falsely, you're taking that the cloth of speech, which is the very thing that defines us as people. It's what makes us us.
You're up, baby. And I hope you recognize that. I hope you recognize that you had the best letter, perhaps for the time, the place. I hate the letter V right now. It's always, it gets in my way. The letter V and the letter J. And the letter C. They suck for this game. I feel like the letter H is way easier. Letter Y is pretty easy. W is pretty easy.
Also the ultimate trespass in if you swear falsely, then is nothing sacred. Like you can't take anyone.
S is. They almost shouldn't have the S.
Relationships that are heavily been under Machadero, and you're undermining your very essence, the power of your speech, being under Latzmo. So when you take this false oath, you're eroding every pillar upon which the world stands. You want to say you do something like that? You're capable of offense. But fundamentally undermining anything and everything that holds the world. Why is this not over today? Strap tremendous demand.
This fight was doomed from the get-go, wasn't it? The decision that killed the crew occurred the night before when they chose to watch this fight with them. And so that March decision was what killed the crew. There is a rule called the critically one safety rule. What is that? And what was violated? That was a rule that the NASA, the entire NASA management had decided if the criticality one rule is in place, it is one that you cannot waive. And so Morton Thiokol was saying you cannot launch below 53 degrees because of the solid rocket boosters. And so that's essentially a criticality one.
All right, gentlemen, good morning. Hopefully, we had a beautiful uplifting Shabbos. A great physical instruction to begin. The new week together begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning show. To thank our annual commentators, we're dedicating all the show instructions this year as a chus for the sales levels for all of the Am Yisrael. Our very functions for the month from Stephen Abadi will tell us the Karizin, loving of your.
Do you remember that time when I had a 23-point lead on you? 23 points. That's a lot. I don't know if you're going to be able to over such a. That was good. You should get more points for like science words. That's
We are starting at the two dots. We gotta check the chat. Also, if I enjoy, there's no way we're gonna be able to keep up the rest of the pace this week. A lot of homework through ahead of us, so once we're checking the two dots on top. So Shua's have to
you're up though. I hope you know that you are up.
We're now gonna get into a really fascinating topic regarding
What did you say in French, Noel?
where sometimes a person
Does it? I just thought it was some holiday word that you used.
So, for example, if a person goes ahead and let's say a bunch of bundles, multiple oats into one stick.
No, like multiple types of Sanders. Like someone who's saying shit. Like multi. Like if you're standing a boat. Do you know what a boat is?
Some item, like something covered. And what's all I say, Shmuel Lolacha, I swear I don't owe to you the Lolacha and not to you, and the Lolacha and not to you. And then it turns out that I will behave ultimately again for every single Shmuel. That's Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, Lolacha, the Lolacha, the Lolacha. Shmuel, Chava, Palachas, Rabbi Eliezer goes to Rabbi Yehuda, and he says it's not that Rabbi Yehuda's whole point is you have to say.
Dog, I hate the V so much. That sucks. V is terrible. V and J sucks. At and Za for 13. Can you? That's a cool story. I know. Baby, you're up. I mean, I just took the lead. And I don't know what you want me to do about it, but you had the Z. Weld? You think weld is a good word? Well, is it as good as vow, baby?
Which is going to mean, again, all the claimants broken out their individual life, and then there's going to be liability for each individual shua.
Are you proud of the way that you're playing right now? Why? What are you trying? What Italian word? Nano? That's not Italian. Mano means small? I know what nano means, baby. It is not a word. It is a prefix, dog. Baby, it's a prefix. What do you want me to do about it? Damn, dude, it's one, two, it's 4 words. Baby, what do you want me to do? Dog. Okay, so here's Zoot's top 10 things: jokes about children, Jeffrey Epstein, Puff Daddy, Dave Chappelle, Bonnie Blue, Lyd- Lily Phillips, Hitler, autism, ADHD, and sexually transmitted diseases. That's Zoot's top 10. What the fuck is net? No, it's not like a net. That's not a fuck. That's not how it's spelled. It's not how it's spelled. I still don't think Noel means whatever the fuck you said it is. I don't think that's what it means. It doesn't mean that. It's the period extending from December 24th to January 6th. It's a term significant. It means to be born. Incorrect. It's the period between December 24th and January 6th. Dude, why do they keep giving me V's?
Everyone is talking about GLP-1, but they're missing a point. They don't talk about GLP-1. GLP-2 is GI Bill. So our tri-GLP conference is way more than just weight loss. Your brain energy. You look amazing because of your skin, not making your skin just fall.
You're up, big dog. Man, do I have a big ass lead on you. 32 points.
It's amazing.
32 points. 32 points. This better be a big fucking word for you. It better be. I mean, you've got to make quite a comeback. This is heartbreaking to watch. Oh no. This motherfucker used the word oh no, folks. Oh no. Baby. I have a 56-point lead on you. That's giant. Giant. It's really too much for you to ever be able to overcome. I'm just going to be honest with you. You're my friend. I love you. I love your belief in miniature golf. I think you're very funny. I think you might be the second funniest person in this call. and definitely the funniest person if you were ever to move to South Australia. Definitely. But right now, up. You use up. Are you proud of that? Are you proud of using up? Do you want me to review that with you? I mean, my friend, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, dog. How many tiles are left? Thank you. Sir, what the fuck is that? What? No one knows what that is. That's spelled S-U-R, douche. I know what a sir is, but like that, nobody knows what that is. No, that's not a word. I know what sir is, but it's not spelled like that. It's a city in ancient Mesopotamia, which is a proper noun, baby. Rub. I almost did. You could destroy me right here. Too bad I have a 56-point lead on you. But let's see. Let's see you fucking come out of nowhere. That's what I want. I want the competition. That's why I put that down there. Because I want you to have, like, Fang for, like, a shitload. You use dog. I give you. Just collect points, baby. The thing that destroyed you was such genius like O's and Sanders and I don't really know what I did either. Chop, I guess, was a lot.
Right? You can establish the most like a real validation. That's why we're assuming here that without attribution, it's going to be right there. And that's what I'm trying to fit this in. To which the one says, you're right. Stop doing that. Ella on money, ready.
Lit. That was good.
Because, right? Because I said, I remember with Abraham is a fucking Mishnah.
Yeah, like a neti pot. I think it's spelled Neti. Dog. Look at the desperation. You know that your opponent is desperate when these tiles start going everywhere on the board. Just HIV is not a word, dog. No, Zoots would be gonorrhea, which it'd be a big word to spell. There's some show, it's really funny. I think it's a Friends episode where they're playing, and so it's like Joey. Have you seen Friends before? You know the characters? So Joey's like the stupid guy, and they're like Monica and Rachel are playing with Joey, and Joey's like playing like words like and dog and cat, and then all of a sudden he puts down the word like trapeze, and he's like trapeze triple word score 75 points, and they're like trapeze. Oh, trapeze isn't a word. And he's like, yeah, it is. I read it in a book. Like, that's what they have in the circus. It's like, oh yeah, that's a proper noun though. And he's like, oh really? And they're like, yeah. And then he just puts down us, us. So they basically gaslight him into thinking he's dumb when he's really not that. Was that the best story you've ever been told? Yeah. No, one the best one is a Seinfeld where they have it, and um, Kramer's in there, and Kramer keeps making up words, and they're like, "That's not a word." He's the Kramer's like quone, Cuone, quone, and they're like, "Quone isn't a word," and he's like, "Oh, absolutely, look it up in the dictionary." They're like, "That's not a word." And they look it up in the dictionary, and they're like, "It's not in the dictionary." He's like, "Well, you need a medical dictionary to quone something." All right, I'm sending you another invite because I want to lose, and I refuse to lose. Oh, you don't like it when it goes up and down, or you don't like it when it goes left to right. Yeah, I did play Jew. That's what I am, and that's what I played. You're up, baby.
Specific denial that is going to be cited multiple times. What's the machlokes? The machlokes is what constitutes the general denial.
I like how you're taking all this time, and when I talk Joe, oh wow, Joe, you use Joe. Joe's your word. Yeah, but it's also like a cup of Joe means like uh coffee.
The family responded. Well, they gave advice for the divorce today.
Dog.
Aaron again.
Can't believe you're going there.
He wanted to see how the other half works. So Aaron was doing that every morning on Zoom. So the response. Again, just so you understand how this works, right? I'm going around. Just keep this thing short. Wheat, right? So obviously,
I mean, what's some bullshit? I mean, do you think that I am the tile distributor?
Welcome. Living the dream, dog. Every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. How are things in your neck of the woods, son? Just okay. Why just okay? Okay. All right, well, that's why you came in here. Because your favorite person is playing Scrabble against a friend. 1,000%, dog. I'm not just winning. I'm not just playing. I'm winning, and I'm winning by a lot. Dude, that's an excellent question.
Because my man Riser loves to fuck with my hours. I mean, dog, what do you want me to do about it? How is that host advantage? Doug, since 2009. Dog. Do you know that the Yankees are in the biggest World Series drought of their entire dynasty? Did you know that? No, it doesn't. Dog. I don't know. What's good in your neck of the woods? You slinging dick? Of course, that's how it goes. If you rugged it, how much would you have made? You would have made 25,000. You would have made.
Says, I don't owe you bodily spell. So let's say the Shiloh. In general, when Ruben says that, now let's say he's lying. How many oaths has he violated? So on one hand, we could say 3, right? Bodily spell. But the truth is, implicit in denying bodily spell is also that what? That's kind of lying. Iron being denied. Plus 1. The plus one represents a chip. Look at actually just so what's happening? As a general oath, and then specific oath, and then not that he is lying. Turns out he's really lying about 4 things. He made a general false oath and then 3 specific false oaths, or maybe not. Maybe a general oath. And then what does that mean?
Riser, what are your thoughts that 71? Yeah. Riser, what are your thoughts that I have a 71-point lead on you? I mean, does it make you feel good inside?
So what's here's the issue? That he has said there are 15 katanas. Now remember again. What does Rabbi Rothschild refer to? Rabbi Rothschild ultimately again was referring to the case of where there are what was it? It was Rashi says over here, at the bottom.
Riser, did you know it's your turn?
I swear to each of them, I don't owe you Keaton, Solar, and Pussy. If it turns out that I'm lying, what's that record? I'm tied 15 Hashams, right? I'm tied 15 Kavalas. 15 Kavalas. What does that show? What does that show? That shows that in these cases, only is individual liability.
Riser, what was the least favorite word that I played of yours? Oh, no, not all the time. I don't want you to rate my greatness all the time, just in this game. Was it Tiger Bay? What S? Oh, hates. Take care. Now that you're down 63 points, that's a lot. Hex and Z for 21 points. Where the fuck did you play that? Oh, good move, dog. Good fucking move. What'd you say, baby? Oh, I feel they always give me V's. Laded? You played laded? You think laded is a good word to play? This motherfucker thinks laded is a good word. What are your thoughts on this move? Alpha's good. I do, but I'm not going to use it. I'm going to make us suffer. Dude, there's nowhere to go. What are your thoughts on that move? Doug, down 61 points. I want to try to get that I'm trying to wrap my head around being down 61 points and what I would do. If I were down 61 points, how would I react? I would not give up. I would play Q I Q P for 33 points. And then I'd make one of the, if not the greatest comeback. Dog. How does that help me? Up and everybody's waiting on you. Aura, yeah. Oh, hard A. How many letters are left? How many letters are remaining? Oh, that's nothing. This bitch is over. What do you think my answer to that is going to be? What do you want me to do about it? Do you want me to give us more places? Do you want me to give us more places to play? Well, isn't this a play something good because you're down 64 points. 64 points. One of the biggest embarrassments that we've had the opportunity to witness in the history of the world has happened right here, folks. Folks, if you're watching this, either now or in the future, and you're studying this, you're taking notes on this ass kicking, you should know that it has been a privilege to be able to lead this ass to belt to ass, BTA, belt to ass door. Are you proud of that word? You don't have anything left? Big Dog, you're up. I hope you know it is your turn and everybody's waiting on you, Big Dog. Everybody. I talked to Chelsea. She said she was ready for you. I talked to the judges of World Comedy, Raw Comedy. They're ready for you. Vim. You played Vim? That's a fucking word.
So in this case, how
I've got to ask him if he
That's not real.
just over the coast to coast to coast.
Now this case is like this case should make it back to solid. Should make it going to ship it. Should give you the heat and the product. Right? And what happened? It's
Not
not
so
though.
much.
Sorry, Shimon doesn't have any reason, but he does have Shimon.
Dog, you are up, and everybody's waiting for you.
He still has some of the stuff that
I don't like the V's. I don't like the J's. I should like the J though. J's a big number. V sucks though. V should be more than 4, and I feel like H is pretty powerful, and so is W. I feel like X could be 10 and not 8. I feel like Z is over. Do you really? All right, I'll let you. I'll just pass because I want to see you go. I want to see your greatness. You just wasted everybody's time because I was about to win.
No pressure.
Boy, are you struggling. God, this is embarrassing. This is embarrassing, son. This is embarrassing. Good night, sweetheart. You had QUE? What were you trying to do with the? You were like, "Hey, pass. I could win on that." That's the third time you fucking said that tonight.
Door's a word though. Oh, so are you indoors or are you outdoors? Uh, what was your? Yeah, it's paradoxical. Multiverse, omniverse. But then we're inside
outside the omniverse, and you can't get outside the omniverse.
She says over here, it's actually a very interesting shoe.
No, that's not how it works. We would be inside the omniverse. You had a funny joke when you said Zoot is funny. 047 or whatever. 07. That was very funny. That 047 though would mean that he's still funny 4 hours a day. On a scale of 0 to 10, how hot do you think that Zoot's brother's girlfriend is? I bet she's a 6.
Oh, I think she's both. I think she's outside Earth's mantle, but inside the atmosphere. What are your thoughts? Discuss. The fact that she's inside the Earth's atmosphere, but outside the mantle. As far as buildings go, you can only be outside. I disagree. What if what if you're stop? What if you're in a biodome? You can be inside the building of the biodome, or like inside the structure in the biodome, but outside of that structure, yet still inside the biodome. What are your thoughts? Okay. What if you? Oh, I wait. I think I've got it. Maybe. Let's say you're in an elevator, and then you move outside the elevator. Aren't you outside the elevator, but yet still inside the building? But didn't we agree that you said that everything is made from something else? So everything is organic, so nothing synthetic exists in the universe?
or somewhere else. So you're saying that synthetic doesn't exist. Yes. So then it's not synthetic, it's just actually organic.
Okay, so um, let me just summarize this for you. Okay, you're saying that nothing synthetic exists. No, not I mean. You're saying that nothing synthetic exists. Stop.
Doug, just summarize it for me. Yes or no? Synthetic exists. Hey, so then everything that you'd be saying is inside because for you to be outside has to be outside of some kind of organic material, and we've already agreed that there is nothing outside the organic material, so everything is inside. Because because everything is inside the universe. Oh, okay, shelter. Okay, so you're saying everything is outside. That doesn't make sense. Um. So if I were to ask you to go inside your house, you would just say, I can't go inside my house because I can't go inside anything. What you're technically asking me to do is go outside my house, right? Okay, but aren't we inside the universe? Aren't we technically inside the solar system? Fine, that's fine. We don't know what's outside the universe, but we're in. But we can agree we're inside this universe, right? Okay, fine, whatever. Then okay, we're inside the Milky Way galaxy, right? Okay, so are we inside there? Aren't we inside the atmosphere? Okay. Aren't we inside the clouds? Well, no, we wouldn't be inside the clouds. Okay. If it's foggy, wouldn't we say inside the fog? Indoors is different. Okay. Can't we say that? So at what point? So you say that we're inside the solar system, inside the Milky Way. We're inside the atmosphere, technically. Um. Okay. So how about this? Can't we say? Well, and then you get into like the materials, and I feel like your definition just frankly sucks. That you say everything is an organic material, but so synthetics don't exist. If synthetics don't exist, then and something needs to be built out of something, then inherently, according to your definition, it's organic, which means that it everything has to be organic. It can't be synthetic. And if you're in anything, according to your definition, it has to be organic. So you can't ever be outside of anything, right? Okay, what about this? What if I say you're outside of your element? Okay, well, what if I'm what? But wait, wait, you're using the idea as being a physical place. I'm saying that it could be a hypothetical realm. But that's not correct because we've even said that you're inside the universe, perhaps inside the Milky Way, inside the solar system. No, no, that one's solar system is not up for debate. We're inside the solar system. Okay, stop. Stop. So then, if I take and I put you in a space capsule, like the International Space Station, we could say that you are outside Earth's atmosphere, but inside the space capsule. But wait. Okay, so here's it's a definition issue. You're saying that if you're inside something, it has to be organic, and that just doesn't necessarily correlate. Um, what if we create a replicator? What if we have a replicator that creates something from nothing? Then that would be synthetic. Okay, how about this? We are. Um, I mean, I see what you're saying, but your definition is wrong. You're saying if you're in anything, any physical object, it has to be synthetic. It has to be organic, and you get down to the point where from a definition, you say atoms are organic, and so everything is made of atoms. So if you're ever inside of anything, you're really outside because that doesn't make any sense. I get what you. No, you're not outside. If you're inside a house, you're not outside. Would you? No, you aren't. If I put you in a shipping container, I'd say you're inside the shipping container. I wouldn't say you're outside. So how? So how isn't the solar system a natural element? Oh wait. So then aren't you technically outside the solar system? But you're not. You're inside of it. I can't see your stupid thing there. I'm talking about the solar system. Keep changing the definition, and I don't like that. It's illogical. Generally, it means external to a structure. Okay. That was fun. I don't agree with it, and I think it's illogical. It's not logically sound, but it's still cool. How about this one? What I would say we are not outdoors is not the word you use. You said inside. It's outdoors. You're using different terms. You're using outdoors and inside. That's inconsistent. It was outside and inside. That's how you originally posed it. Now let me ask you this. Oh, there's a logical fallacy there. Okay, I have a question. No, they're not. Outdoors and outside are two different things. They can't- No, absolutely not. I would say that the Milky Way is outside, but I wouldn't say Earth is outside the Milky Way. Okay, I don't know what you asked earlier. I know that I'm defending this from a logical standpoint. Here's what I want to know from you. This is kind of along the same lines. Uh, who defines whether a door is outside or inside? Or who defines whether a door is outdoors or indoors? Isn't every indoor door in its own way an outward door? Like it's like a portal. Like some people may consider a door to be going out into something, other people may consider it going into something. But couldn't they both be facing the inside and both be facing the outside? Yeah, they could. If you if you put a door frame, just the frame, in the middle of a field, both sides would be going to the outside. And if you had a door that was put just in the middle of a room, both doors would be going to the inside. So imagine there's just a box, like a container, and there's a door with a wall. Both of them, that door, when you walk through one side, it goes inside. When you walk through the other side, it goes inside. There isn't an outside to that door, arguably, or a door frame. So there's a door frame in a box, in just like a 10 by 10 room. You walk through the door frame, you're still walking through the inside, and you walk through the other door frame, through the other side of the door frame, and you're still inside. There is no walking outside. I think that's an argument that could be made. The first door that's outside, call it like a, you would say walk. That's a different story. So you're saying, how would you describe it if there's just a door frame in the middle of a field? Walk through that door to the outside. Walk to the outside of that. Walk through that door to the outside. And if it were in a house, walk through that door inside the other room. You could say they'll walk through that door outside this room. Yeah. Okay, if you really want to, if you there there are no hinges. It's a door frame. There are no hinges. There's no door. All right, I've got this one for you. No. What are your thoughts on this? Every opinion is subjective except this statement. No, it's paradoxical. It's absolutely right. Oh, but that's just your opinion. It's subjective. So- No, you're not. You're just proving. Yeah, it's subjective. And that's subjective. Yeah, that's your subjective opinion. What I'm saying is this: everything in the world is someone's opinion, or I should say, every opinion in the world is subjective. I should say, every statement, every opinion in the world is subjective, except the fact, except this statement. Every opinion in the world is subjective, except this statement. Basically, what I'm saying is that one thing has to be objective, and that's the statement that all opinions are subjective. Does that make sense? then that proves it that it's your opinion. It's subjective. What are the odds Zoot wins his heat? It was worse than the other night. Easy words. We gave him easy words. Then we gave him like his bread and butter stuff, STIs and autism. I'm gonna ask you what, aside from these 10 things Zoot talks about regularly: children, Puff Daddy, Jeffrey Epstein, Dave Chappelle, Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, ADHD, autism, and that's Zoot. That is Zoot. Like, um, what else does he talk about? He does a few other things like raw comedy and James McCann and his dog and cryptocurrency. But you didn't even know he had a brother till today. You've known this guy for years. You didn't know he had a brother. Yeah. Um, I agree. Um, and he said he's gonna punch me in the face because I asked if his brother's girlfriend was masturbatable. Doug, I've been live streaming now for 4 years. I've come to the conclusion that that's the question that everyone wants to know whenever they hear about someone of the opposite gender. Right, right. You know, that's a felony in the United States to say that to somebody, or not in the United States, in the state of California. To say that to somebody. Cause it's considered like a terrorist threat that you're going to do physical harm to somebody, severe physical harm. That's Zoot. Actually, that happened. He threatened somebody or something, and they prosecuted him, but he got away with it because he said that he had some kind of behavioral issue, and they threw it out. Which he does. When was that? Like 5 years ago. And I'm not exactly sure what he did. He tell you he got punched in the face and they did anything about that. Um, and I, for as much shit as I give Zoot, I do like him a lot. He's annoying as Zoot. If you, I don't give a shit if you're watching this You could be watching this live right now. I'm going to tell you straight up. I hate that you are very difficult with him to difficult person with whom to communicate. I hate that you leave. I hate the subjects that you bring up, but I still love you to death. I when you come in, I get happy. Just you make me you make me laugh not because you're funny, but because your personality is so strange that it makes me smile. And um, I will say this: I'm very proud of him for making part in raw comedy. It is. He's just saying that because his friends are saying that. They're all saying that. They don't want to say that they're doing it because they want to be in the national finals of raw. Right. If, I mean, it would be like saying, well, this is what Zoot said he was gonna do. It's like if I win and I beat one of my friends, I'm gonna give them the. I'm gonna say that I want them to take the award. Which I'm like, what if they don't accept it? What if they're like, no, Zoot, you deserve to win? He's like, well, like he was just trying to be like extremely humble. What'd you say? If but got this far, which isn't that far. He basically had to have one good 5 minute set, and he didn't even win his heat, but they did let him back up. He had to win. I'm absolutely shocked that he didn't stumble over something, or say shit, or fuck, or go into something embarrassing. Like that's why I'm proud of him. He was able to get one good. I mean, we didn't see it, but like apparently, like it had to be good enough that he got it off, and um they did not find that he was offensive or any of the other. Well, I'm just saying this, dude. Well, yeah, just based on they have to, yeah, especially if you're doing crowd work. That's like really important to be able to think on your feet like that. If Zoot were here, I would, and I've told him this, so it's not like a surprise. I would tell him his comedy is predictable. He's never had a joke that I just think is really outside the box creative. Everything that he has said is something that I've either thought about or easy to anticipate. The Kennedy one, that's like people have been making jokes about that for 60 years. It's not topical. I mean, I guess it is sort of, but um, his joke about like Zook could have a really good misdirect or callback joke, like a misdirect where he's saying like, "I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this. I did this, this, and this," and then come back and have a punchline that we're not expecting. He doesn't have anything like that. His jokes are just very predictable. And if I had to tell him from 0 to 10, with 10 being what I think is just absolutely the most brilliant comedy I've ever heard, and with Dave Chappelle being like a 7 or an 8, because I don't even think Dave Chappelle is like he's a good comic, but he's not like almost making me think from a philosopher standpoint. Sometimes he does, but other things he doesn't. So maybe, yeah, Dave Chappelle maybe 7 or 8. One, your jokes are easy to anticipate, and yet
I'm not a finalist for South Australia Comic of the Year. Zoot is. I,
I thought your hummingbird thing was really funny. They don't even hum. Um, I Dude thinks he has a 25% chance of winning. He has less than 1% chance. I wouldn't say zero because all the people could simultaneously get in car accidents who he's up against. But I didn't even ask him how many people is he up against on Friday. Oh yeah, that's what he said. Final 12, 45. So he had to beat 33. Yeah, there's no way. There's absolutely no way.
yeah, that's the thing. He could, and I would say this: if he practiced, he. I let me say this, dude. If you practice it, or anybody out there, if you practice it, you can get it down, and you sound professional. Anybody can do it. As I told him previously, if you just take 10 street jokes, simple, easy, set up punchline, set up punchline jokes, and memorize them, you have a 50% chance of winning this contest. I really mean that. Nope. You could take street jokes, jokes that are directly just common funny jokes. Look here, I'll do it right now. I'll just get street jokes. No, you don't understand the definition of a street joke. A street joke is something that you can do that with. It's so well known in society, it's not traced to any single individual. So you could, if people haven't heard it before, there's a lot of creativity in it. It's not, it's not stealing. It's already available. It's allowed. You would find 10 really good jokes. There's some creativity in being able to sift through what's funny, what's not, and you memorize them. Um, His aren't really even jokes in a lot of ways. He does have some jokes, but his are cool stories and that have a meaning at the end. He's really getting to the point where he's a philosopher, and he does funny impressions too. But um, he's not like a setup joke punchline, uh, uh, setup punchline kind of comic either. Very few people, once you get to that level, do that. They nor do they want to do that. That takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work to fill an hour with joke punchline, joke punchline, joke punchline. Nobody, very few people can do that. It's a lot to memorize, and they would rather get bigger punches by telling a story. Okay. Uh, are you? I mean, basically, you're saying when you say you're outdoors, you are not. There's no roof, right? Is a gazebo outdoors? Yeah. Is a gazebo outside? Yeah. Can you be inside the gazebo? Yes. Can you be indoors of a gazebo? Yes. You could say you're inside the gazebo as well. You could do the same for a house, I believe. Wait, could you? Outside the house. Your gazebo, well, gazebo is an interesting one. You can say that you're outside the gazebo, that you're outdoors in a gazebo, that you're inside a gazebo, and that you're indoors in a gazebo. Um, you're. Um, I mean, if there's an awning, aren't you inside the awning? I agree. Fuck that elevator, dog. You listen to this motherfucker? Are you all listening to this motherfucker? Are you listening to this motherfucker? Yo, dog, are you there? Outdoors, out in your outdoor outdoors in your apartment. Why wouldn't you say inside your apartment? Oh, okay. So then why wouldn't you say dude, this goes back to your thing about synthetics not being a
Okay, this goes back. Synthetics don't exist because everything can be taken back to being organic, right? I mean, the fact that then you would say that atoms are organic, then I would say yeah, but I would say that there's a process that can be done usually, and that's when something is considered synthetic. So, like metal, you take like iron ore and you melt it, and then it becomes steel. Steel is more synthetic material. Usually, organic. Uh, a lot of times, it's connected to organisms. Doesn't necessarily need to be, but something that was once living. But I understand, like rocks aren't living and they're considered organic, like wood. All right. What about this one? Uh, Let me see if I can remember this one. I don't know if it's a riddle. All right, but I don't know if I'm going to say it correctly. Um, this is between. Wait, hold on. What is? Uh, the thing about which wait the some the the uh I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal or a fraction. What is it? No, that doesn't make any sense. Yeah, but that's not it. The answer is the letter and. 6 and 7. I'm thinking about something between 6 and 7. The word and is between 6 and 7. It doesn't have a decimal, nor is it a fraction. No, the clock hand doesn't make any sense. The clock hand would be a fraction or a decimal. A clock displaying time is a fraction, or can be it can be reduced to a fraction. Exactly. So it'd be 30. Yes, they say it's 2:30, and that's 50% or one half. Or they'll say 1/4 past 2, which is 1/4. They do that all the time, dog. Yes, it does. 1/4. Someone says quarter, they mean, they mean 1/4 of the hour. But you can't describe the word and like that, or it wouldn't make sense. Yeah, it does. Give me an example. If something is divided into parts, it is by definition a fraction. It's either whole, which would be 1/1, or half, which would be 1/2, or a third, 1/3. Doug, what the fuck are you saying? If I say to you it's 6:30, that means it's 1/2 of the hour, which is 6:30. And yes, it does. Now, we might not discuss it in those ways. Right? Yeah, it does seem like. No, it just wouldn't be referred to that generally, but many people would. If you say midday, that's halfway through the day. That's the midpoint. Or 3:30, 3:15. Is anything that is able to be broken up into parts also technically a fraction from a theoretical sense? A fraction is a mathematical expression that represents a part of a whole or a ratio between two quantities. Okay, but fraction division ratio. Theoretical perspective, fractions of divisibility. From a theoretical standpoint, any quantity that can be divided into equal parts can be represented using fractions. Can everything be a fraction? Yes, in a broad theoretical sense, any divisible object or quantity can be represented as a fraction. So that includes physical objects. A pizza cut into 8 slices gives 1/8 per slice. Measurements, time. The first thing it says is time, distance, or volume can be fractional. For instance, half hour, three quarters of a mile. Abstract quantities, probabilities, rates, and proportions are often expressed as fractions. Yeah, it does. Okay, here we go. Can every member, can everything, whether it's a pizza or a dog or a human or a time, be represented as a fraction? Like a dog would be 1/1, and time might be half past the hour. Everything can be a fraction. Two dogs would be 2/1.
Life is all about it is all about the ability.
It is. Uh, no, no. From a theoretical standpoint, steel man this argument. Here we go. Oh, and is a fraction. Ontological neutrality, reality as quantifiable relations. At the most fundamental level, reality can be described not as things, but as relations between quantities. A dog is not a primitive object, it is a stable pattern of mass, energy, time, and information. A human is a more complex but still finite aggregation of those same measurable properties. Time is not a thing, but a rate of change. If reality is fundamentally relational, then ratios or fractions are sufficient to describe it. Measurement collapses into ed- measurement collapses entities into ratios. Any attempt to describe something scientifically requires measurement, and measurement always produces ratios. Length is object over unit length, mass is object over unit mass. Time equals event duration over unit time. Count equals quantity over unit, dogs per reference dog. Thus, one dog is one dog over one dog, which is 1/1. Two dogs over two dogs. Half an hour is 30 minutes or 60 over 60 minutes, one half. Even discrete objects become fractional relative to a chosen unit. Whole numbers are a special case of fractions. Mathematically, every integer n equals n over 1. So if integers can represent discrete objects and integers are fractions, then fractions are sufficient to represent discrete unity. This makes fractions a universal numerical language, not a limiting one. Apparent indivisibility is a scale dependent. Objects like you can't have a dog fall under scale analysis. At different resolutions, a dog is divisible into organs, organs into cells, cells into molecules, molecules into particles, particles into energy distributions. At every scale, quantities are expressible as fractions of a reference whole. Indivisibility is a practical constraint, not a theoretical one. Time as a fractional change. This is for you, Riser. Time does not need to be absolute to be real. Time can be defined as change relative to a periodic process. Thus, half past the hour equals one half of a cycle. A moment equals delta change over reference change. So time is fundamentally fractional, a ratio of changes. Information theoretic framing. I mean, do you need me to go on? Because I can. But wait, wait. This inherently, there's an issue that arises in this discussion. Did you recognize what it is?
In the riddle that I gave, I said I didn't give the riddle correctly, but I said the answer is not a decimal nor is it a fraction. Technically, and I guess would be a fraction of 1/1 of the word and. Does that make sense? Okay, now that may so that may be true that that riddle is incorrect, but the idea that everything is divisible into fractions is correct. It's going to be this. Our top story: Zoot is 24 hours away from being the funniest in South Australia, and additionally, everything is divisible into fractions. Let me get the riddle correct. Okay, what is the riddle? It's something like this thing is in between 6 and 7. It's not a decimal. It does not have a decimal point and is not a fraction. It's something like that. The best brain busting riddles for kids and adults. Okay. So, oh, well, so it could just be what is between 6 and 7. The word and. The riddle plays on the way numbers are spoken in English. When you say 6 and 7, the word and is literally between the two numbers. Hold on though. So um from that perspective, dude, let me just go to ChatGPT, baby. What is what is between 6 and 7? It does not have a decimal, nor is it a fraction. Oh, that sucks. What is the riddle? It's something like this is between 6 and 7. It does not have a decimal, and it isn't a fraction. Yep, classic riddle answered, and because it's literally between 6 and 7, no decimals. Okay, but what is the formal version of the joke that I just gave? Uh, what comes between 6 and 7 has no decimal and is not a fraction. But technically, the word and is a fraction. It would be and over 1. That's what you should do. Go on Reddit and tell everybody just every answer that they have. Just absolutely everything you just say. The answer. Oh, that. I mean, okay. So then, how about an answer? This is hilarious. I would love that. That's amazing. Did you know that this story can be simplified?
It would be whatever that story is over 1. I think so. Oh, it's the same as a gazebo. I would say that too. Not not all tents. All tents. Not all. You recognize what I'm saying? Not all tents have walls. Like those tents that you have at like at the beach.
No, it's like just a canopy with metal frame. I would, yeah. You know what I would do if I were you? I would type in easy up tent. Easy, like the letter E, the letter Z, the letter U, the easy up tent. Yeah, whatever. Like a tent with actual sides. So wouldn't that just be, yeah, wouldn't that be just a structure? Just like a house? What what is that it's a fraction. That is no, that's incorrect. That would mean it's 1. It's actually 1/10 over 1, which equals the tenth. Because it's 1. Like if you had 2/10, then it would be tenth and tenth, 2/10 over 1. Now, here's a question for you. If a gazebo is in a tent, would you be inside the gazebo, indoors of the gazebo, outside in the gazebo, and outdoors in the gazebo all simultaneously? I think so too. I didn't even think you need the tent. I just said it. All right, so just okay. You could be outside in the gazebo, outdoors in the gazebo. Those make sense. You could be inside the gazebo and indoors of the gazebo. That makes sense too.
The hard one for me with the gazebo is there isn't a real door. So let's use a tent. You could be outside in the tent, inside in the tent, outdoors in the tent, and indoors in the tent. All of those work. Okay, you can be outside in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent. You could be inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. Okay, if you're outside in the tent, it means you're in the outdoors or like, in natural, like in the natural setting in the tent. You can be outdoors in the tent, which is the idea that you're in a natural setting in the tent. And then the other two, which were inside in the tent and indoors in the tent. The big issue is, can you be outside out of the tent? Right. Can you be outside or outdoors out of the tent? Yes, you can. Can you be out of the can you be outside of the tent but also in the tent? Yes, you can. If your body, like your head were out the door, your yeah, exactly. That would be you're outside of the tent, inside the tent. And that's how I would describe that. Oh, that person stuck their head outside of the tent while their body was in the tent. And if I weren't being so specific, I would say they stuck. That person was outside the tent while in the tent. Not a lot, but yeah. And it outside the sleeping bag. You're outside the sleeping bag. What is that? What in comparison to what? No, not if you're in the sleeping bag, then you're inside the sleeping bag. Yeah, okay, so you would be outside in the sleeping bag. Just like you could be inside in the sleeping bag. And just like a sleeping bag is sleeping bag over one. Yeah, and just like your clock, whatever time that would be, is a fraction. And if anything, you could describe the clock as a fraction of just being whatever between the hand between 5 and 6 over one. But that proved that riddle is incorrect. Say it's not a decimal and not a fraction. So the riddle is just this is between 5 and 6. If you say that, then if somebody if someone said that, well, there could be a lot of answers to it. Nobody says there has to be one. You could say a word. You could say a three. I agree. That's impossible. Well, um, let's see. I'm sure there's some kind of mathematical way to say that you would be dividing by zero, which you can't do. No, you can divide anything. Zero divided by anything is zero, but you can't divide by zero. Like in a calculator, it says error. Why can't you divide by zero? Division by zero is undefined because it violates fundamental rules of arithmetic and leads to logical contradictions. Core reason: division is defined as the inverse of multiplication. For money, it's like a bunch of math stuff. Any number multiplied by zero is zero. That makes it impossible. Oh, it's too much math. Okay. Specific cases: non-zero divided by zero. For instance, one divided by zero. No number equals. Okay, so why not infinity? Why? Well, uh, since the result depends on the direction of a consequence. Allowing division by zero breaks the consistency of mathematical operations, such as the distributive property, and leads to absurd conclusions. To maintain a coherent mathematical system, division by zero is simply undefined. I always felt like it should be infinity, but it's not. Why isn't it though? Why? Stop, stop. Uh, means? Do you not know what stop means? Why isn't dividing by zero infinity? The logic for 2 divided by 0 equals infinity goes something like this. 2 over 1 equals 2, 2 over zero point zero 0.01 is 20, 2 over zero point zero 0.01 is 200, and so on. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big number, so dividing by 0 should be infinity. But what if you start from the other side? 2 divided by negative 1 equals negative 2. 2 divided by negative zero point 0.1 equals 20. 2 divided by negative zero point zero 0.01 equals negative 200, etc. Dividing by a really small number makes a really big negative number. So dividing by zero should make negative infinity. 2 divided by zero equals infinity, and 2 divided by zero equals negative infinity can't both be true. So we say 2 divided by zero is undefined instead. There's no definite answer to the equation. Okay, I get that. So because negative infinity could exist, we have to say it's undefined. They can both be true if negative infinity equals infinity, which is possible. Yeah, but when people ask questions like these, they're talking about regular numbers or extended reals. Number systems with a single infinity do exist, but I think it's safe that to say that the person isn't asking about them. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Dick slinging. Yeah.
Politics. Yep. Correct. I don't. I don't like talking about it because I know a lot about it. Uh, it, it wasn't easy. Um, it was challenging at times. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of writing in it, but that's why when people want to come in here and they always want to talk about politics, it's almost like someone who wants to talk to somebody about a war, but they don't know that that person's been to war. It's like I'm like the silent veteran on the matter. It's like I don't want to talk about this. I've been talking. Yeah, exactly. I've been talking about politics. Like the first half of my life was talking about politics. I don't. I don't like to talk about it, and really because my people's views change. Nobody's perfect, but yeah. I love politics. I love history. I love leadership. I love how to manipulate mass amounts of people with opinion and marketing, and um, it was certainly of interest to me. 100%. That's the end game, baby. I don't talk about this thing, and I go viral, and then I'm the world's expert in it. I'm not the world's expert in politics, but I know a lot more about politics than any of the people who come into my space and are like, "Hey, I want to talk about Nick Fuentes and fucking Ben Shapiro." Like, okay, yeah, I've been hearing these things. That's fine. Um, but yeah, it's kind of it's my forte, but I don't like to talk about it. Again, it's like it's like the veteran who doesn't want to talk about the war. That's got to be a record. Are you proud of yourself? That's what I like, dude. I was just saying the same thing about you to people in an X space. They were um, like, what do you like? What's your normal day like? And I'm like, well, it really depends. Like last night, I was. This was a couple nights ago. I was like, uh, I was talking to a friend from Canada and Australia, and whenever I talk with these guys, like I'll be up till like 5 in the morning, and that screws up my whole week or perhaps a month of sleeping because my hours get all reversed. But we have a good time together, and we play games together and make jokes and things like that. And they're like, then this one person's like, okay, well, um, what time does this happen? I'm like, it can randomly happen. I have another friend who comes in every evening about 7 p.m. to play bowling, and they're like, okay, well, what time do you get up? I'm like, it depends. If my friends are there till like 5 in the morning, sometimes I just stay up the whole day, or I try to, or I'll go to sleep and then awake at like 4 in the afternoon. It just they were like trying to get me to some kind of schedule, and it's like it just doesn't work that way. Well, guess what? 5 a.m. is 5 divided by 24, and that is outside the realm of normal thinking, but inside the of mathematics. And you can know with good faith that your friend maybe has a 25%, which is 1/4 chance of being the funniest person or already is the funniest person in all of he's got, he's got a 0 divided by 1 chance at being the funny in all of I do mean that. Oh, I absolutely do. Absolutely. You're a good person and you take my shit exceptionally well and you don't get offended by it. And if it, at any point you ever did, I would stop immediately. Like, um, I just know who can take it and who can't. And you understand it's part of my cockiness and being like extremely confident in things. Exactly. Exactly. But like Miss Aquarius, I don't do that to her at all. It's amazing to see when I play with her. It's very much you win, I win. You. No, no, no. It's opposite. It's polar opposite. I know because she wouldn't play me if I shit talked her. That's not her way. And so I never do that. I absolutely never do that. I don't even really don't even pick. I mean, I'm always kind of keeping an eye on the score, but she doesn't, and we just do it to have fun, and that's fine. But then when I get you, I know you can take it, and I love giving it out because it's so over the top, and I can. And there's a lot of content for me to do that with, like, oh, I'm the best fucking Scrabble player on the fucking face of the earth, or this is the greatest shot in the history of mankind. It's just like so over the top. Like, who talks like that? You're playing about a mini game, but to me, it's very, very funny. And if I've watched my streams in the past, and I watched the shit talking, and it is so funny. It's like it like enhances it because we're playing this little mini game and I'm just like, oh, that was the worst fucking shot I've ever seen. It's very much like when you watch William Montgomery and he's like, what, who said that? Who said that? No, bitch, who said that? No, bitch, you want to come up here? Fuck you. That's the, like when he does that and he's just like so over the top. It's very much like that. It's very funny to me. And but well, I'll say this: if at any time it ever offends you, or I ever do offend you, you blow a whistle, you throw a flag. I will correct myself, and I'm very good at generally make again. And if I didn't think you could take it, I wouldn't do it. Like with Zoot, do I do it to Zoot? Not, not like you. Not like, yeah, but right. Well, like with Jacob, like I don't know Jacob as well. That's why I'm giving you tons of shit and I don't really give him shit because I want to warm. I want him to warm up more than just be like, oh, that was the absolute most dog shit shot I've ever seen. This is absolute bullshit that you would even try to contend with the world's greatest mini golf player. Like, who the fuck are you? Shut the fuck up. Like that's what anybody can say. But when you get to know me, you recognize that this is someone who can be humble and can be kind, but also can be extremely cocky and extremely confident. And if you let them go, it's actually a really fun, it's a really fun show that they'll put on to just tell you how good they are at some minute little activity. So I'm glad you get it. And I do it even when you're not here on the stream. I do it all the time. Oh, I wanted to tell you this. This is something that I thought you might think is interesting, though I don't know. So this was a stand-up joke that I thought of that I've never heard anybody say, but I'm sure somebody said it. But it just was like a little quip. It's not that funny, but it was this. So there's a summer and a winter Olympics, but why aren't there a spring and fall Olympics? And then you go into what sports would be spring and fall sports. I thought that that was kind of funny. You even laughed at it. It's like a funny thing. So so yeah, I could. So there's a summer Olympics, of course, and there's a winter Olympics, of course. But I thought to myself, why isn't there a spring Olympics or a fall Olympics? Naturally, some of the fall sports that we might see are American football and maybe perhaps rugby, but what would we have in the spring? There might be gardening, there might be rainfall precipitation measuring. You could potentially have who can pollinate the most amount of flowers. In the fall, you could have who could harvest the most. You could have like farmers involved, who could grow the biggest crop, who could harvest the most amount of pumpkins. You could have pumpkin carving as a fall holiday. You could certainly have who could scare the most amount of people or who could make the largest Thanksgiving dinner. You certainly in the spring could have who could potentially be able to have the best opportunity to find the most amount of sunshine in the day. That's a tough one. There's not as much to do in the spring, it seems like, in terms of fall. So that got me to thinking we need more spring sports, more things that you do in the spring. It's like all of a sudden there's the sun and it's warmer and everybody's happier, but we don't have any sports to play. So, with that being said, I feel like we should invent some new spring sports to correlate with fall sports. There you go. So what I do, I have this thing. I think it's really funny. So, I literally from the moment I wake up, I've been doing this like more regular. Like this is how my life is. But okay, so when I awake, I say a quick prayer. It's called the Moda Ani. It's something that Orthodox Jews say right upon awakening, and then I go to wash. And when I wash, I always make a joke about, and I've told you this before, but basically, like I imagine like there are like an announcer and a play-by-play guy, and they're talking about me like an athlete, and I'll say like, "Look at this footwork. Look at the agility out of this athlete. This is unprecedented agility. This is an incredible phenom that we're seeing here." And then I'll go and watch and do whatever. And then when I'm resetting my streams, because it's so mundane, I'll be like, look at this. Like sometimes I'll have to go like where I am here, and I have to like stretch over here to like mess with that computer. And I'll be like, look at this athleticism. This is unprecedented athleticism. We've never seen a stretch like this before in the history of humankind. We have never seen a stretch like this before. There's so much sexiness that is oozing out of this person. It is unprecedented that we have the opportunity to witness this. This would be like if Wilt Chamberlain had sex with Babe Zacharias, Babe Babe Zacharias on the 50-yard line of Dallas Stadium on the 4th of July, 1975. This is like if we had an orgy at the Olympic, what do you call that thing? The Olympic, what do you call that thing? The Olympic, where all the Olympic athletes go. It's called Olympic, let me find the name of it. Olympic, yo, dog, what's that thing where they have all the Olympic athletes? Olympic something. It's like where they all like eat and like meet each other. The reason why I say this, it's called not Canine Olympics. Oh, because I said dog. Yo, what do you call that part of the Olympics where all the athletes meet and they eat? It has a name, and sometimes they hook up with each other there. It's called uh Olympic Village. That's what I'm trying to say. And there's a lot of sex in Olympic Village. It's like a well known thing with Olympics people. And I don't know. I just do this thing, and it's my joke to myself. But then it moves into when I talk with people. I'll be like, I'll just be extremely cocky and confident and such. Anyway, I think it's hilarious. And Riser, I'm glad you get my humor, and I'm glad that you're my friend. And 12 hours can go by really quickly, and come back whenever you want. You know that, okay? Peace, big dog. Uh, thanks. I'll take it. Dude, I played I I played a game like this. It was a crypto community like a week ago Sunday, where they just would show you a picture, but it was a hand drawn picture. It wasn't like a live picture like this, and you had to guess what it was. And whoever could do it fastest gained tokens in the crypto. You fucking love pictures, don't you? Yeah. Okay, well, I have not seen that message as of yet, so I'm glad I saw it now. And I see you sent me. What's the Coca Cola thing? Oh, the guy who it took him a year, and then the thing about the scammers. So I will do my best to check it out when I have time. But like you, I need. So again, thank you for your time. I hope Yellow is not feeling neglected. Go take your nap that you were going to take 12 hours ago, and sweet dreams, big dog. God willing. Shout out to Riser. What a good sport. Do you feel that he's a good friend? Yeah, he's a really good friend, and I like him. He's changed. I've never known anybody from Canada that well. I've known people from Canada, but never um, somebody. I don't know. I've talked. I guess I've known some people from Canada. I've talked to a lot, but not this much. Not like 12 hours worth. Anyway, is that the end of your story, dude? I have this fucking ramen that has been sitting for like a day. I think I might get fucking sick by eating it. But
Can you hypnotically persuade?
The simple authorities of the Sugar Child Abduction Emergency for Los Angeles CA, or CA, 78 CA, beginning at 4:15 a.m. and ending at 5:15 a.m. An Amber Alert being issued by the California Highway Patrol on behalf of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. On January 20, 2026, at 1:30 p.m., some 7 work buildings were abducted from the city of Santa Clarita, California. Sunday, Ordonez is a 9-year-old Hispanic female, 4 feet 2 away, 70 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. Sunday, Ordonez is an unknown clothing description. Ordonez is a 12-year-old Hispanic male, 5 feet 7 inches 2 away, 190 pounds with brown hair and brown eyes. Ordonez is an unknown clothing description. The suspect, Mr. Ordonez, is a 45-year-old Hispanic female standing 5 feet 2 away, 135 pounds with black hair and brown eyes. Mr. Ordonez is an unknown clothing description. The suspect is believed to be driving a 2019 black KIA Sorento with California license plate LRF 237 GMI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. It's time for your morning wake-up call. Here's Amy.
Good morning. I'm Amy King. It's 5 o'clock straight up. This is your wake-up call for Thursday, January 29th. Getting that Amber Alert for Sophia and Romeo or Donna. Checking on the spelling on that name. Believed to have been taken from Santa Clarita. The person who took them believed to be driving a 2019 Kia Sorento with a license plate that ends in 237. Reach more information about that. Don't you love when you get a weekend with an EAS? It's such a soothing way to start the day. That's okay. It's just like an alarm clock, right? Just happened to hit right at 5 o'clock. Thanks for getting your day started with us today. Got a lot going on. And today, actually yesterday, it's my lucky day. Very excited. Producer Michelle, who's a gambling addict and has a lot of fun doing it. She gives us lottery scratch-offs. So she gave me a lottery scratcher for my birthday. And I was like, I gotta win one of these things. I never win on the scratch-offs. And I finally got a match. I won. Guess what I won? $2. No, another lottery scratch-off ticket. But that's okay. It means I live to play another day. Thank you, Producer Michelle. Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. A fire that has gutted a metal recycling yard in South El Monte sends up a plume of black smoke that can be seen for miles. The fire broke out yesterday afternoon. Urban search and rescue and hazardous materials teams were called in after propane tanks exploded in the yard. The federal agents involved in the fatal shootings of Alex Preddy and Renee Good in Minneapolis have been placed on administrative leave. Officials said this is part of standard protocol. President Trump had said he expects an honorable and honest investigation into the shooting of Preddy. Also, we're going to tell you in just a minute that video of Preddy that happened almost 2 weeks before he was shot and killed by that agent has surfaced of another run-in that he had with ICE agents. Sub-freezing conditions and widespread power outages continue to plague parts of the U.S. Vehicles have been stranded for hours on highways in areas that are not equipped to deal with the extreme cold. Officials are warning that people stuck in their homes are running out of food, medicine, and other essentials in areas not normally affected by the bitter cold. The White House invited Democrats to the White House. They didn't show up. ABC's Stephen Portnoy is going to join us in a little bit to talk about the demands the Democrats are making in order to avoid yet another government shutdown. Maybe could come this weekend. President Trump says a massive U.S. armada is headed toward Iran. ABC's Jordana Miller in Jerusalem will be joining us at 5:20 to tell us what that may mean and whether a U.S. attack on Iran is imminent. And to lighten things up a little bit, in the midst of all of this serious news, we're talking about something that every single one of us uses every single day, and whether it's worth saving on or splurging on. We want you to weigh in on the talk back on toilet paper. And it's not even the over-under debate. That's for another day. That's coming up. We'll tell you more. Kono says splurge. And I'll love to look at your face, Kono. Let's get started with some of the stories coming out on the KFI 24-hour news. Two brothers have been killed in an explosion and fire that ripped through an apartment building.
Yo, what up, XB?
Wendy Gutierrez told KTLA she felt the explosion Tuesday night. She says the boy who survived ran out of the apartment with the explosion screaming. His 13-year-old brother, Carlos Hernandez, was killed in the explosion. His 24-year-old brother, Christopher Benitez, died later in the hospital. The older brother had severe burns. Arson investigators say homemade explosives and fireworks may have caused the explosion. As the number of measles cases surges in the U.S., Orange County health officials have reported there's a confirmed case in OC. Officials say it's a young adult who had been traveling internationally. The person may have at the EOS gym at Ladera Ranch last Friday, and the AFC urgent care Friday afternoon and again Monday evening. So far this year, there have been 416 cases of measles in the U.S. There were 2,255 all of last year. That was the highest number of cases in 1 year in decades. The U.S. Senate committee has heard from local experts about the Palisades fire. In Washington, D.C., was specific on the
disasters are prevented. When leaders delay, defer, or minimize risk, disasters are manufactured. The hearing was called by the Senate's Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee. Republican Senators Ron Johnson and Rick Scott say they want accountability. Previously held a hearing in Los Angeles.
Governor California is reminding people to sign up or renew their health insurance by January 31st. The state has added another $90 million to help lower-income households pay premiums now that subsidies have expired. Nearly 2 million people were enrolled in Covered California last year, but new signups have slowed this year. Residents can compare plans or get free enrollment help at coveredca.com.
Shema Yisrael Adonai Eloheinu Adonai Echad. Berkshire Kavod Nachal on bed.
Outside of 15th past, that's looking pretty good at this hour. Just a few bright lights right around 5:30. 14 starting to fill in pockets here and there between as you get ready for hair loss and highway southbound from Arnold, you'll see a few bright lights. But for the most part, the freeways are moving, so enjoy your drive this week with Southern California's most accurate traffic reports. I'm Bill Coltrane.
Thank you, Will. All right, let's talk about toilet paper.
Good morning. Let us begin.
Seriously, there's so much serious stuff. I was like, I just need a little break. And this came up, I don't know, a while ago. I've always kind of been of the opinion that you get decent toilet paper, right? But you don't have to break away. If Sherman, which I had in the toilet paper aisle all the time, used my front substitute. I mean, one thing was for $6, like $6, so you get the whole pack. It's like $16, $17. So I have steered clear. But recently, I started seeing them more in my friends. Have things called Charmin. The one that has the wavy lines. Have
The show's not going to be able to come to the power.
Because of it, their houses, and then my friend Mikey and I actually talked about it. She's like, oh, I love your shirt. There we are, we had this conversation. Well, at least the soccer players would be like, but so the new shirt, it's no baby line. So instead of wearing it off, it's always been. It's like a weight. Apparently, it's been years to tear. So, but it's like there's the sales.
It's still referencing the 4 different opinions that we had on a lot of people on the days. One is these very nice much goals. I love my very nice goals. That the end of the day, everyone is agreeing on the result. The result is that I should say those more is that I unless of course.
So is it? What is your toilet paper?
Is 40 miles right? You have to see a
Like you can save and just get market. How much time is it on the talk
how
back?
to go ahead and arrive at that. No matter how you kind of have to cover. The machine chooses to put it out from Schwartz having covered. So what so they laughed about the missionary stuff. They laughed about this. So says my profile. So what's I was then what Japanese is left.
Go for the talk back. What are your thoughts on
Raising Khashoggi. So because of its different Schwartz cycles, how is used by us? Number one, by Schwartz over again. This is one of these scenarios where we're at a little bit of a deficit only because we have not actually learned the Soviet Schwartz just yet. But we'll have enough information to operate properly. So we might say like this. You know, also about this one finish ball. Schwartz have covered which ball, which one is someone's injured by someone else, like someone takes the shoe on themselves. And furthermore, this is Khashoggi. So Schwartz have covered both of these pictures are different from one another. Like free that. Whether it means that there was a distinction, there was a mystery, which one of the assholes was to another. So everyone should know that which one means again that it's observed by someone else and strictly liability. The way that the should know that the government in Chicago won't be Chicago. Chicago is not even sure the opinion when it is. Chicago itself ultimately observed by others.
Yeah, like 2 minutes later, they're like, you just fucking told me that story. They don't remember. They don't remember anything.
And now, George St. Pierre is a good example of someone I feel like he made it out of fighting before.
Yes.
Like he looks very healthy.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine.
Video shows the fans looks like ready, shouting and blocking the
Looks very healthy.
He's fine.
He's fine.
He's fine. But he's a very intelligent guy. He also does a lot of things to keep his mind very active. He plays chess, and he's very proactive about
He
it.
seems like even like I've just seen him on social media where he's like, hey guys, this is how I do. Like he's just like a very seems like a very positive, fun, does not
He's the
seem
best case scenario for both. Another guy in the argument for the all-time great.
Yeah.
For an all-time great MMA champion who has a successful and happy life outside of it. He was great. The comic book is actually playing my friend James and they're playing chess in a green room at the comic book chef. It was so cool for filming it.
The last time I came, I think he'd been in there the night before. I was like, I would have been down there in the trip to meet him.
He's such a sweetheart of a guy. He would never imagine. He's such a sweet guy. But it's just like for him, it was just this incredible challenge, and he was really good at it. And he just figured out a way to express himself that way. And as a legend.
Like, I don't imagine that he was big on like the trash talk before fighting or anything, right? He was probably just like, look, we're just gonna.
No, there was no trash talk. Unless someone was disrespectful to him, and even then, it wasn't trash talk.
He always seemed like he was cool.
No, he was one of the best representatives of the sport of all time. Yes, he never got into trouble outside the octagon. Never, was never never drunk driving or beating people up. And, you know, just a great guy. And if I would have to tell people who he is, like he was, he's like, who's your friend? I was like, what do you think he does? What do you think my friend does? And like, I don't know, he seems cool. It's like, he's one of the, he's about 5'9", 5'10" maybe, and now he probably weighs 180 pounds, 185 pounds maybe. Fought at 170. You know, he's not like a scary looking person. I'm like, that's one of the greatest fighters that's ever walked the face of the earth. Like, no way. I'm like, yeah. I mean, he's like, hey, how you doing, man? What's going on?
He's like jovial.
Yeah.
He's sweet. He's not trying to intimidate. Like, you know, Khabib looks like he's
really smart. He's always like watching documentaries and reading books. Yeah. He's fascinated by ancient history and dinosaurs, really the aliens.
Dinosaurs. No, it's just crazy, man. You've got to. Did you ever have Jane Goodall?
No, I did not, unfortunately. I wanted to, and I wanted to. She's gone, right? She just died. I wanted to talk to her about Bigfoot because she was convinced that Bigfoot was real. What? Yeah.
She was convinced.
Yeah. She did this interview. She said she's certain of it. Yeah. We'll find it. Jamie, find it.
Not that I don't believe you, but I just don't find Jane Goodall.
I know. I was stunned. So I was like, what? And this is by the time I had been convinced that Bigfoot was fake. But this is the camp. There was an animal that coexisted with human beings for sure. That was called Gigantopithecus. Yes, you know the whole story. Yeah. So Gigantopithecus, they found bones in an apothecary shop in China in the 1920s or 30s, and an anthropologist found these molars and said, "Where did you get this? These are primate molars, and they're fucking enormous. Like whatever this thing was absolutely huge." So they went to the site where they got it. They found mandible bones that indicated it was bipedal. So it was an upright walking primate that was 8 to 10 feet tall. Like, what the fuck is this? And so I'm sure you've seen the images of what a Gigantopithecus looked like in comparison to a human being. It's in the orangutan family. And so that thing existed and also existed in Asia, right? So you look at the Bering Strait and you look at the Bering Land Bridge that we know existed during the Ice Age. And so we know that humans migrated from Siberia into North America. We know that for a fact. You know one of the reasons we know that for a fact? Because Mormons were convinced that Native Americans were part of the lost tribe of Israel. Yeah. So some rich Mormon guy did a DNA test on Native Americans and found out that they emanated from Siberia. And so it was incorrect. So we know humans came down from there. Why wouldn't other animals? Sure. We know they did. We know short-faced bear, a bunch of different animals. They find their bones in Alaska, and they know that they probably made their way down to North America. It just makes logical sense that if you have a variety of different megafauna,
Miss Aquarius.
probably one of those primates
Good morning. How are you?
in the Pacific Northwest have incredibly dense forest, right? So Jane Goodall won't rule out the existence of, but no, find the video where she says, I'm convinced.
Well, I've been up all night with Riser. We spent 12 hours together. Yeah, it was fun. We'll sleep over, Miss Aquarius. Yes, ma'am. Did you have your coffee or your tea? Do you drink coffee? Okay. Yeah.
I would like Bigfoot. I've met people who swear they've seen Bigfoot, and I think the interesting thing is every single continent there is an equivalent of Bigfoot.
Good on you.
Australia, there's the Chinese wildman.
Yeah, perhaps. I just prayed, and I'm in the middle of a Twitter space waiting for them to let me speak, and I'm watching a podcast. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
They're saying that to her. She said that in reaction to a previous interview that she did. The previous interview that she did, she said, "I'm convinced that it exists." Well, you gotta realize this is a lady that lived with primates in an inaccessible area where there's very few human beings, and she had these interactions with them. I don't agree with her, but I think that it existed at one point in time. One of the other reasons why I think it exists is that different Native American tribes put this into perplexity. How many different Native American terms were there for a wild man or Bigfoot? And I believe there's more than 8. That's wild. Now, they don't have a lot of mythological creatures in Native American culture, right? And so in different tribes, right? But they have a name for this hairy, wild, giant man that lives in the woods. Yeah. They also have, the other thing that's really fascinating is giants. There is a lot of ancient cultures have stories about and Native American tribes have ancient stories of giant red-haired men, which, it's in the Bible, it's in a bunch of, 40 to 50 separate terms across different languages and regions. Giant man. No single agreed upon count, but dozens of distinct Native American names.
Excellent. I appreciate it, Miss Aquarius. I hope you have a wonderful day. Good night.
I would love to.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm saying there, she's like, I'm open to the idea.
She's saying that, and the reason why he's asking that is because he had
Exactly. Seen that.
he had seen the previous interview. You're on another interview with her talking about Bigfoot.
She was awesome. You know, she was awesome. She's the reason I have a career.
Really?
Her being awesome. I 2 stories I tell people. First of all, because everyone goes, "What's Joe Rogan like?" No, it's true. Because everyone wants to know that you're controversial. So I was the nicest fucking guy in the world. I go, the first time you sent me a message and you said something about like, "Hey, don't worry about a thing. Like, I'm even gonna bring my dog." Like, it was very nice. A little pat on the back. Jane Goodall. I went to a talk when I was like 22 something, and I was just writing chapters of my first book, Mother of God, which didn't even have a name yet. And I had chapters in a manila envelope, and I went to a talk that Goodall was giving. And I've been read stories and seen the black and white pictures. So this is like, like Einstein, Abe Lincoln, Jane Goodall, a living historical figure. And so now she's talking in front of me, and I had brought these chapters, and I wanted to ask her, because I already sent the chapters to publishers, and they all been like, "Kid, none of this is true. No way did you jump on a giant anaconda. No way did you raise an anteater." They just didn't believe me. And then when it was my turn, after hundreds of people, I get to her, and she goes, "Hello." She takes a little picture with you, and I said, "Would you read these chapters?" I said, I would love it, because I loved your stories as a kid." She goes, "Thank you," and she puts it to the side. 48 hours later, her staff gets in touch, and they go, "Jane actually read what you gave her, loved it, and said, finish the book, get a publisher, and I will write you an endorsement." Whoa. She waved her magical wand in my direction and gave me a career.
That's so cool.
And what's really great is that earlier this year I emailed her, and it was because this book was coming out, and I said it would be amazing to have. I said at this point, no one's the conservation, the voice of Mother Earth. And she just said, just keep protecting the Amazon. That's your mission. She was always it was like, Luke, believe in yourself. It was like, she was just like, your job is to protect this forest. And it was incredible.
That's amazing.
And so, right. About 6 months ago, I got to tell her, I was like, look, because the last time I'd spoken to her, we were protecting, I think it was like 100,000 acres, and then in the last year we added 30,000 acres to the reserve. And so I said, we're making strides forward. It was good that I got to tell her that. And then, recently found out that she died, but What a legacy.
What a legacy.
What a legacy.
Yeah, I mean, we know so much about primate behavior because of that woman.
We should know so much about, I mean, and the toolmaker before her. We said there's humans that used tools. And now we know that, capuchin monkeys use rocks. We know that otters use rocks. I mean, I've seen elephants use a stick to scratch. I've seen camera trap under an elephant using a tree to knock over an electrical fence. Like, animals use tools.
Oh, yeah.
She was the first one. I mean, she went out when she was, 20-something years old, in the middle of Africa, Guangzhou.
Crazy.
And then spent the whole rest of her life. But the lesson that I take away from that is that even as famous as she was, that she was traveling 300 days a year. I mean, she'd been, an icon for decades, and that she still took the time to actually read something that some kid handed to her. That's unfathomable grace to do that. And then, literally, if that didn't happen, I never would have published Mother of God. I never would have started Jungle Keepers. I never would have been protecting the rainforest. She empowered that. She did that with her magic. And I think that's incredible.
That's so cool.
Absolutely incredible.
Did you find any other? No. I guarantee it exists. But it's okay. You don't trust me. I don't think she's correct. But I do think, not Bigfoot, but I do think that it's entirely possible that there is a small, hairy primate, human-like primate that exists still. That's like the Hobbit people from the island of Flores.
Yeah.
There's a thing called the Orang Pendek. You heard of that? No. The Orang Pendek, I think Indonesia, perhaps Vietnam, there's a bunch of places that have this creature that gets sighted on multiple occasions, and they used to think of it as like just silly legend. But now, because of the discovery, which was it in the 90s that they discovered the Hobbit people on the island of Flores? You know about that, right?
I've heard of them,
Yeah, Homo.
Those are real.
Floresiensis.
Those are real.
Yes, they're both very real, very real. It was a very small, like hobbit-like creature that was a type of primate that was bipedal, that was like a little tiny hairy human being that lived at least on the island of Flores, but most likely lived in many other places as well. And there's a possibility that it still exists. And it's not me saying this, it's like some actual anthropologists that believe that this thing might still be alive, because you're dealing with incredibly small populations.
But are those islands so small that like unlike the Amazon is gigantic? Like how could there be a population?
Incredibly dense forest, and no one is going out of
the
there.
bushes.
Right, it's like the Tasmanian tiger.
I was just gonna say the Thylacine, where it's like
Exactly. Small population. Like there's a lot of sightings of the Thylacine.
Yeah, but somehow all these sightings, it's never clear.
No. That was well, it's also there's no one there.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. I mean, let's pretend that you saw Wolverine in the Montana woods, like Montana woods, and it's 100 yards away. You see it briefly for a second. You get your phone. You might have seen it. You might have seen it traveling through the trees. But like, how are you going to get it off your phone? You're going to have to, unless you have a Samsung, where you have a really good zoom. You're not going to be able to zoom in enough. Like you have to have like these instant phones that are. You're not going to get good footage, but we know that Wolverine's real. But finding a Wolverine in the woods, I've talked to hundreds of men who spent a giant portion of their lives in the woods, and only a few see Wolverines. I would love to see one. But what about mountain lions? They're everywhere. I've only seen 3 of them in my entire life.
That's why
I've probably been around 100 of them and not known it.
That's the reaction we got with the tribes, was that if you look at uncontacted tribes, my whole life, photos of uncontacted tribes, it was like blurry, crappy, because who was out there? Like a logger, right? Or it was somebody running, right? And even when I saw them the first time, when I was out on a solo, I was 10 days deep in the jungle, I saw them and I ran for my life, and everyone went, "You didn't see I mean, I don't mind that. If I have pigs or it didn't happen, right. And so with this, when we started actually showing people what we had, it was like, this has never been. It's like a vision into the Stone Age.
Right. I mean, like really not even the Stone Age. Like they're not even the stone tools. They're using sharpened sticks.
Yeah, I showed it to an anthropologist, and he was saying, Stone Age isn't necessarily accurate. He said because they're not using stone, they don't have clay pots. He goes, but I mean, think about it. It's actually like a time machine because you're and we're standing across the river, talking to these people. It's like you guys are a couple thousand years back, and so it's like this is such a strange aperture into history.
Maybe like 30, 40.
Maybe I feel like somehow to me the number seems like 2. But it's like, we were like little tribes.
Yeah, but 2,000 years ago, the Egyptian pyramids were already 2,500 years old.
That's true. But I mean, again, the civilization isn't homogenous, right? Like different.
Of course. So obviously, there's uncontacted tribes still right now.
Yes.
That's what's crazy.
Yeah.
It's like a man with a cell phone from the future filmed people.
That's what I'm saying. It felt like that. It felt like this was like a Back to the Future moment where it's like, they have no idea. And my people, thinking of everyone else back home, I was like, don't realize that these people are still out there in the jungle living like this.
Right, and probably in the dense forest, there's probably many more of them.
There are many more of them. In fact, while we were watching them out front, there was this terrifying moment where we heard something behind us, and which we never saw them, but the women came Lightfoot behind, and they pulled up all the yucca and the bananas, and they were raiding. So for a second, we were like, "There's an ambush," and everyone was like turning the shotguns away from the river, and they were like, "We thought there was going to be arrows flying." So like my guy Ignacio grabbed me and like put me down, and we were hiding behind trees waiting for it. And it was no, they're just stealing all of the fruit and all of the crops, and they just raided our whole village. Wow. But I really did feel like, you go, imagine what it would be like to go back and see the Comanches, watch them riding across the plains after the buffalo. It's like, we can't. But in this case, they were right there. Right now that these videos are going out across the world, it's like, look, we're trying to explain to people. First of all, there's a lot of those, you know exactly what kind of bird people are like, leave them alone. And it's like, literally, we're the people trying to make sure that they get left alone. Like, that's our job.
You gotta ignore those folks.
Yeah.
You especially you're not the type of person that's interfering with their life at all.
No.
By giving them the bananas, you're literally helping them.
Well, and again, I was a witness. That was happening between the tribes and the tribes. Right. And so, but for all the indigenous cultures that have been destroyed in the last few centuries, we can do it right for once. We can actually respect these people. If they want to come out, they can come out. If they want to adapt, they can. But they need to have forests to live in order to make that decision.
Right.
And so that's where it's like, how is
Make an informed decision. How can they adapt? I mean,
I think it would be very slow.
It's so crazy.
I think it'd be slow. I think it'd be a few more banana exchanges, maybe without the arrow shot afterwards. And then maybe it starts to be like, okay, you guys can come here. Maybe the communities teach them how to grow bananas.
Right.
Maybe they don't want to come, but they want a few things.
Right.
Maybe they want a couple of machetes because it'll just help. And they want to keep it to themselves, maybe.
But I mean, other than them, the thought of the most uncontacted people is North Sentinel Island. Yeah. And North Sentinel Island, the interesting part of that is one of the reasons why they're so distrustful of people is because they had been contacted in the 1800s. Yeah, by a fucking pervert. There was a guy named Commander Maurice Vidal Portman, who was an explorer / pervert. And the reason why I say that is like, this guy had like weird journal logs where he's like, this one has testicles the size of a sparrow's egg. Like he dressed them up like Roman soldiers and take pictures of them. They kidnapped a few of them and they gave a bunch of people the flu and a bunch of people died. And so they had this immense distrust for people because of this guy and his explorations onto that island. That island and other islands like it. So they don't have a written language, right? So these people, there's no evidence they have fire. So there's this story of these, because they have this incredibly wet environment. So they have these stories that they probably have these oral traditions of these white people that come and fuck up everything. So when someone shows up on a boat, like there's been a few instances when people were killed, obviously just missionary a few years back, but not just him. There's a boat that sank there. So it washed ashore and sank, and they were headed to go kill those people when they were rescued. And now we've spotted them. People have spotted them with metal, and they believe the metal they got was salvaged from the boat. They got pieces of metal. Yeah, so this is the boat that had shipwrecked. In 1981, a cargo ship named the Primrose ran aground on the coral reefs around the North Sentinel. The crew radioed for assistance and settled for a long wait, but in the morning they saw 50 men with bows on the beach, building makeshift boats to swim out to them and fuck them up. Yeah, I mean, they have a severe distrust, obviously, of people. So I was on the Andaman Islands, which is right next to these. That guy, respectable lawyer on Twitter, he's the one I got the information from. He documented the whole story of, if you scroll all the way up, we'll talk about that guy, Maurice Vidal. See, look at he dressed as the guy. So that fucking great. And look at him, he looks like a pervert. So he's hanging out with this guy. He was a pervert. Look at him. Look at the way he's dressed. Wonderful testimony. Yeah. So that's the dude. Yeah. He's from the English Royal Navy. Portman. Maurice Vidal Portman. Yeah. Look at these guys fucking thrown. Those guys are doing some setups. Well, they're out there hustling. I went to the Andaman Islands, which is right out there. That's where he originally landed. Yeah. And if you want to feel like you fell off the face of the earth to go to the Andaman Islands, first of all, beautiful. You can only, I think, if you still like this, you can only get there from the Indian city like Chennai or Calcutta because it's an Indian territory. They limit who can travel there. And they brought elephants there because they didn't used to have bulldozers and stuff. So the British brought elephants by boat. There's these old archival photos of them lifting off of like pirate ships, lifting elephants on the rigging and then putting them in the island. Now the Andaman Islands have elephants. Whoa! And there's still people riding around on the elephants, moving trees off the road, doing that's crazy. But when you go from one place to the other place, exactly what you said, because they don't want human safaris, because they want to protect these indigenous people, you have to go with a police escort to cross the island. Because you have to go through and the police watch you like a hog, and I take a picture of everything. I take 300 pictures a day on my.
Yeah, well, I stream my life 24/7, bitch.
The other way around was true when the government was in control. And it meant okay, at least many times, for the Jewish people, because the government had seen them people of commerce, people of business, people who they were useful. Why eradicate and shun a whole bunch of tax givers? No real reason to do that. So in that time, you were talking the great monarch, the great king of the time, the king of Germany. They were talking, by the way, of the area of France and Germany, which we're focusing on. This all didn't hit Spain and North Africa or anything like that. The Crusade was uniquely the issue of France and Germany. There was a great, strong king of France, Henry, I believe Henry V, who was of Germany, king of Germany, and his rival was basically the Pope, who was called Urban II in that time. And Urban thought of a good plan in order that he should be able to finally have victory over the king, which was to unite all Christian believing people throughout the world, even throughout the control place of the church, to unite them against one thing, which usually works when you unite people against something. That's when you work up their frenzy and people get all into it. And with that, to gain supremacy, to overthrow the government. The opportunity for this came up when a certain man called Peter the Hermit, who was residing in Eretz Yisrael, in Israel, Jerusalem at the time, came along and gave some terrible news of Christian people being tormented and being harassed by the Muslims who controlled Jerusalem and Israel then at large. This gave the Pope the opportunity to go and get everybody who would come into a holy war, we know today best termed as a jihad, into a holy war to free the holy city, to free Jerusalem from the non-believers, from the infidels, from the Muslims, and to gain freedom for those poor people, the poor Christian people who were living there. They promised a mixture of two things which guaranteed them success. Number one, money. Whoever would join in the crusade would have a good part in the booty, would get to plunder everything that they conquered. Number two, he gave them a spiritual incentive. If you join the crusade, you will have salvation. You will be saved in the next world. All your sins will be forgiven, and that'll be that. So you're done in this world, and you're great for the next world. What an opportunity. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, well, both in this world and the next. All your sins are wiped off. Well, this is what worked wonders. It worked wonders, and we'll see soon why. The name Crusade came about because they would make a ceremony with a cross, and therefore in Hebrew it's known as Masa Hatzolov, the travel of the cross. The travels of the cross. That's what's known as in English crusade, from the word from the word cross. Masa tzlav is a cross. Masa is the travel of. And so they had a whole ceremony where they would do the take with the cross, whatever it was, and that's where the name crusade came from. Now it's interesting that in the beginning, the Jews were not alarmed really by this whole thing. They thought that, and maybe even rightly so in the beginning, that this was just to be something that they were to be expected to feed and give board to the soldiers, people who would be traveling through their towns, to facilitate this war. They were going to Israel. They were traveling to Jerusalem to free it from they didn't have anything to do with that. But unfortunately, they were mistaken. Now, the reasons for which they were mistaken were as follows. By the way, they also had reason to feel safe, because there was a whole segment of society who was against these people, which were the segment of the governors. They didn't want anything like this happening. They knew exactly what the Pope's plan was behind this. It's not exactly that he so dearly cared about his poor brethren in Jerusalem that he wanted to work up the masses into a mass following. So they knew exactly what was behind this, and the Jews thought or understood maybe that they would be under good protection of the government and their armies, lest anything happen. Now, especially this was thought to be true by the German Jews, by the Jews of Ashkenaz, the Jews of Germany, because they had the King Henry, who was the greatest rival of the Pope and extremely powerful, very powerful man. And if they're not going anywhere, they're not going to come to Germany. They're going to circumvent Germany. They'll get into Israel another way. They're not going to do anything in Germany. They were mistaken. Because these people were coming from France. They could go through anywhere they want to. They went through Germany. We'll see. Yeah, they went through Germany. Now, the Jews were unfortunately quite mistaken, and the reason would be as follows. Number one, if this is going to be a holy war, then there's other holy causes which have to be accomplished over here. If we're going to kill out and conquer Jerusalem away from those non-believers who are tormenting the believing people, then on the way, why not kill the real infidels, the real culprits, who are the ones who killed the Messiah, who are the ones who have got to avenge his blood, and etc., etc. Everything that, all the fanaticism that these people, the simpletons, the masses, were fed by the monks and by the priests. It's a tremendous opportunity, and they're hapless. Nobody's going to save them. Nobody who's really going to stand up for them, as we will see, was true. Number two, which was also a very great reason of why the Crusades turned into what it was, is because the economy of France and Germany was very poor. No, but there was nothing. The crops were bad. There was a real rough time. There was plenty of poverty. There was plenty of people who weren't making it in life at all. And here's a golden opportunity. You go, there's riches there, there's fame over there, there's power. So who joined? All the thugs, all the criminals, everybody who had a black history, who suddenly were going to become a hero. This is who joined, and they had an army of 300,000 such people who joined. And the result was that since the Crusaders were such people, nobody was able to stop them, not even their own generals. Because who are you? They ran their own show, and they were quite simply bloodthirsty people who were just who would kill and plunder without any particular account to be given. And the ones who they would fall on for the above reason as well were the Jews being so vulnerable. The reason why the Jews of Germany were mistaken was because this King Henry, went to live in Italy at the time. He moved, and he left the control of the country with ministers, whoever, who were capable of running the country maybe through normal circumstances, but incapable totally of getting these hoodlums into control when it came to it. And we'll see that this is exactly what happened. The Hebrew year was Tov Nun Vov, Tatnu. We read this actually, if you want to read it, the way we know much of the happenings, some of the Crusaders, is because on Tisha B'Av, on the 9th of Av, a number of kinos, of lamentations, were written in memory to lament and to remember the horrors that went on in that time. So the year is well documented. Tatnu, and many of the days where where great killings happened were recorded. In English, it's 1096. That was the first night crusade, 1096. The first place where these masses fell upon was in a French town called Rouen, and gave the people the famous ultimatum of either baptizing or being killed. And again, anybody who would not immediately baptize was immediately slain. The Jews in France, upon hearing of what went on in Rouen, wanted to escape, but many times the Crusaders caught onto them and dealt with them the same as they did with those Jews. The Jews of Germany when upon hearing of what was going on in France, were helpless of actually helping them, but they decreed fast days. This is what traditionally, from the times of biblical times, whenever something goes wrong, we decree a fast. They decreed a fast day, they prayed, they came into the shul, but they themselves thought again that they were safe, because they had Henry, who was the king, and would not allow these who did not want any of these people coming in. In 90 days, the Crusaders had made their way from France to the borders of Germany, again going through a number of towns and killing the Jews in those horrible ways there. There was a fellow, one of the leaders of the Crusaders was a man called Godfrey of Bouillon. I think that's how you pronounce it. It's with 2 L's in English, but I think in French it's Bouillon. I think you swallow the L's. Bouillon. Yeah. Henry, upon hearing that Godfrey was at the borders of Germany and knew what was coming, sent an order to Godfrey, or request to Godfrey, not to come in. The request came with a hefty bit of money as bribery. He shouldn't have. He bribed him with 500 silver pieces not to walk in. Godfrey listened to that. He didn't go in. Bribery worked for him, not for his people, not for the fellas, not for the fellas who decided to follow him. The mob did not bother listening and entered Germany. And they went into a number of Jewish cities, which were famous actually for their Jewish communities, for their yeshivas, and the main happenings of, we could say, of the Crusaders happened pretty much there. The first city, the major city they came into, was a city called, which has a number of sort of names. It's known as some place as Speyer or Speyer, Aspira, in many of the liturgy. Aspira, I think in English it's spear. They came in to there, and it was a Shabbos, the 8th day of Iyar. By the way, many of the tragedies of the Crusaders transpired between Pesach and Shavuos, and one great tragedy of it happened on Shavuos itself. This is Shabbos, the 8th of Iyar. The Jews were in shul. It was Shabbos, and they locked them. The shuls, as we know, the shuls of Europe were magnificent buildings that the Jews built. Some of them are up until today. They locked themselves. They closed themselves behind locked doors of the shul and managed for a while to fend off the mob. They broke, however. They failed to defend themselves. After a little while, the mob broke in and started killing people one by one. They managed to kill about 10 people. A certain woman committed suicide so as not to fall into their hands. And at the last minute, this is something interesting that happened. There was a man called John, who was very faithful to Henry, to the king, and found out that the mob had actually not listened and entered and was rioting in the city, in Speyer. He came running with his army and spread and dispersed the mob. Obviously, his army being a schooled army, a proper army, and they were able to fight off the mob. They were obviously very frustrated. They didn't like that. This wasn't because he particularly had to like the Jews. It's because he didn't want these people in his place, in his country. The head of the mob was given the punishment of having his arms cut off, which was nice for him. And he actually, John, to his credit, he gave refuge to the Jews of the community. So if anything else would happen, they would be safeguarded. No, they didn't. He came with an army. Yeah, he came with an army. The next city that they trampled upon was Worms in Germany. That was a city where Rashi functioned. Rashi's shul is actually in Worms. They came with that ultimatum once again: either baptize or be killed. Some, they all went to hiding. Everybody went into hiding, but some couldn't withstand the test and actually baptized. And this was all stopped, actually, by a woman. There was one very rich woman who was called Mina. And this particular Mina was dragged out of her hiding place. They were looking for them. They dragged her out of her hiding place, and she willingly was killed. Al Kiddush Hashem, for the sanctification of Hashem, never to let them touch her, or for her to do such a thing, to betray the Almighty. that set the example for everybody. If she was able to do it, she was rich, and what was she giving up? Besides her life, even if she would be living, she would be a rich woman, and she gave that up. That was an example which pretty much everybody followed. There was one quite horrific story where there was Jews who took refuge in the palace of a certain cardinal. For whatever reason, this cardinal was, I guess, a nicer guy, and he gave the Jews refuge. One day he came into them and he said, sorry guys, the refuge is over. You gotta, either I'm giving you the same ultimatum, either you baptize or out you go. They asked him, they were in a certain chamber, they asked him if they could be secluded for a while just to convene. The cardinal came back after a while and every one of them was dead. There was also always stories of Jewish resistance and Jewish resilience. There was an account of a young man called Simcha Kohen. Evidently was a Kohen who was dragged out of his hiding and was taken to the church to be baptized. And he made as if he was going along with them, marched along with them, and in the middle of it pulled out a knife and stabbed the nephew of the bishop. He was obviously immediately torn to pieces, but that was a great display of self-sacrifice that he had. The next city which there is great record of most unfortunate slaughter is Mainz or Mainz. There was a man over there who was called Cloinimus ben Meshulam, and this Cloinimus gathered with him a group of 300 Jews who were to defend the people. They did put up a resistance for a while and were successful. However, sooner or later, it was obvious that they were going to fail. This Cloinimus, rather than falling into the hands of the Crusaders, he slaughtered his own son Yosef, and the fathers slaughtered their children. And the famous aphorism which we read on Tisha B'Av, which we read on the 9th of Av, which says, "Lo zochinu legadelchem laTorah." We did not merit to raise you for the learning of Torah. Let us at least merit to offer you, the parents say to the children, to offer you as offerings, as korbanos, as sacrifices, which to kill, they actually killed them as sacrifices, so to say. Many thousands died in Mainz and were buried in 9 great pits. Altogether, there were about 10,000 Jews who perished in the First Crusade. About 10,000, numbering many in different towns, Cologne, Mer, Geldern, different other towns and cities in Germany. But as we know, many more remained totally robbed of everything they had, their families crushed, without anything. The Crusaders actually, for a period of 87 years, just a bit of common history, the Crusaders for a period of 87 years had their own sovereignty, had their own rule in Jerusalem, and obviously they did not let any Jew or Muslim anywhere near Jerusalem. And even when they did, at one time it was only with very heavy taxes and only allowed them to live in a small area in a small corner of the town. There were 2 things we could say, which was the legacy of the Crusaders. We know there was obviously more than one crusade. There was, I believe, about 5 crusades. The later ones, however, not as gruesome as the first one. But the legacy that they all left was, number one, the Jews are vulnerable. Everybody whoever really wants to, is able to get up and to destroy them. There would not be, at the end of the day, anything real to stop anybody from destroying Jews, from killing Jews, and from robbing Jews. every medium of safety failed, collapsed right in front of them when it was tried. The other legacy, which we could even see as something obviously very hurtful, but something extremely deep and powerful, was the legacy of Mesiras Nefesh, of self-sacrifice. This was a great display of self-sacrifice of Jews who willingly committed suicide. Not only that, but maybe something even more harrowing was to kill their own spouses and children, so as not to betray the Almighty, so as not to betray Hashem and His Torah. This was something which, throughout Jewish history, was always looked at as one of the great hallmarks of self-sacrifice, of utter self-sacrifice, in the fullest sense of the word. There were in the next Crusaders, the next groups of Crusades, there were obviously some very horrible and terrible images of scenes of self-sacrifice, of killing and mutilating and so on, of torture. It was different in the next Crusades because those who conducted the crusade were more the noblemen, in quotes. The noblemen meant not that they were less fanatic or bloodthirsty as the first ones, but they were people who listened to their superiors, as we saw that the Crusaders in the beginning didn't listen. They were a mob, they were a fanatic mob, but wouldn't even listen to their leaders, to their generals. These, however, if there were to be an order, as there was by Germany and so on, to stop or to turn, they would follow orders. Also, there was a little more safekeeping as far as the governors was concerned, because, as we said, the governors were totally against the Crusaders, and so therefore when the Crusaders wanted to come and destroy Jews and Jewish communities, they were a little more safe in the next Crusaders because of the governors. But then again, there were some terrible things going on, similar to the first Crusade. Now, we've got to remember as well, besides the Crusaders, when we're talking here, we're talking here in the era, as we said, of the 12th and 13th century, primitive, low. These are the days of the castles and knights, the Dark Ages. Everybody with a little bit familiar, done a little bit of reading, and who has, as much as possible, entered a little bit into the world, into the scene of these ages, will know these were ages where the stage was ripe for things as like the Alilas Dom, which is referred to in Hebrew, the blood libel. Something which was rabid among many, many places and happened time and again throughout France, Germany, and the region, and even later on, as we know, reached the Muslim communities. We'll see much later. But this was perfect. You know, the Jews needed to have Christian blood for the matzahs on Passover, and they would kill an innocent Christian child. And this was the time to avenge the blood of the Savior as well as the blood of the child who was killed every year because of the need of the Jews to kill a Christian for matzahs. You know, the greatest absurdity is the Jews, it's more than a Torah, umpteen times never to partake in any blood. But this was the truth and the reality of the Middle Ages. One of the most horrible blood libels was one in a place called Blois, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, in France. There were 40 Jews in that place who, after a tribunal, after great interfering from and great pressure from Jewish communities and even other communities around, it wasn't listened to, and these 40 Jews were sentenced to be burned alive, which the way they were, and they were burned with the announcing the Shema, which was something which was very rampant throughout ages, when the Jew would always die, especially if it was Al Kiddush Hashem, for the sanctification of God's name, would always die with the Shema, on his lips or her lips, and the Oleinu prayer. Anybody who has read the Oleinu prayer, a very moving and also very sharp prayer, which thanks the Almighty for not making us like those other nations and to bowing to naught and so on. And obviously this was the reason for which they were being killed. If they would have accepted Christianity, this would not have been happening to them. And they died with saying the Shema and Oleinu. We can imagine what kind of life the Jews lived in those days, in those places, was a constant life of terror. There were always attacks. We are stressing over here the Crusaders were something major, something which shook the world at that time, and something which therefore shook terribly the Jewish people. However, we must get the picture of the broader scene. That's the Jew living in the town or in the city, in these places. There was a constant terror. He was utterly vulnerable, and any local priest or a bishop who would light the masses to go, stir up the masses to go and kill and plunder. Localized pogroms and localized attacks were always the share of the Jew who was living in the time. There was always a question of who is going to be in the lead, who is going to be the next ruler. Whenever there was a question of who's going to be the next nobleman or squire or bishop or cardinal or king, there was always terror, there was always fear, because what kind of a person is this going to be? Are they going to be benevolent to the Jews more or less, or totally not? So this was the kind of life that Jews were living in, and it's more of the picture we have to get of the Middle Ages and the kind of life that people were living, and hence the feeling towards the Jews. Now, having said all that, it was in this time, which, as usual, ironically, the persecution did not deter the Jews from learning, from opening yeshivas. However much difficulty they were in, the Jews kept steadfast to learning and to thriving in the Torah, and it produced some of the greatest Jews that we know today that, as we've said many times, are alive today. They are constantly on the lips of thousands and tens of thousands of Jews throughout the world who learn the Talmud. And these are, what we're talking specifically here, are the Baalei HaTosfos, those who wrote the Tosfos. Tosfos literally means additions. Now, and these are, if you look at a page of Talmud, you will see on the inner margin, the margin towards the center of the book, is Rashi's commentary. They have the Gemara, the Talmud in the middle, and on the left side, it's on the right side page, and on the right side, on the left-hand page, you have Rashi's commentary. On the outer margin, towards the outside of the book, you have, in most volumes of Talmud, the Tosfos. Tosfos, the editions, they were written by many scholars, some of whom were grandchildren of Rashi, and some of the chief ones, some of the main ones, were Rashi's grandchildren. We're going to pause over here and just explain a few terms and a few differences of learning, and so we'll a little bit appreciate what's going on here. Sephardim and Ashkenazim. We have this difference between Jews up until today. Sephardim, those who came from Spain; Ashkenazim, those who came from Germany, and as well as France. There were also different styles of learning, aside for the dialect and aside for the customs, aside for the different laws which were accepted. There was also a different style of learning, and this is quite rampant, quite widespread until today. The Ashkenazic circles were more into the meaning of the Talmud itself. When the Talmud says something, what does it mean? What is the actual understanding of these words? Rashi's commentary was and is therefore extremely vital, because a lot of times the Talmud is very cryptic and assumes a lot of knowledge, and if you don't have that knowledge, or you weren't passed down that knowledge, you've got to learn that, and that's Rashi. Tosfos takes apart many times Rashi's commentary. Well, who says? Many a Tosfos will start with Pirush HaKuntris. The Kuntris, the booklet, Rashi, has explained such and such is the meaning of the Talmud. Well, the or the Rabbeinu Tam, we'll get to them, argue with this. Some other, the Rivom argues with this. There is not necessarily an argument, a different explanation. Which explanation is better, and so on and so forth. That is the style of the Ashkenazi or the yeshivas, and those yeshivas were always delving deeper and deeper into the meaning of the Talmud. And there were plenty of commentaries which commented on the Tosfos, and so on and so forth. The Sephardim, with the Sephardic usually way of learning, this is not absolute, obviously. It's not an absolute, but one could say as a general guideline, was a little more veering to the halacha, to the law. It was a question of putting together the Talmud in a way that would come down to practical law, even hypothetical law, but law. And those were the differences between the yeshivas. So Tosfos, the Baalei HaTosfos, those who came after Rashi, were the ones who in the Ashkenazi yeshivas, they led yeshivas, they led learning, and this was the style of their learning. One of the great Baalei HaTosfos was a man called Rabbeinu Tam. His name wasn't Tam. His name was Yaakov. Now the word Tam, the meaning of the word Tam, is a borrowed term. When the Torah speaks about Yaakov, our forefather Jacob, so it says, "V'Yaakov ish ton yoshev oholim." Yaakov was an ish tom, a simple or straightforward individual. Yoshev oholim, he sat in the tents of learning. As opposed to his brother Esau, who was a cruel and a cunning individual, and so this was the contrast of Yaakov and Esau. Yaakov was called Tam, simplistic, straightforward. Being that Rabbeinu Yaakov was a great person, he got the name Tam, he got the name straightforward, simplistic in his piety and in his greatness, which was a sort of comparison, maybe even to Yaakov, to our forefather Jacob. Rabbeinu Tam was a grandson of Rashi. It's actually an interesting story which they tell. I believe we may have mentioned once. The Rabbeinu Tam was a little boy, and he was sitting on his grandfather's lap, Rashi's lap. And he was a little boy, and as little boys do, he was fidgeting around, and he noticed that Rashi was wearing tefillin. And evidently it was the custom of Rashi to wear tefillin, maybe even a talus as well, but to wear tefillin all day, as was the custom of many great, not just for davening. We don't wear tefillin all day because we cannot hold ourselves in the sanctity that tefillin demand. And therefore we wear tefillin only for prayer, for davening. However, there were the great ones who wore tefillin all day. And Rabbeinu Tam, as a little child, the little Yaakov grabbed off his grandfather's tefillin from his head. Rashi looked down and said that this little boy is destined to argue with me as to the kosherness of my tefillin. There is a argument as to exactly how to explain a certain law in the Talmud of the order of how the four parashios, the four pieces of parchment, are supposed to be situated in the tefillin. The Talmud says something, and the question is what it means, and the halacha, the law, follows Rashi, and there's a certain order in which they're put, which this is the universal way. You buy a pair of tefillin, it will be follow the one that Rashi held like. However, there Rabbeinu Tam did argue, and the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, says that if somebody is God-fearing and wants to fulfill all the possibilities, he should also put on Rabbeinu Tam's tefillin, and that's why you will see many people with two pairs of tefillin: a Rashi set of tefillin and a Rabbeinu Tam set of tefillin. The Rebbe encouraged this very strongly, that all those who, obviously, if you're already putting on one pair of tefillin, that it's a good thing and a very commendable thing to put on two pairs of tefillin, Rashi and Rabbeinu Tam. Rabbeinu Tam turned out to be, in his generation, the greatest of his region, the greatest. He was the leader of the Jews in the entire France. In general, he was a richer man. He was quite a wealthy person. And but in 1147, there was a crusade, and the mob fell on, attacked Rabbeinu Tam. They took everything that he had, and they mutilated him physically. They stabbed him in many places. They destroyed a Sefer Torah that belonged to him, and he was only saved by a certain knight who was riding by, and for the price of a very expensive horse that Rabbeinu Tam promised him, he subsided the mobs and he chased them away, saving Rabbeinu Tam's life. Rabbeinu Tam was looked at, as we said, from the entire region as the greatest authority in Torah. Questions and were sent to him from all over France, and it was definitely seen as the leader. He had quite a unfortunate end to his life, as where we mentioned before this blood libel in Blois, and Rabbeinu Tam put in a tremendous effort to save these Jews, and when all the efforts were futile and the Jews were burned alive, he passed away only a few days after, on the day in the year 1171. He was born in 1170, and he was born in 1120, I believe, and he passed away in 1171. I'm not sure actually of his year of birth. Not sure of his year of birth. Something else Rabbeinu Tam did in his lifetime was he made a fast day. The 20th of Sivan was created as a fast day because that was a day, again, of one of the great tragedies of the Crusaders happened on the 20th of Sivan, and he created that day. I think that was the day actually of the Blois of the blood libel. Then he created that day as a fast day. Till today, there are some who actually observe this. It's not a mandatory fast day, but there are salichos. There is liturgy, mostly mournful of the terrible tragedies that happened during those years, and that was instituted by Rabbeinu Tam. Another example of these sort of difficult, dark, and fanatical times that Jews were living in was the example of the burning of the Talmud. You had monks who became more fanatic by the day, and there was a sort of, they were constantly, raging to the masses to be more faithful and to be more, brutally faithful to the Christian way, and there started hints of a build-up against the Jewish Talmud, against the Talmud. There was a man then, one of the early, I believe from maybe even the late Babei Tosfos, who was called the Rivosh, Rabbeinu Yitzchak ben Shmuel, and he gathered together, as soon as he noticed this, he gathered together 60 students who memorized the entire Talmud. Each one of them took a Maseches, it took a tractate, and memorized the entire thing verbatim. This was the likelihood of what was done before the oral Torah was written, that the whole thing was oral. And in the year 1240, this build-up came to a climax when a certain apostate, somebody who had willingly betrayed Judaism and taken on Christianity, which unfortunately many of the greatest problems, the greatest tragedies to Jews started with these people. This man in 1240 brought an accusation to the Pope against the Talmud, and saying that the Talmud included things which shunned the Christian religion and were insulting against Christians, and he insisted on an argument, on a debate between himself and between four other rabbis, it was headed by a man called Rabbi Rothschild Rabbi Rothschild from Paris, who was also one of the greatest scholars of the time. But obviously, any one of these debates, which there were a number of, which we'll see later on, there were a number of these so-called debates, but they were extremely unfair. Throughout history, always they were single-sided, and it was only used to make further accusations against the Jews. In the year 1242, on an Erev Shabbos of the Parsha of Chukas, which is well documented, on a Friday, of which was the day before Shabbos of Chukas, the Parsha of Chukas, 24 cartloads of volumes of Talmud that were taken, and that were from any house and from every house of study, from every shul, they were loaded up in front of the cathedral, and amongst great ceremony were burned. Obviously, the Talmud was illegal, and anybody caught with a Talmud would be heavily punished. The Maharam of Rothenburg was the mayor of Rothenburg in Germany, who we may come across later, also a very great scholar, wrote many works, composed a kino. He composed a lamentful piece of liturgy which has the words Shali Srufa Bo'esh. The Torah was burned in fire. We actually read this on Tisha B'Av. This was the kind of so this is again one example of the kind of climate that the Jews had to go through and to live in the Dark Ages. I said we wanted to introduce some terms over here. We had the Balei HaTosfos, but now we'll introduce something because we're coming to this era now. Two very important terms: Rishonim and Acharonim. A Rishon, the word Rishon means first. The word Acharon means last. Those who wrote the Mishnah, we went through those, they are called Tanoim. Tana, the ones who learned for others. Tana, a Tana. Rabbi Shimon is a Tana. Rabbi Yehuda is a Tana, and so on. Those who taught the Gemara, the Talmud, were called Amoraim. Amora, to say in Aramaic. Those who set forth the oral law, and those who brought down the tradition, Amoroi. Ravina was an Amora. Rav Ashi was an Amora. Rova, an Amora. Abaya, an Amora. After the Amoraim, we went through the Gaonim. The Gaonim. The Gaon was the one who led the yeshiva in Babylon, the center of Torah for hundreds of years, and in each generation there was a Gaon. So we had some of the famous ones: Reb Sadia Gaon, Reb Hai Gaon, Reb Shurira Gaon, and so on. Those were the Gaonim. After the center of Torah in Babylon sort of died out, and the Jewish center went to other places, as we went through, a period started which is referred to now as the Rishonim. The Rishonim are the earlier ones, the first ones, those who took the Talmud and explained it and wrote works about on the Talmud, those who wrote works on making a halakha, rules in those times. It's just the name that we give them is Rishonim. And probably it is relative to the Acharonim, relative to the later ones. The difference between a Rishon and an Acharon probably is to be understood more of, and interestingly enough, more of holiness, more of sanctity. If you go to any yeshiva today, and if somebody will want to explain a piece of Talmud in a novel way, very often these words will be the words of a Rishon, the words of one of the Rishonim. Those who wrote the Tosfos, the Baalei HaTosfos are Rishonim, the earlier ones. The Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbi of Paris, all these people that we're talking about now, that we're going to talk about the next few lessons, are Rishonim, are the earlier ones, and they are considered to be of sanctity. And any words, the words that they said were not only to be understood as wise, but to be understood as more truthful and more holy. And there's a good story which illustrates this. A great Torah scholar once came to the first Rebbe of Chabad, Reb Shneur Zalman of Liadi, the author of the Tanya, the Alter Rebbe, as he's known in Chabad. And they were talking to each other and learning. And there was a certain passage which had a commentary from the Maharam of Rothenburg, which we just had him. And the Maharam brought in his work a proof from the Talmud to the truth of what he said, but the proof seemed to be something very flimsy, not a good proof. And this scholar who came to the Alter Rebbe said, why couldn't the Maharam bring a proof from some other places in the Talmud which seemed to be much stronger than this proof that he had brought? The Alter Rebbe said, you're right. And the Alter Rebbe brought, I believe the scholar brought 4 proofs, strong proofs from the Talmud. The Alter Rebbe went and then brought another 6 proofs from the Talmud that the Maharam could have brought for what he said. So they had over here, they were in a quandary. Then the Alter Rebbe turned around and started refuting every one of these proofs that him and the scholar had come up with. They were all down, all 10 of them, besides the 11th proof, which was the seemingly flimsy, not a good enough proof from the Talmud, was the only one left standing, and that was the proof the Maharam had brought. The Alter Rebbe then turned around to this scholar and said to him, "Do you think that the Maharam of Rothenburg thought through all these proofs, had to go through all the process of elimination to decide that this proof, all the proofs were no good, and this was the only proof which was valid?" He said, no, that didn't happen. The Maharam was a holy individual. The Rishonim were holy. The Rishonim, when they walked into the Talmud, so to say, it was like walking for them. They was like walking into an illuminated room, into a room which was the lights were on. Immediately, you can see what's going on. You don't have to go through a process of elimination. You just have to go go straight to the object and you take it. We, who are the Acharonim, the ones who are after the Rishonim, who are of lesser sanctity, we go into the Talmud as going into a dark room. We have to feel around. It's not so easy to get in a dark room to where you want to. It's a process of elimination. You feel something. Is this the right thing? No, you have to go to the next thing. Until you get to the right thing, it takes a lot of time. To understand Torah in its truth, a holy person understands Torah more accurately and goes immediately to the true understanding of Torah. Torah being Hashem's knowledge, Torah being something godly. So the more godly the individual is, the more pure and pristine and truthful their understanding of Torah is. And this is true throughout, but it's especially evident in commentary of the Talmud itself. You're sitting in front of a work which was written 200 to 300 years ago, or you're sitting in front of something which was written 700 or 800 years ago. There is a very big difference. A very big difference to how they're treated. Nobody today is able, so to say, to argue with a Rishon. There's no arguing with a Rishon. A Rishon said something. If you cannot understand it, you can say that other Rishonim didn't go down that road, and therefore we won't rule that say it down that road. But you have a person in a yeshiva today will not argue with a Rishon. You will, so much so that the very words of the Rishon, the very terminology that he used, is you could use that in a basis of understanding. Why did the Rishon use these words and not other words? There must be a meaning to that, and that sheds light maybe on something which would be unclear. So those are the two important terms, Rishonim and Acharonim. The line where the Rishonim end and the Acharonim begin is sort of vague, but we could say that the time of the Rishonim definitely had ended about 500 years ago with the compilation of the Shulchan Aruch. We could definitely say that maybe the era of the Shulchan Aruch was a sort of in between those, whatever that time, that era was a sort of in between line between the Rishonim and the Acharonim, but that we'll get to later on. Just to finish off, there was another quite shattering event which swept through the Jewish world at that time, which is it's worth it to make note of. The Rambam, Maimonides, had written, as we know, many works. The major work, the Mishnah Torah, which we spoke of, one that goes through the entire oral law in its law format. But then he wrote a number of other works, and one of them was the Moire Nevuchim, the Guide to the Perplexed. The Rambam lived in an age where, as we went through and we learned about the Rambam, where philosophy was at the top of the line, where, Plato and Aristotle were the hot stars of the day, literally. So everybody respected themselves, learned Greek philosophy, and studied the arts, and it was a very rich time in the non-Jewish world, as opposed, by the way, to the era we're talking in now, when things were extremely dark and primitive, backward. The era and also the place in the world. You see, the Rambam lived in the Islamic countries, so the Christian countries were in direct contrast at that time to the Islamic countries, who were very, very much forward-thinking, so to say. The Rambam and the Balei HaTosfos, their era is sort of the same. The Rambam living he lived in Egypt and so on, and this being Europe, this being France and Germany. The Rambam is actually quoted in Tosfos once. In the entire Tosfos, they do quote the Rambam. Rabbi Moshe ben Maimon is quoted once. There wasn't that much of letters and going back and forth. That was very difficult to do. However, shortly before the Rambam's passing himself, his book, the Moire Nevuchim, his book, The Guide to the Perplexed, made it to France. Now, this was actually the south of France, which was very, very different to the north of France. The south of France was a place where you had, for various reasons, a very different climate. I think the Jews lived very peacefully over there. They were educated. They were part of the society. Some of them held very good and important positions in society, especially in the positions of being a doctor, a physician. Jews taught and learned in the universities, in Montpellier, I believe, in the south of France, and so on. So you had that going on in the south of France, and very different to the north. The thing was that together, side by side with the affluence, came the influence of philosophy, of being enlightened, maybe, and that didn't go together with keeping Judaism, with Torah and its mitzvahs. There was one of the Balei HaTosfos, those who lived in the era of the Balei HaTosfos, called the Sar Mikutsi, the Prince of Kutsi. There's a whole story in him. But he visited this place and he said that, there's no mezuzahs or tefillin, too much of it going on in these places. They just didn't bother putting up mezuzahs or putting on tefillin. This was the kind of place they were, this is the kind of, the kind of climate that this was happening in. He was talking about Spain. But But the south of France also had that sort of thing about it. They did have their scholars. The Baal or Eshkol, Rabbi Avram ben Yitzchak, a man who wrote the Sefer or Eshkol. His students were the Ravid and the Baal HaMoir, two very great scholars, the Ravid, Rabbi Avram ben David, being the chief critic of the Rambam, and the Baal HaMoir, also the Rabbi Zrachia Halevi, who was also a great critic and wrote halachic works. So as we said, the books of the Rambam reached these places, and the scholars of the area, the leaders of the Jews, didn't like the idea, especially of the Moreh Nevuchim, of the Guide to the Perplexed, because it's over there that the Rambam seemingly takes quite an apologetic stance towards philosophy, towards the sciences, explaining everything, all the mitzvahs, in light of the sciences, in light of philosophy, especially of Greek philosophy. And this version of Judaism was something that the great in other places in the world, especially in this area in France, were very nervous of, because it would dispel the traditional way and the true way of Judaism, which is of faith, which is of something which goes above and beyond the limitations of the mind, of what the mind dictates. We all know that what the mind dictates is quite limited as far as human experience is concerned. We don't function because of mathematics. There's something deeper in the human being which drives them to do so, to be faithful. And a Judaism which is purely a product of intellect is not Judaism at all. And therefore, there became a controversy over the works of the Rambam, and not the works of the Rambam necessarily, but such an approach which the Rambam takes in these books. The Jews there loved it. They couldn't get enough of the work. It was all translated from Arabic into different languages, and they loved this. The Rambam was extremely great for them, especially in Spain. But as we said, in Spain, we'll get to what Spain looked like in the next few lessons, but in Spain there was a very similar climate, very similar atmosphere. The Jews had rights, and some of them were very rich and very influential, very powerful, and it was and that's what on a intellectual level it was also that way, and the Jews were great philosophers and great doctors, and this is they had already slipped down from observance, because all this doesn't really go with observance. All this, material affluence and being open-minded and enlightened doesn't go together with being fru, as they say, with being religious, with being pious, not pious, but with being devout. And so a great movement ensued against the Rambam, and this was something that swept through the entire Jewish world known then, was the pro-Rambam people, the pro-Rambamists, Maimonideists, and the anti-Rambamists. Tremendous, with a great tool of usage then was the herem, the excommunication tool. If somebody did something very, very evil and very wrong, he was excommunicated. So the first move, one of the first moves was to excommunicate the works of Maimonides, and to excommunicate those who learned them and who held by them and studied them. Well, the other group excommunicated that group, and so a war ensued, which got out of hand. It got so much out of hand that it reached the church, and it so much so that somebody sort of informed on this to the church, and the church jumped on the opportunity. Oh, amazing! We have an inside controversy within the Jews themselves. Well, let's jump on it. And in the end, what happened is that the books of the Rambam himself were burned by the church. This is where everything stopped in its tracks. The leaders of the people, or some of them great scholars who had led the war against the Rambam, saw that this had totally gone out of proportions, and they made a total turnabout. One of the greatest ones that we know who fought the Rambam and his ways was a man called Rabbeinu Yonah. Rabbeinu Yonah Migirundi of Girona, and Rabbeinu Yonah took it upon himself to go around as a form of teshuvah, as a form of penitence and return, to go around every Jewish community and to go into the shul and to announce that he had sinned against the Rambam, and he asks for forgiveness. This was after the Rambam's passing. He even wanted to go up to Israel, to the Rambam's burial site, to ask for him forgiveness, so to say, personally, and he did, but he didn't manage to do that. He did, however, write a work which is very well known called the Sharei Teshuvah, the Gates of Return. The Sharei Teshuvah, the Rabbeinu Yonah's Sharei Teshuvah, Gates of Return, one of the earliest books written about Teshuvah, which was a product of his, so to say, his own journey in Teshuvah, in return to Hashem. This was some of the highlights of what was going on at that time. But it's always, the history must be understood in its broader fashion. These were the highlights, these were the high points, or some of the low points, shall we say. But we've got to understand the general picture, which is very important. We'll carry on next time with the many other great Jews, the Ramban, the Moshe ben Nachman, central figure, and then with the Jews of Spain, and what happened with them in the end. Have a good evening. Good evening, everyone. We are going to carry on with our journey through Jewish history, and this time we are coming to the culmination of an era which we spoke of last time. We introduced the term the other time, the Rishonim, the first ones. The Rishonim were those who, we shall say, their era started from the end of the Gaonic period. We had the Gaonim in Babylon; those who led the yeshivas in Babylon, and then you have the Rishonim, the earlier ones, they are called, who commented on the Talmud and who brought down Jewish tradition throughout the ages until about this time, which we would call probably the 14th century, definitely by the 15th century. We're going to run through now some of the great Rishonim, some of the great earlier ones, in quotes, who lived in Spain and who really made their mark on Jewish learning and Jewish living up to this day. Their names and their legacy lives with us right up until this day, as we've mentioned on a number of occasions. Now, what is unique as well about this era, which we put into the title, is that this was also the era when the learning and the also practice of Kabbalah, of the hidden elements and secrets of the Torah, started to become common, more common than it was in earlier times, and we'll get back to that after having explored the era in which we're talking. We're going to be centering primarily on Spain. We went through the other time with the story of the Crusaders, the Jews, and the Jewish story, the unfortunate Jewish story at that time of France and Germany. We're going to now focus on Spain, the era really that also led up to the Spanish Inquisition. That we're going to focus on next week, the decline of Spanish Jewry in its most unfortunate fashion. Let's start with somebody who I should even say in the books of history, receives a chapter on his own. You gotta make it big for that. We went through Maimonides as a man to himself, and in no small measure is the next character, the next great leader, a leader unto himself, somebody who really is very unique. His name is somewhat similar to what we call Maimonides. Maimonides is known as the Rambam, Rabbeinu Moshe ben Maimon. This man is known as the Ramban, with a nun at the end, Ramban. Not Maimonides, but Nachmanides. His father was called Nachman. He shared the same name as the Rambam, Moshe, so it's Rabbeinu Moshe ben Nachman, the Ramban. The Ramban was born in the year 1195, and his upbringing and education was very, very special, was very unique. We did go through at another time the differences of style and method of learning in the different yeshivas and the different academies that existed at the time. You had Spain, the Spanish, the Sephardim. Sephora in Spain, the Sephardic way of learning, which focused primarily on the getting to the bottom line, of getting down to the halacha, which is personified by the two major works, the Rif, the Alfasi, which we've been through, which he wrote. He was the first one who sort of codified the Talmud, deleting all the backwards and forwards and focusing on the actual law. He was the first Jewish law book per se, or major work that collected the halacha. And then Rambam the Sephardi. He was a Sephardi, the one who did that tremendous work of collecting halacha. That was the style of learning in the Sephardic yeshivas. Then you had France and Germany, who that way of learning was personified by Rashi and the Baalei HaTosfos, those who made the additions, the Tosafists, who we went through, we studied them last week. They focused primarily or greatly on the meaning of the Talmud. Peshat, it's called. What does the Gemara, the Talmud mean in this passage? How are we to understand this? Not necessarily having to do with actual law. This is obviously not to cut anything fine. There's no absolute. Obviously, everybody was concerned with the halacha, with the law. That goes without saying. And obviously, everybody was concerned about what the Talmud means and what the Peshat is. However, Peshat means meaning. We're talking about primary concern here. Then there was the south of France. The south of France, we again went through on a previous occasion, were very occupied with philosophy. They were very occupied with the Rambam's Moreh Nevuchim, the Guide to the Perplexed, and very busy with trying to unite and connect philosophy and Torah. This was something they were very into. The Ramban, Nachmanides, studied at all three academies. He was a student at all three of them, and he ended up in his works being able to unite all three schools of thought because he was educated in each one of them. The Ramban was a doctor by profession, and that was contribution of of the south of France, where he learned, where they were interested in uniting the sciences together with Torah, and he was that's what he was doing as well. The Ramban wrote a number of great works. The first book, or the first one on the list, is the book called Milchamos Hashem, the Wars of Hashem, the Wars of God. That's a pretty big name for a book. Whose war was he fighting? Well, if you look at a page of Rif, a page of the Alfasi, it is very exciting. The Rif if you look in a volume of Talmud, the Rif will be printed in the very same style as a page of Talmud is printed. The Rif will be in the middle. It's quite small, his column, because it's only the law. Around the Rif, there are many commentaries. The Rif did something very bold. The Rif decided, he sifted through the Talmud, decided what the law would be according to the rules that he understood to be correct, and put down the rules that he found in the Talmud. Not always the Talmud so clear as to what the ruling is. You have to use principles, and sometimes a lot of it is to use genius to know what the Talmud, where the Talmud is going on a certain law. But this is what the Rif did. Obviously, not everybody would agree with everything he said. There was his chief two critics was a man called, we went through them last week, the Baal HaMoed, Rabbi Halevi wrote a book called the Moed, the Luminary, and the Ravid, Rabbi Avraham ben David. The Ravid was also the critic of the Rambam. Also wasn't so. The Ravid obviously wasn't so quick in allowing anybody to make a book saying that he has fully figured out the decided Jewish law. So they are the chief critics of the Rif, and they are printed right on the page that the Rif is printed. The Ramban made it his mission to defend the Rif from his critics, from the Baal HaMoed and from the Ravid. He wrote a book called Milchames Hashem, the Wars of Hashem, defending the Rif against those who wanted to criticize him and to say that the law is not like him. So if you open a page of Rif, it's quite exciting as to see who is taking on for who. Why do they see him to be wrong, and why does the Milchames see him to be correct? Another interesting work which the Ramban wrote was the Minyan HaMitzvos. The Minyan HaMitzvos, the counting of the mitzvahs. This is an interesting idea. The Talmud says, the Gemara says, that there are 613 mitzvahs. This is something very well known. What's not very well known is that it's quite a difficult task to actually figure out which ones of the commandments in the Torah are considered to be individual mitzvahs. For example, there are a number of kinds of sacrifices, of korbanos. The Torah has a law, very detailed. This is the primary subject of the book of Vayikra, of Leviticus. How exactly is each korban, how exactly is each offering meant to be brought up to Hashem? So there's details of every one. There's a sin offering, there's a peace offering, oilos, shlomim, chatos, various offerings. Do we consider the individual mitzvahs of every offering? Do we consider them individual mitzvahs? So, for example, you have a sin offering, and there's, let's say, for argument's sake, 5 details, mitzvahs that Hashem says, do this, do that, do the other, 5 of those. Do we consider them to be mitzvahs, or do we say no? There is the mitzvah that if a person needs to bring a sin offering, he brings a sin offering, and he's got to do it in a certain way, and the Torah tells you how to do it. So essentially, it's one mitzvah. By the way, Maimonides makes the count, and his count of the mitzvahs, Maimonides considers it to be one mitzvah. You see, now the problem is that there are many, many commandments in the Torah, much more than 613. So you've got to generalize. You've got to choose which ones are mitzvahs and which ones are not considered to be part of the 613 mitzvahs. There was the very first person who did this was a man called Reb Shimon of Kahira, of Cairo. Reb Shimon of Kahira is better known as the Bahag in the yeshiva world. The Bahag, that stands for Baal Halachos Gedolos. The Bahag. Baal Halachos Gedolos means the owner of the great laws. This is he wrote a book called Halachos Gedolos, the great laws, and he is called the Baal Halachos Gedolos, the one who wrote the book of the great laws. He was the first one, very early. The Tosafists bring him all the time. Very early on, he wrote a book counting through the 613 mitzvahs. The next one, obviously, another one was Maimonides, was the Rambam. He wrote a Sefer HaMitzvahs, the Book of Mitzvahs, which contains obviously the counting of all 613 mitzvahs. The Ramban himself wasn't necessarily in agreement to the Baal Halachas Gedolos or to the Rambam as to their count of the 613 mitzvahs. The Ramban wrote a book where he defended the Baal Halachas Gedolos in a greater way than he agreed with the Rambam. The Rambam had his own way of understanding the 613 mitzvahs. He took the Rambam that differed from the Baal Halachas Gedolos, and he defended the Baal Halachas Gedolos on many aspects. So there's a book of mitzvahs of the Ramban. Another book he wrote on, which is called Torah Sa'adam, the book of man, that the Ramban wrote, that's to do with laws of mourning. And at the end of a person passing away, the laws of mourning, and at the end of that book, there's something very fascinating called Sha'ar HaGemul. Sha'ar HaGemul means the gateway, in other words, the chapter of Gemul, of reward. Well, that's wrong translation. Gemul means that which Hashem will return. He will return, either reward or punish. Hashem will give back. And that's actually a primary source that we have of what people call the afterlife. What will be when we pass away, or what will be, better said, happily more said, when Mashiach comes. What is the destiny, or what's the destiny of the world at large, which is very beautifully dealt with in the Sha'ar HaGemul. However, with having said all that and those works of the Ramban, the greatest work that the Ramban probably wrote, and what he's most well known for, is his commentary on the Torah. He wrote a commentary, Pirush HaRamban, the commentary of the Ramban on the Torah, where he is one of the most early and major works that many concepts of Kabbalah, of the secret parts of the Torah, filter through his commentary on the Torah. There aren't too many before him who wrote things of Kabbalah, but we'll get there a little later. In his life, the Ramban, Nachmanides, became the leader of the Jewish people in Spain, and Spain, and not just Spain itself, but throughout the entire region. He was the man to whom all the Jewish people looked up to. There was a number of great episodes in his life. One we went through the other time, where he tried to make peace on a massive Jewish argument as to the credibility of the Rambam, of Maimonides, and his books. And he actually didn't manage to do that. There were the argument had gotten way too much out of hand for him to make peace upon. Another thing that happened in his lifetime was an unfortunate thing in those days is that often Jews were called up to debate the Christian clergy. And now that was always unfortunate, because it was never a fair debate. Things were predestined, pre-decided. It was never something that any Jew would ever look forward to, because it always ended in riots and pogroms and that kind of thing coming from the Christian population. There was an apostate, somebody who had willingly betrayed Judaism, who was called Pablo Cristiani. Cristiani, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. And this Pablo, he approached the king. And the king was James I of Aragon, and the king invited or ordered the Ramban to come to a debate where he would debate this apostate. The debate drew for 4 days. It was a very long-winded debate, and the Jews were terrified. They begged the Ramban to stop, to call the debate short. However, the king was so impressed with the Ramban, he ordered it to carry on. He's very famous for having said that the king, obviously being a devout Christian, said to the Ramban that he was so impressed with him because never has he seen somebody defending something so wrong so well. This is what he thought of the Ramban. In the end, he sent the Ramban home with tremendous honor and gifts, for having displayed such genius, which he had done. However, this had brought a lot of jealousy and a lot of hatred from the Christian clergy and populace, especially from this apostate, from this Pablo. The Bishop of Girona in Italy was so impressed, he ordered the Ramban to write down his debates, which he did. But the clergy and the apostate was so angered is that they twisted the king in all sorts of ways and directions, and in the end was that the king had the book of the Ramban burned, as a display that this book was no good, and he had the Ramban exiled from Spain for a period of 2 years. When he got this order of exile, the Ramban used out the opportunity. The Ramban was already aged, and he decided that this would be the time to visit Israel. Now, this trip of the Ramban to Israel was a very pivotal one in Jewish history. You see, the Ramban made this trip to the land of Israel without his family. He did not want to endanger them, as the roads and as well as the sea journey was extremely dangerous. But he did this himself, and he went up, and being the Jewish leader that he was, he decided he must revive the Jewish land, Jerusalem. He came to Jerusalem. He did not even find a minyan. There was not even 10 Jewish people who had come together to Shul to daven. There was no Sefer Torah in the entire Jerusalem. The Ramban got to work, and being the man that he was, he spent 3 years in Jerusalem. He built a shul, which not the actual shul, but the structure or the place of the shul exists right till this day. It's known in Jerusalem, the Ramban's shul, the shul of the Ramban. Actually, it was destroyed, I believe, in 1948. The original structure was destroyed, right at the beginning of 1948. However, they did build a structure to compensate for that on the same place. It's there till today, the Ramban's shul. He brought Sefer Torah there, and he made a yeshiva there. He gathered the Jews, young Jews, old Jews, to come and learn and establish Jewish life once again properly in Jerusalem. There is a famous will of the Ramban. The Ramban writes a letter to his son of how he should act and what the proper way for a Jew is to be. Very well known, Igeres HaRamban, the letter, the epistle of the Ramban. We actually don't know where the Ramban is interred. We don't know where his burial place is, but there is good reason to think that he passed away and is buried in the land of Israel. The next great Jewish leader of Spanish Jewry was a man who was known as the Rashba. Rashba stands for Rabbeinu Shlomo ben Aderes. Rabbi Shlomo, the son of Aderes. We've got to remember this was a very good time physically, and also it could have been used out very well spiritually in Spain. There was no deterrent from Jewish life, from Jewish learning. Jews were prosperous, Jews had rights, and although we mentioned last week that this as we say, this threw them off, so to say, from being held in steadfast, many of them to the Torah. However, many did, and many gathered around these great Jewish leaders and learned from them. The Rashba, Rabbeinu Shlomo ben Aderes, was the Jewish leader. He was a student of the Ramban and of Rabbeinu Yoino, who we came across another time. He was born in the year 1235 and passed away in the year 1310. He lived in Barcelona, and he lived at the very same time as the Crusaders were going through France and Germany. So, and that's important. Whilst the Jewish communities in France and Germany were suffering horribly because of the Crusaders. Many communities had been decimated. Yeshivas had been destroyed. Jewish life and learning was in peril of just disappearing in France and Germany. So at that time, the Jewish place of peace, so to say, where Jews could learn and live, was Spain, and therefore the Jewish leadership, the Rashba, took on leadership not just of Sephardic Jewry of Sfarad, of Spain, but also of the Jews of France and Germany, who many a letter and many a visitor would come to seek his advice and his teachings. The Rashba wrote also very key books. The Ramban's books are learnt until today in every yeshiva, and every house has the books, many houses have the books of the Ramban. The Rashba, the same thing. There are Chidushei HaRashba, the novelties of the Rashba. He wrote commentary on the Talmud, as well as Teshuvos HaRashba, Responsa. That the Rashba wrote, one of the very early books of responsa, letters that were sent to him with halakhic questions or with questions of advice, and his answers to them. Much of Jewish history, we should know, is gleaned from these responsa, from the books of responsa, such as of the Rashbas. When people write of a certain situation, they describe the situation where they are. We see where Jews lived, where letters were coming from. These are very, very important, not only from a halachic perspective, which they are, but also from a historical perspective. The Rashba in his day, his life was a very rabbinic one, always dealing with needs of the community and with conducting halachic court cases. He really was in the thick of Jewish life at the time. There was quite an event in the days of the Rashba, which had to do with the study of philosophy. In his days in Spain, it was very common, it was the in thing that to study philosophy. People delved into Greek philosophy and to many other things. And the Rashba sensed, the danger in this. People were learning philosophy, and this was subsiding the simple, wholesome faith that a Jew should have and should live by, with the Torah and with the Almighty. As we said many times, this does not mean at all that there is no philosophical logic to Torah. God forbid. The Torah is the wisdom of Hashem, and therefore is the greatest wisdom. However, a Jew cannot live properly as a Jew just with philosophical logic, because it makes sense, because it works on an intellectual basis. That's why we do it. A Jew has to live with his neshama, with his soul, which connects to Hashem, and do the mitzvahs out of love and fear and so on. And people were sort of drifting into a different direction. The Rashba sensed this, and being in the position that he was, he made a ban. He made a decree that nobody should study philosophy until they are 25 years of age, which would make sure that they had studied properly in the yeshiva or with the rabbi, and only then, when they have filled themselves with the knowledge of Torah, would they be able or be allowed to delve into other wisdoms. He made this decree only for 50 years. Wasn't something that he sought to be an everlasting thing. For his day, for his age, he made this decree. The next major Jewish character down the line was a man called the Rosh, known as the Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild. Rabbi Rothschild's name was Osher. He was born in the year 1250. And after the passing of the Rashba, he became the next link in the chain to the major Jewish leader of the time. The Rosh was actually not born in Spain, he was actually born in Germany. The Rosh was a student of the Maharam of Rothenburg, the mayor of Rothenburg. The Maharam of Rothenburg, there's an interesting story with him, which I don't think we went through. We mentioned his name, but the Maharam of Rothenburg was a very important Rishoin, very important, early one who explained the Talmud, the early scholar, Rishoin. And the end of the Maharam of Rothenburg's life was quite an interesting one. He, by accusation of a certain, again, an apostate, usually somebody who converted to Christianity willingly, which were often there were some of the greatest tragedies of Jews came from such people, unfortunately, and he was accused of there was treason or whatever, something like that, and a plot was made against him, and he ended up in jail. Most times, when they ended up, when the men of great men were ended up in jail, it was for ransom. The king, the Kaiser of Germany wanted a huge ransom for the release of the Maharam. The Jewish community, the Maharam was one of their greatest leaders, made a major appeal, collection, and actually collected together the ransom that the Kaiser wanted. When the Maharam, who was sitting in jail, got wind of the fact that they wanted to do this, he said he was not going to accept it. He did not allow them to give the ransom. He said, because there's a source in the Talmud, that this would be the regular thing. The authorities, the rulers, the kings would learn that this is sort of a very worthwhile investment. You set up a great Jewish leader, you put him in jail, you ask for ransom, easy money to come, and the Maharam would not have it. The Maharam passed away in prison, in jail, and he wrote a whole big long story. He wrote a Sefer Torah when he was in jail, which was from heaven. They actually gave him the Sefer Torah. It says this is a very part of Jewish tradition. He was given the Sefer Torah of Moshe Rabbeinu to copy, and he wrote. But what was a fact is that he wrote a Sefer Torah, which got eventually, there's a whole story behind that, how he put it on the Rhine River and it floated all the way to Worms, and it ended up in the shul in Worms, I believe probably up until the Second World War. The previous Lubavitcher Rebbe has noted that he saw the Sefer Torah, and it probably, however, got destroyed in the Holocaust. He wasn't allowed, even after he passed away, he wasn't allowed out to be buried. Until many years later, an individual called Rabbi Alexander Wimpfen, very rich and an influential Jew, gave the money to the authorities to have his body taken out, huge sum of money, and to be buried. This Rabbi Alexander Wimpfen is buried. You can see the tombs today is buried right next to the Maharam. This was, I guess, his payment for having given out that kind of money to release his body. Anyhow, this was the Maharam of Rothenburg. The Rosh, who we began talking about, the Rosh was Rabbeinu Osher was a student of the Rabbeinu Meir of Rothenburg. Before the Maharam, by the way, stands for Morenu Horav Rebbe Meir. Our teacher, the Rabbi Reb Meir. That's what Maharam stands for, because that's how he's known. Before the Maharam of Rothenburg passed away, he told his student Rabbeinu Osher to get away from Germany. This wasn't the place for a Jewish boy, and to go to Spain. And this is what he did when the Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild, was already a tremendously accomplished scholar and leader, made his way to Spain. He was received with great honor. And he already, even in the lifetime of the Rashba, of his predecessor, he was appointed as a dayan, as a halachic judge, and we must understand that at that time in Spain, the Jewish community was so strong that it had authority on its own. The leaders, and this is true as far as the Rosh is concerned, especially after the Rashba passed away and he assumed great power, that the Rosh was given total authority of rulership of his court, of his based in, of rulership in Spain, to the degree that he had the authority, as far as the king was concerned, to administer capital punishment. That was a rarity. Probably never existed. Never existed afterwards, I don't think, in Jewish history. That such authority was granted. I think it did exist before in Babylon. Definitely, the Reish Galusa had great authority. I'm not sure if it was capital punishment, but he definitely had great authority. But the Rosh was given this authority, an unprecedented thing, and he was reluctant to use it, but he did give permission for the government to deal with capital punishment to some people who evidently deserved it. The Rosh who took over the leadership of the Jews in Spain at his time. The Rosh is today extremely famous for making a commentary, or not really a commentary on the Talmud, but a book of Jewish law similar to the Rif, similar to Rabbi Yitzchak Alfasi. He took the Talmud, took away the discussion, and made the law. The thing was that he has come now, the Rosh has come after the Rif, he has come after the Rambam, Maimonides, so he's quite late in the game, and therefore he saw all their works, including the Rashba, including the Ramban, and whatever everybody had to say before him, the Rosh knew and took into account and ruled accordingly. This is a very important element in Jewish law. In Jewish law, if we're talking about a great authority, the law is halacha kebasroi, which means the halacha, the law, follows the later one. Meaning, if there are two great, authentic Jewish authorities who argue on a piece of law, and they're not around to argue with each other, one lived 500 years ago, the other one lived 700-800 years ago, there will be leaning towards ruling like the one who was later. Obviously, if he was an authentic authority, this is not an absolute rule. If the majority is against him, then there's different rulings. So ruling halacha is not a black and white game. But this is one of the ideas. If he came later, then we give him more credibility. Why? Because he saw the rulings of everybody that came before him, and nevertheless decided one way or the other. So that's something we do take into account. So he did something similar to the Rif, but with everybody else's opinion inside. He passed away, the Rosh passed away in the year 1327. The Rosh, Rabbeinu Asher, had a son who was called Rabbeinu Yaakov. He is known as Rabbeinu Yaakov Baal HaTurim. Baal HaTurim means literally the owner of the lines, of the columns. The reason for this is as follows. The son of the Rosh, the Baal HaTurim, put together Jewish law in his own style, and made a style which governs Jewish law up until today. He was the one who invented this, and this is how basically every major work of Jewish law works from then on. Many of the halachos, many of the laws in Jewish law are not applicable right till today, until Mashiach comes. The laws of the temple, many of the laws of purity and impurity, tumah and tahara, don't apply today. And what the Tur did is similar to Maimonides. He deviated from the order of the Talmud in his book and made his own order. He did not follow the order of Maimonides, because Maimonides has a 14-volume book, and Maimonides has all the laws of the Torah, applicable today or not applicable today. The Tur, however, differed from this, and he made an arrangement which is today is the fundamental of Jewish law, of navigating bookwise, of navigating Jewish law. He made a 4-volume set. Now, if you buy the actual set, it's about 10 volumes. It depends which kind you buy, but it's in 4 parts. The first part is called Oirach Chaim. Oirach Chaim means the way of life. That part of this Jewish law book deals with the regular cycle of the day, of the week, and of the year of a Jew. So, Oirach Chaim begins with the laws, waking up in the morning, how one should get dressed. This is what we're learning after this year. We're learning a bit of Shulchan Aruch, and this is how it starts. Laws of tefillin, laws of mezuzah, laws of davening, blessing over food, grace after meals, and so on and so forth. Then goes the laws of Shabbat. Good evening. Good evening. Meanwhile, we have 4 people because of the snow, but you made it through the snow, Kenny. You're a champion. Okay. Have a hot drink. It's cold out. You want a tea, coffee, whatever you'd like. We're talking about, Kenny, the, listen, if you want to sit down, have a chocolate, taste. We're talking about a man called Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim. The Baal HaTurim, he was a man who codified Jewish law. He made it in a style which we're going through now. First one is Oirach Chaim. Oirach Chaim is the way of life. How a Jew has to get up, the laws of Shabbat. Then he goes through the laws of Pesach, very extensive. Then he goes through, you have the Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, Sukkot, and all those different laws. The yearly cycle. The next volume, the next part, how he codified it, is called Yeredeya. Yeredeya, literally, these are all phrases from a verse, from the Pasuk. Yeredeya, Yere means teaching, Deya of knowledge. Teaching of knowledge, that deals with the laws of food, eating, laws of kosher. So it has the laws of shechita, proper slaughter of the animal, has the laws of salting, has the laws of mixing or the not mixing of milk and meat, the laws of if something prohibited, if a non-kosher piece of meat falls into a kosher pot, what do you do? This is the entire part in Jewish law. The next of 4, there's 4 parts. The next one's called Even HaEzer, a rock of help, also a phrase from a verse, and that's to do with the laws of family life, marriage, divorce, agunis, a woman whose husband has left her, the laws, the laws of a kesubah, laws of a marriage contract, conditions of marriage, so on and so forth. The last one is called Choshen Mishpat. Choshen Mishpat is the name for the breastplate. The Choshen Mishpat, but Mishpat means law, and Choshen Mishpat are business laws. Deals with, the laws of theft, the laws of intruding into someone else's business turf, and so on and so forth. All these laws. Now, this is the fundamental structure of Jewish law up until today. This was made by the son of the Rosh, Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim. Now, a tur means a column. If we picture the breastplate of the Kohen Gadol that he wore, how many he had 4 columns of stones. there was 12 stones corresponding to the 12 tribes of Israel. There were 4 columns on each. There's 4 columns of 3 stones, and that's why he called it Baal HaTurim. He took the idea of the Choshen Mishpat of the breastplate and called it the 4 columns. This is going to be, we're going to go through the code of Jewish law, but the code of Jewish law, have you said, can you go anywhere? Yeah, Raggers, in the cupboard, you have a cupboard. Yeah. Now, you've got to understand that the code of Jewish, the cupboard there, Kenny, you've got it on the left-hand side. Yeah, you can take that down, I'll put it back up. Yeah, good. Good. So the code of Jewish law, the Shulchan Aruch, is built in the very same structure as this. And every major Jewish law book, including the Shulchan Aruch, the code of Jewish law that was written by Rabbi Zalman of Liadi, the first Chabad Rebbe, he also wrote a book of Jewish law. Many other Jewish law books are all pretty much built on this idea. Each of these 4 parts has chapters. Each of these chapters, which are called simonim, each of these simonim later on in the Shulchan Aruch will have seifim, will have paragraphs. This is the structure. The Baal HaTurim also wrote a pirush, a commentary on the Torah, a very fascinating commentary where he uses gematria, uses numerology, the philosophy of numbers, of how the Torah alludes to various things using the numerical value of letters and words. The Baal HaTurim was quite a humble character, did not take on major Jewish roles at the time. He devoted his life to learning, and the major Jewish leader for the next 50 years in Spain was a man who's known as the Ran. All these men are known with abbreviations. This is how they're known. They live today with their abbreviations. His name was Rabbeinu Nissim, the Ran. But if you want to talk the lingo, if you want to talk the vernacular, you don't talk about Rabbeinu Nissim, you talk about the Ran. Now the Ran took over the Rosh in Spain for the next 50 years, which that was the time when Spanish Jewry started to experience difficulty. The days of the Ran we're talking the days after the 1320s. These were the days already leading up to the all-powerfulness of the church and their ability to do anything, sadly culminating in the Spanish Inquisition, the infamous Inquisition, which we're going to talk about next week. So this was the Ran had to act as a leader in the beginning of such a time. The Ran wrote a famous commentary on the tractate of Nedorim, of vows in the Talmud, a beautiful commentary he wrote. He had a golden pen. Anybody if you've learned the Ran on Nedorim, on this tractate of the Talmud, will tell you how beautiful the commentary is. He wrote a book on the Rif, the Alfasi, the one who first codifier. He wrote a commentary on him, very lengthy, and also wrote a book of his droshes, of his sermons. He was a prolific speaker. And there is Droshes Haran, the droshes, the sermons of the Ran. Now, we mentioned, and this was the title of this evening, how it was in this era, in this place in the world, in Spain, by the Sephardim, where the study of Kabbalah started to grow. Let's go, and this is what we'll talk about a little bit now, the history of Kabbalah, and how it all started to become a knowledge and a subject which really took heads and took a tremendous lead in Jewish life in the last few hundred years. The word Kabbalah, or Kabbalah, means tradition, accepting. It means this is a learning, this is a knowledge, which is part of a tradition of rabbi to student. as the oral Torah itself, it was started as a tradition. As we know, we've been through this many times, the oral Torah, there was 40 generations, and the oral Torah was not transcribed, only being transcribed at the end in the Talmud. It was all from mouth to ear, from teacher to student. Well, the part of the Torah that was written down was in the oral part of that, the part of the oral Torah that was written down in an official setting was the law part of the Torah, the laws, the Mishnah, as well as the Medrash and Baraisas, the different parts which are more explanatory of the Chumash, different ideas, ethics. Those things were written down. Those things which, with study, learning properly, it was for everybody. Everybody should learn law. Everybody should learn the Medrash, the stories and understanding and background to Judaism and so on. What was transcribed but not popular, not learnt in the masses, was the secrets, we call it, of the Torah, the Kabbalah. What the Kabbalah is basically the Kabbalah, we call it dry Kabbalah, unexplained Kabbalah, speaks basically a language not understood to the layman. It speaks esoteric language. It speaks what goes on in heaven, what goes on in a godly sphere, in godliness, and what goes on in a world, or in worlds plural, which are above and beyond the one we live in. Now, that is something which wasn't for the layman. That's not something which is understood by everybody. The terminology, if you open any book of Kabbalah, if you're not educated, the terminology is for all practical purposes, Chinese. You don't know what it is, what it means, and it takes the guidance and the teaching of a skilled teacher to do this. And not everybody was or is a receptacle for Kabbalah. However, Kabbalah was always there. It was passed down, and we do know of a number of sages who were Mekubalim, who were those who studied and learned Kabbalah. The Kabbalah is mentioned, we must emphasize, in the Mishnah and in the Talmud. This is not novel to Judaism. It was well known that such a knowledge existed, but wasn't for everybody. There was a man in the Mishnah, a Tana, one of the men who wrote the Mishnah, called Rabbi ben Hakona. He actually composed, I believe, the prayer. We have a prayer in the Siddur quite often called Ona B'Koach. Ona B'Koach was a prayer, I believe, composed by Rabbi ben Hakona, which carries Kabbalistic meaning to it. Part of the Kabbalah is the various names of the Almighty, not just the 7 official ones, angels, different worlds, esoteric business, shall we say. The main one, the central figure, who was the passer, the one who passed the Kabbalah and wrote it down, was Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai. Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai authored the Zohar. The Zohar is the foundation book of Kabbalah. And Rabbi Shimon ben Yochai was, we could say, at the very same time that the Mishnah was being written, albeit a little earlier, it was the very same time that the major work of Kabbalah was written. And there was also a book, which is actually, the Zohar has been translated into English. There is also another book called Sefer Yetzirah. Sefer Yetzirah is the book of creation. A very interesting book, not readily understood by a regular person. Speaks in very cryptic terms, but is a foundation book in Kabbalah. Sefer Yetzirah, the book of creation. The idea of it is the inner dynamics of creation. What is it? What is at the core of existence? That's Sefer Yetzirah. Those 2 books were very early and were available to a few. It was in this era, the 1100s, 1200s, 1300s, that the learning of Kabbalah by Sephardic Jewry primarily started to grow. And the reason for that, historians say, is because there needed to be a counterbalance to philosophy. It was, we mentioned before, it was the in thing to study philosophy. Everybody was going around with ideas, and big players. Plato and Aristotle were household names. Literally, if in the upper class of Spain, this was the way to go. And Jews were studying these works, and were not necessarily doing well with them from a Jewish perspective. They didn't know how to answer questions for themselves, although these answers were readily available. But it did throw them off on the religious level, which was mentioned before. And the learning of Kabbalah sort of became a substitute for an esoteric knowledge, for something above and beyond to engage the people in. Somebody wanted to delve into, you had the Talmud and everything like that, but you wanted to delve into something prolific, to something high, to something major.
I just want to ask you, does the Talmud discuss that at that time, is there any place where it discusses, would be the Talmud, that at that time in Spain, they were actually studying the ancient Greek classics?
Yes.
Historically, where is that discussed?
We mentioned before that the Rashba actually made a ban against learning philosophy before the age of 25. There are many, if you look at the responsa of the Rashba, there are great responsa, pages upon pages, where he really, he goes to town with the damages philosophy does, and why
Studying Plato's and Socratic
in general, Greek philosophy, it was a very cool thing to do, and it was, he wanted to put it in its place as far as Judaism was concerned. Yeah, if you look, Shuvah Rashba, the response of the Rashba. So these Rishonim, these earlier commentaries, starting from the Ramban, going through the Ramban, the Rashba, and the others, were, aside for being leaders and Jewish authors, were also Mekubalim, also knew Kabbalah, and started to refer to Kabbalah in their works. This is probably the time when this all started. It was, however, risky. It was risky. Learning of the Kabbalah and the delving into esoteric subjects has to be done very correctly, and because these things are easily misunderstood and often in history abused. When we get to the story of Shabbosai Tzvi, we get to the story of the false Messiah that swept through the entire Europe. Much of it was with the excuse he disguised himself as somebody very righteous and very holy with Kabbalah. With the masses didn't know and didn't understand when to buy, when not to buy, who's who, and that is, by the way, also the precedent which was when the Hasidic movement came around. Why it had such great opposition was because people thought that this was a repetition of the Taurus, of the problems that misuse of Kabbalah had brought. Until it was obviously understood that Hasidic movement was only there to enhance Judaism, as it does till today.
But he had accepted the gentleman you just mentioned, that he portrayed himself as Mashiach.
Shabbosai Tzvi,
whereas the bringing out of the philosophy today, stepping from Lubavitch and other things, nobody ever really at that time pretended. None of the greatest rabbis that we had at that time pretended they were Mashiach.
No, absolutely not. And that was the idea.
There have been such opposition when the real tragedy was somebody declaring they're the Messiah when they're not, compared to somebody creating a cultural and academic study of Yiddishkeit, which is what
Well, the problem was that the Jews then were on edge. They were nervous. They were so blown by this. It was a smack in the face, literally, to Jews all over. That the Jews were extremely cautious. Anybody who would, if something came up that they sniffed, oh, this is Kabbalah. Oh, they're starting again. They're differing. What Shamsai Tzvi, as he started off with, he differed. He did different than the norm.
What percentage of Jews at that time do you think really followed this?
Massive. We'll get there.
More than 50%.
I don't know percentage-wise, but he had a huge.
I know he had
thousands upon thousands. I have to study. We're not there yet. This happened a couple of hundred years later. Anyhow. Something similar happened in the Middle Ages. There was a fellow called Chaim Abulafia. Abulafia was a very common Jewish name, actually. Many great Jews had this name. But this guy took to the study of Kabbalah and either convinced himself, but definitely tried to convince other people, again, that he was the Mashiach. He talked himself into going to the Pope and presenting his case, something which luckily he never managed to do, because we only could imagine what kind of things would come out of that. But
he just wouldn't have come back.
Well, I don't know if him would have come back or Jews all over the place would have had pogroms. We cannot imagine, but luckily he didn't get there. This was why the Kabbalah always had to be, especially years bygone before it was explained in the way that it is today, especially by Hasidic teachings. Hasidic teachings, one of the greatest things that it did was take the Kabbalah and to explain it in a way understandable to the masses and to channel it in the direction that Kabbalah is meant to be channeled, which is to enhance our connection to Hashem. There was a student of the Rashba, we mentioned before, who was called Rabbeinu Bachaye. Rabbeinu Bachaye, he wrote a commentary on the Chumash according to Kabbalah, and successfully, it's a beautiful commentary, Rabbeinu Bachaye, where he successfully introduces many ideas of Kabbalah to the Talmudic scholar who is ignorant of these ideas, and takes them into the world of Kabbalah in terms and in explanations understood to somebody who has not yet been introduced to it. However, the chief man who was responsible for the dissemination of Kabbalah on a greater scale in that time was a man called Reb Moshe ben Shem Tov de Lyon. His name was Moshe, his father was called Shem Tov, family name was de Lyon. Maybe stemming from Lyon in France, I don't know. But he was a great Kabbalist. And he devoted his life to copying and transcribing Kabbalistic works. You see, the library of then was a question of how much you devoted your life to it. You had to travel and you had to collect bits and pieces, scrolls, books, or whatever, transcribe everything. And there were many books of Kabbalah around and available from different Jewish scholars from bygone years, talking here, I believe, the 1300s. And Reb Moshe ben Shem Tov devoted his life to doing this. He had a library, and after his passing, a certain rich individual bought from his heirs, I guess, he bought the Zohar, which was in Reb Moshe de Lyon's library. Now, before that, the Zohar was not a book which was available. Reb Moshe de Lyon got it, copied it from the scarce copies that there were, and had it in his library. This rich man bought it, and that was the time that history marks the beginning of the dissemination and learning of the Zohar. Zohar being the book of foundation of Kabbalah. It escalated from then. We'll go through, not sure next week, week after, the next few weeks, how in the 14th and 15th century the study of Kabbalah began to boom. Went throughout the Jewish people, and chiefly the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchok Luria Ashkenazi, who lived in Tzfas after the Spanish Inquisition. He was the one who announced, who said, Mitzvah legalois zois hachachma, it is a mitzvah to reveal the wisdom of Kabbalah. And our sages, Jewish sages, say that the reason for this was twofold. Number one, it was at that time, at the beginning of the end of Jewish life in France and its sad ending, and it was going to be the time when the Jews were to be submerged in a great darkness. It was the Middle Ages, and the distance from the days of the temple, the distance from the days of the Jewish glory, spiritually and physically, were getting greater and greater. They compared this to a traveler. Somebody who's traveling away from a city, the lights of the city that he traveled away from still illuminate his way for however much time when he goes out of the city. The lights will grow dimmer and dimmer, and there will come a point when that person will be submerged in darkness and he needs light. Where will he get light from? So the parable says he gets light from the city he's going towards. The Jewish destiny goes towards Mashiach, goes towards the world which will recognize godliness. This is Maimonides ends his book. This is the destiny that the Chumash gives us, and it is the destiny. It is that the teachings of Kabbalah, which is of godly knowledge, which illuminate our journey towards the great city. So the lights of the previous time, of the temple, have gone dimmer and dimmer. Now the last 500 years, this is talking around the year 1500, last 500 years, this is when the Kabbalah started to steamroll and eventually turning into the Hasidic movement. This was the Mekubalim. It sort of filtered. Will follow the Mekubalim. Will follow the Kabbalists. How it came into the Baal Shem Tov and the Hasidic movement, and that really gave the Jews a tremendous lift. It's hard to imagine Judaism today without the contribution of Kabbalah, and without after it the contribution of Hasidus. The Kabbalah and Hasidus gave the Jews a lift, which we could say gave them the ability to emotionally and as a people survive what we've been through in the past 500 years.
But you can study Hasidus and fully participate in it and enrich yourself with it without learning Kabbalah.
Correct, absolutely. That was why we said one of the functions of Hasidus was to do that. However, the study of Kabbalah itself, when guided properly, one could also do. There are many people today who study, dry Kabbalah, simple Kabbalah, although quite difficult to comprehend. But at the end of the day, it's something which is comprehensible, especially with the learning of Hasidus. So this is the idea. Next week, please God, we'll go through the end of Jewish Spain and the leaders that led the Jewish people throughout that era, and how the Yishuv in Israel grew at that time, and the rest for next week.
Essentially making as sure regarding study as possible. Now, again, impossibility can go ahead and manifest itself in a couple of different ways. So possibility one was manifestation one.
We'll start where we sort of left off last week, where we left out something quite important. Before we get to the decline of Spanish Jewry, which we're going to speak about tonight, we did miss something important, very important actually, which transpired in the other side of Europe, in France and Germany. The famous Black Death that swept through almost the entire Europe and spread like crazy. One of the greatest deaths in history, killing a third of the entire population. If I remember correctly, it was about 25 million people. that was a time as well, but among all the other things that happened to the Jews, this is one of the greatest calamities, probably, because due to all the dogma and fanatical beliefs that prevailed at the time, it was the Jews who became the scapegoat for all this. A sort of rumor or accusation was prevalent that the Jews had poisoned the wells, the drinking wells, in order to get rid nicely of the Christians. And because everybody, in normal time, people were not, their horizons were not so broad, shall we say, very backwards, very primitive, and very fanatical, all induced by the priests and the church at the time. Besides that, the people were totally wound up and strung up because of the events of the time. So this, all you needed was something little to ignite some terrible pogroms and killings that happened in the time, in the era of the Black Death. As a total, this was transcribed at the time, there were 60 large Jewish communities and 150 smaller town communities that were wiped out during that time. They were just used as the scapegoat and pogromed and killed. Thousands more lost everything they had. It was a terrible time for the Jews. The Jews suffered least because with the Black Death. That's why they were blamed, because they were blamed because the truth of the matter is that many say the reason is because Judaism demands a very high level of cleanliness, not necessarily because of cleanliness per se, but the whole idea of mikveh, washing hands in the morning, washing the hands before we eat bread, we wash our hands before when we go out to the bathroom. This is what we've been doing since the giving of the Torah, if not before, and this was a level of cleanliness that just was, the Torah has rules as far as we learn them, as far as keeping away from uncleanly things. Bathrooms have to be at a distance and a whole list of things. And this was not the game of the time. Pestilence and the Black Death was started, as we know, with rats coming through from in ships, and therefore they say the Jews suffered the least. And that's why they were blamed, and henceforth there was a terrible, terrible time for the Jewish people then in that area. Now, all these things, all these occurrences, the Crusaders and the aftermath of them, and the various things we've been talking about in the past few lessons, did not have a direct effect, if not any effect at all, on Spanish Jewry. They were living in security and in affluence. They were educated, they had freedom of choice and will, they were able to really live a good life for many hundreds of years, the golden era of Spain. And they produced some of the greatest Torah leaders. It was really a great time. But that all came to an end in the year 1391. In that time, the Jews had very big positions in the government. Many of them were very rich and very powerful, and therefore it aroused some great jealousy. The climate rose with hatred towards the Jews, which was only incited by the church, and the climate was ready for a revolt against the Jewish hierarchy, which happened. It started in Sevilla, in Spain. That's what's called. It's today Seville. Yeah, Sevilla. Pardon? Seville, without the E at the end. I believe in Spanish it's more articulate. It's more articulated. Yeah. There was a bishop, a cardinal called Ferran Martinez. We're not saying it in the proper Spanish dialect, but that's how it's a little anglicized, all these names. He was an avid Jew hater who incited the crowd for the best term of today, a jihad, a holy war against the Jews. And that was it. That was the beginning of most horrible time. The first one in Seville, this is the first pogrom. Seville had a Jewish community of 30,000 people, and 4,000 were killed at that time. They burned down houses, plundered shuls. This was, and that was the beginning of a series of pogroms, which swept through 80 Jewish communities in Spain. The ultimatum, the usual historical ultimatum, was given: be killed or convert. The interesting thing is, and this is by contrast to what happened in the Ashkenazi communities of France and Germany, is that 200,000 Jews approximately capitulated, and obviously against their will were baptized. Many were killed, Al Kiddush Hashem, for the sanctification of Hashem's name. Two people of note. One was a man called Rabbi Yehuda, who was the son of the Rosh. We spoke last week of the Rosh, Rabbi Rothschild. He had the son called Rabbi Yehuda. He killed his family and then committed suicide himself. That was something we spoke of that happened, unfortunately, quite often. Another man who actually was not killed but was managed to flee was a man called Rabbeinu Shimon ben Tzemach, who is better known as the Rashbatz. The Rashbatz wrote a number of books. He fled to Algeria, and over there he carried on leading the people over there. He was a great physician as well as being very well versed in Catholicism. He knew it brilliantly and wrote books from there, obviously from a Muslim country, rebutting everything that the Christians had to say against Judaism, obviously being safe over there. So those were two people who lived in the time, but that's what we're saying. Interestingly enough, the 200,000 of these Jews didn't have the strength in them to face death. There was a man called Rabbi Yosef Yavitz. Rabbi Yosef Yavitz was a scholar of the time, and he writes quite interestingly that since Spanish Jewry was so affluent, and since they did reach such high positions, there were yeshivas. However, the prevalence of philosophy, of learning, of conducting life in a lavish way, shall we say, both materially and spiritually, they weren't as committed as they should be. It started from the way their approach to Judaism. It wasn't one of simple faith. It wasn't a climate. It wasn't an environment that nurtured wholesomeness, that nurtured self-sacrifice. Judaism was correct, was beautiful, was good. It was especially personified by the Maimonides in his book, The Guide to Perplexed. That's what sort of, we spoke of such an idea last time, that's what sort of, that was the move of the time. Philosophy was of ultimate importance, and therefore that got all that material affluence and spiritual decline because of it caused things not to be as the people not to be as committed as they maybe should have been. And this is how Rabbi Yosef Yavitz analyzes the time. There was laxity in basic mitzvahs by many. We're talking about mezuzahs and tefillin and tzitzis and these things, which weren't being done by many. And that may be an explanation of why so many buckled under the pressure. There were a number of great people, again, that lived at this time, besides the two that we spoke of. And these two men wrote books of Jewish philosophy. One was called Rabbi Yosef Albo. Rabbi Yosef Albo wrote a book called the Ikrim. Ikar means the fundamentals. And then there was a man called Rabbi Chistoi Kreskas, who wrote a book called Ur Hashem, the Light of Hashem. Both of these scholars, philosophers, Jewish leaders pushed the other direction. They saw the direction that people were going in, and especially in the Ikrim, in the book of fundamentals, which was actually a product of many disputations, many arguments, which Rabbi Yosef Albo had to have forcibly with Christians. And over there, that's why in the book of Ikrim, he put together the fundamentals of Judaism. He actually, interestingly enough, classified the Rambam. Maimonides makes 13 principles of faith. He bunches them into 3. The belief in God, the divinity of the Torah, and reward and punishment. So interesting groupings. But over there in the book of Ikrim, the fundamentals, he's really on the agenda of explaining to people how the real way of serving the Almighty, of conducting oneself according to the Torah, is the way of simple faith, of tradition, not of logical pursuit, not keeping the Torah because logically it all makes sense, but rather keeping the Torah because of the truth of the tradition, because it is true. As we see that in the climate of the time. The main great Jewish leader at this time for Spanish Jewry was somebody we're going to be following now all the way through, was a man called Don Yitzchok Abarbanel. The Abarbanel is known as Don is like Sir in Spanish. Don Yitzchok, Sir Yitzchok Abarbanel. He was a very important person, born to an illustrious family from the house of David. He could trace his lineage to David, King David. He was born in Lisbon, in Portugal. His father was called Rabbi Yehuda, who was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. And he also, the Abarbanel, eventually took over his father's role, and for 16 years was the finance minister for the King of Portugal. Not yet 1492. Not yet. Probably the 1400. Yeah. The king then was Alfonso IV, I believe, and upon his death, the son of Alfonso, for some reason, didn't like the Abarbanel, wanted to kill him. Rabbi Yitzchok Abarbanel fled to Spain, leaving behind everything, which actually, they say he actually rathered to do. He was very rich over there, as we can understand, but his work in the royal palace was perturbed him. He was not able to learn and to write as he would have wanted to. And when he was in Spain, he lived there in poverty, but at least he was able to devote his life to what he really wanted to do, was to disseminate Torah, which he did. The Abarbanel wrote a monumental pirush, an explanation on the entire Tanakh, as well as many other works. One of them by name of Yeshua's Mashiach, the salvation of his Mashiach, which he speaks a book about the coming of Mashiach. This was all very popular, arguing with Christians, but this was living in Christian environment. This was something very, very important. But as his luck would have had it, soon after he reached Spain, he actually writes this, I believe. He made the explanation for the first book, Shoftim, the first book of the Nach, after the Torah, of the Nevi'im, of the prophet Shoftim, book of Judges, the book of Joshua, the book of Judges, and then he was at the beginning of his explanation to the Sefer Melachim, to the book of Kings, when he was called up by the king. I think he writes even by the King Ferdinand to be his finance minister. Ferdinand obviously understood where this fellow was coming from and how successful he actually was, and decided to call him up. Not that he had any choice, I don't think, but this is what it was. Ferdinand was on a very big campaign. He was a guy who nothing could really stop him when something got into him, and he was interested in making a united Spain. He wanted to unify Spain under his crown, and wanted or used the Catholic religion as a base for the united Spain. This was his ultimate plan. He was a a very devout Catholic, totally under the spell of the bishops and so on, and a ruthless guy at that. And we'll see how he implemented all this. In 1475, we have now a year, he married Isabella, who was of similar character to him, if not greater or / worse. In that time in Spain, you had three kinds of Jews. You had Jews, plain Jews, who in a very difficult climate from 1391, from the time of the very first that first sweep of harassment, pogroms, that all shot down the Jewish situation off the pedestal. That was it. Jews were second-class citizens then, and were looked down upon. And constantly, as we said, we look at the greater events. So when we have a situation as such, we have to understand that there was constant harassment, if not worse, for the Jews living in such a situation. So there were Jews who kept to the Torah, and that was that. Then there was a group of people called conversos. Conversos, those who converted. Those are the ones who were either descendants from the converts, from that mass conversion that happened 100 years earlier, those 200,000 Jews, either their descendants, or people themselves decided willingly to turn their backs on the Jews, on their people, and to go over the bridge. Now, many of those, wanting to prove their faithfulness, did a lot of damage to the Jews, and a lot of them, would purposefully go and persecute Jews, to very great degrees. Of those, you had Marranos, what they were called. The word Marrano means a swine, and there are two explanations they give. The one is just a simple name of hatred, and the other one is because these people would purposefully eat swine in front of others to give the impression that they had gone away from Judaism. Anyway, but they were the ones, as we know, the Marranos, the famous idea that they were the ones who secretly held steadfast to their Judaism in some of the most difficult conditions. If they were found, even before the Inquisition, which was with Cain, which we'll speak about soon, if they were found doing what they were doing, they were to be immediately put to death, if not tortured as well. It was an amazing network and infrastructure of how they functioned. I believe so. There were certain things which, for example, one interesting thing was one thing they had self-sacrifice for was only marrying between themselves. They couldn't marry any Jews, obviously. They were not going to marry any Christians, and that was one of the most dangerous things, because they had to find out the identity of another family. They kept Yom Kippur, they kept Jewish festivals, with sellers, and all these there's many stories and many also novels built on these goings on. Some are very heroic stories. But this was the thing. Again, their roots were too deeply in Spain. They couldn't, for whatever reason, bring themselves to leave the lavish life that they had, and they rathered, I guess, to stay there and conduct such a life, hoping maybe for some better future to come. Unfortunately, that did not come. There was then in Spain a tremendous hatred and a tremendous hatred to the conversos, to those who converted. Obviously, they didn't know who was a Marrano or not, but anybody who wasn't from real Christian blood, there was a constant animosity being built up towards them because they were pushing to the top. They were better Christians than the Christians, as usually happens. That those who have to go over to another, they had to prove their allegiance, their faithfulness, and the regular Christian masses didn't like it. And for that reason, interestingly enough, in Cordoba, there was at one point some form of a demonstration, some form of march, and rumor got to the people there that some girl of the conversos or Varanos, whatever, desecrated some Christian holy object, and that was it. That was enough to send the masses on a slaughter. And they slaughtered lasted for 3 days only because there wasn't anything more to do. They killed out, and plundered all these Jews, all these people. They had it with them. And such was the environment growing in different places as well. It was at this point that Ferdinand and Isabella decided that they are going to cleanse Spain from all the infidels, from all those who were not faithful to Christianity and making it out. For two reasons. First of all, they were very devout. They were, as we said, they were under the influence of very much under the influence of the church. And again, also because of the country. They wanted, eventually, they had the plan even then that they were going to expel all Jews and Muslims, by the way. And then they wanted that within the community that they were going to leave in Spain, that they're going to have faithful citizens, not those who are faking it out, not those who are hiding, behind the Christian mask. So they're going to, for the state of the country, that's what they were going to do. That was their plan. To carry this out, they called in what is known as the Inquisition. The Inquisition was something which started actually in 1233 through the Pope Gregory VI, I think, and his idea with the Inquisition was to cleanse Germany. It was started in Germany. He wanted to cleanse Germany from the heretics, from those who wanted to change or reform Catholicism. You've got to remember, this is before Lutheran, this is before everybody. And there were those still, there were winds started to blow of change, of reform, of, different groups saying this is wrong and this is right and so on and so forth. And he wouldn't have it. And he created a body of Dominican and Franciscan monks, some of the ruthless and most cruel ones, who were going to conduct this cleansing. They were known for their cruelty and barbarism. They were barbaric at the bottom of the line. And they were appointed to clean out first Germany from these kind of people. They were pretty successful. It could have been the smallest thing that they would notice that masses were drafted to be as service spies for the Inquisition, and it could have been anything, and they utilize some of the most horrific tortures to draw a confession out of people. And then the interesting thing was they didn't kill them themselves, or they didn't sentence them themselves, or whatever they did. They gave it over to the government. I believe this was prevalent even before it came to Spain. Not sure, but I think so. They gave it over to the government. The church wouldn't do anything. They'd stop there. But that way, that was a clever thing to do, because it was in that way that they joined the government in their doings. And And it was for everybody's benefit because the money and the assets of anybody who was sentenced by the Inquisition was seized by the church and by the government. So everybody was happy. And the government therefore was very enthusiastic in the partnership with the Inquisition. So what better way of dealing with the Marranos was there than inviting the Inquisition? It's interesting, they had a hard time. The Pope wasn't all that enthusiastic about sending his Inquisition to Spain, mainly because he wanted the Inquisition to be under him. He didn't want it to go too far out. It did spread a bit to Italy and other places, but he didn't want it to get too much under control because everything at the end of the day he wanted to be in control of. Through talks and deliberation backwards and forwards, in the end it was agreed upon. The head inquisitor was the infamous Torquemada. Torquemada was Thomas Torquemada was his name, and he was the confessor to Isabella before she became queen. And actually, interestingly, had made her promise that when she does rise to power, she will cleanse her country from all the non-believers. He was a gruesome individual, and he succeeded in building the Inquisition to a government within a government, to a kingdom within a kingdom. He literally was able to do anything, all in the credibility and in the name, ultimately, of the church and then of the government. And that is how the Inquisition came and started to plant itself in Spain. In 1481 was the first auto da fe. Auto da fe was it means the act of faith, and that was the burning at the stake of people, mainly Jews at this time, who were found to be still faithful to their Judaism, of these Marranos. The first one was in Seville. It was 6 men and 6 women who, after the horrible torture, confessed to be faithful to their Judaism and were burned at the stake. This auto da fe was always with great ceremony. There was a whole march of priests and so on, and then behind them were these unfortunate people, and the masses were gathered. Everybody should take the example. In the course of 12 years, from 1481 to 1493, 30,000 Jews died in this way. Many more were tortured and sentenced to different things. They had their possessions seized. But this was what was going on during this time. Now, all the while, Ferdinand and Isabella were carrying on their pursuits of being, of gaining power over the entire Spain, and the final battle was in Malaga. Malaga was still controlled by Muslims, and they marched in there and won. And with that, they became the undisputed rulers of the entire Spanish peninsula. When that happened, they went to the next stage of the plan, which was, as we said before, once they conquered Spain, they've got to now get rid of everybody who is going to be different, who's going to make it Uterine. They've got to make it not just Uterine, but everything else besides the Catholic, the devout, the faithful Catholic, got to go. And so they did. Right away, almost. I think it was even from Malaga. They made an edict of for the infamous Spanish expulsion. The choice of either expulsion or baptism was given. In the course of 4 months, the Jews had to either baptize or to leave. They had to leave anything of worth, gold, silver, precious stones had to stay, and as well as real estate had to all stay. And obviously, who was going to buy who's going to buy it for a normal price? It's told that the Jews sold mansions for a donkey, or they wouldn't get anything more for it. It's interesting. The Abarbanel, who was the finance minister, wanted to tried everything he could to abolish this decree, and he tried in the famous way of bribery. He brought into the palace chests full of money. It's told that as he was negotiating over there with Ferdinand, who his greed for money apparently was greater than his religious devoutness, and was about to work with the Abarbanel, the Torquemada burst into the room, they threw down his cross and said, well, Judas sold his religion for money, and now you're going to be the second one. Here you go, here it is, sell it. And so Ferdinand, he held off, and that thing didn't work. The Abarbanel himself was given the choice to stay. He didn't need the Jews, Ferdinand didn't. Although we'll see later that other countries thought he was a total idiot for doing it, because he just threw out tremendous talent from his country, but apparently he had enough money and had a different kind of plan and didn't need the Jews even for the economy. But the Abarbanel he needed. It was his finance minister. It said that he told the Abarbanel was able to stay. He was going to give him a minyan, and he was going to give him a mikveh. He said, you can have whatever you want, but stay. The Abarbanel refused, and he said he's going to go out together with his people, obviously leaving everything behind. It was the day of Tisha B'Av, the 9th day of Av, 1492, that 600,000 Jews of Spain had to leave. Half of them went on ships. They went to the port. Again, the tradition has it that the Abarbanel allowed for musical instruments to be played. The Jews marched out of Spain, proud to not betray their faith, and they went. And although it was Tisha B'Av, on the night thereof, when we're obviously not allowed to listen to music, the Abarbanel allowed it just for that time, because to raise the morale somewhat, however much possible, of the people. Half of them went on ships to anywhere that may welcome them, which wasn't that many. In fact, the unfortunate thing was that most of the Jews that boarded those ships didn't survive. They were the captains of the ships themselves, treated them horribly, often tossing them overboard or whatever. There were pirates, there was starvation, there was all sorts of things that led to the demise of most of these Jews. Those who were lucky enough to make it, they were welcomed by the Ottoman dominions, by anywhere that was ruled by the Sultan, were actually welcomed with open arms. The Sultan made an edict that they should be taken, accepted, and anybody who wouldn't would die. The Sultan thought that he gloated over the idiocy of Ferdinand for throwing out such valuable people from his country. He saw in them great potential, and they were welcomed into many places. Holland was one of them, Amsterdam. You had Jerusalem. The community in Jerusalem started to grow, again, under Ottoman Empire. So Jews did go into various places, those who made it. The other half, that was 300,000. The other half, approximately 300,000, went to Portugal. They just, crossed the border, went into Portugal, and the Inquisition had not yet reached Portugal, and they settled there. That didn't last long. The king of Portugal, who was called Manuel, he wanted to marry the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella, who was also called Isabella. And a condition before he married her was that he should rid his country of all the Jews. He wasn't so excited about doing that. The King of Portugal. So what he did is he made a series of decrees that would bring to the eventual conversion or baptism of all the Jews. First of all, he said a certain Pesach, 1497, where he made a decree that all Jews all children from the age of 4 to 14 will be snatched or will be taken by hook or by crook from their parents and baptized. Some horrific scenes of self-sacrifice again were seen then. The parents smothered their children and then killed themselves so that their children would not fall into these people. You had different other scenes, such as in one town, it was thought that the decree was that everybody has to baptize. I guess the message didn't come through clear, and they got everybody into a certain place, a certain area, and they all committed suicide. The whole town. Officially, the Jews were able to leave, but he didn't want them to leave. Officially, it was either convert or leave, but he didn't want them to leave. So what he did was he said, anybody who wants to leave has got to go through the capital. When they were in the capital, then the action started. Many of them brought them into a room and locked it and didn't give them any food or drink until they baptized. Others, they threw them into the water and then they forcibly converted them. Many places was a mass suicide. Many places they got them they brought all the Jews into a shack and lit it, and that was it. Between all of this, this is how they either got rid or forcibly converted the 300,000 Jews that had gotten in there. Afterwards, they brought the Inquisition to deal with all those who weren't faithful. So this is how Portugal had a quick ending, only a few years after the Spanish expulsion. Barbanel himself ended up in Venice, in Italy, and lived out the rest of his life there, passed away in 1509. It's ironic that in the very same month as the edict came out for the expulsion of all the Jews, is in the very same month Columbus writes that this was the month where I was given the granted permission and given the instruction to sail to search out for the Indians. We do know for sure that there was one Jew or a number of forcibly converted Jews on Columbus's ship. One of them we know clear was forcibly converted the day of the voyage because he was, I guess, falling off the end of the world wasn't as scary as maybe staying in Spain itself with nothing to lose. So it's interesting that was exactly the same time, the very same time that the doors of two countries so brutally closed on the Jews. It was at the very same time that a land was found by the known world then that would eventually be the haven for Jews so many years later. So this is where they were going. This is what was happening. Again, as we said, the Jews went into various places, various areas. They built communities, those that were left, those that were able to get out. A trickle of Jews constantly were making their way secretly out of Portugal. Constant trickle of people who ended up in all sorts of places. And slowly, communities were built. Sephardic Jewry started to build itself up again. These were all Sephardic people of Spain. Many went to Israel, and we're going to see next week or the week after about those who ended up in Israel, in Safas. A lot of them ended up, and some of the greatest of all Jewish time lived in Safas in Israel and were refugees themselves or children of the Spanish refugees. So great place was Amsterdam, Holland, and so on. And the style of Sephardic communities for many years afterwards took on the way of a way quite different to Ashkenazi communities. You had the rabbi wasn't called a rav; he was called the chacham. The chacham was very often, well versed in other knowledges other than Talmudic knowledge. That was the style. That's what they came out from, and they formed communities. But the yeshivas were not as great, whether it was because of the persecution or because they didn't build themselves up properly again, or whatever it was. But the Jewish education for the Sephardim wasn't as good as it was for the Ashkenazim. They more set up communities which were held together. Ritual and religious beliefs were very serious business. You had no monkey business when it came to trying to deviate from halacha or from traditional Judaism as they saw it. The Sephardim were always brilliant at this, and until today, quite much better at it than the Ashkenazic communities. The eventual winds of reform and enlightenment or whatever it was didn't hit the Sephardim. They held very strongly to halacha, to Jewish law, and to obedience, and treated anybody who didn't go down that line very harshly. There was this is much later in history, but two examples of that, which maybe was a little bit overused. The cherem, the excommunication, was a tool which was very much used then. For those in the Middle Ages, very much used. And there was a certain individual called Uriel da Costa. He was a man who was an interesting fella. He understood he read the Bible, he read the Chumash, and thought that's what he was supposed to do, and didn't sort of get into or like the oral law. He thought it was a deviation, and every religion has human aspects to it. Anyway, he wanted to kind of introduce this to the Sephardic community. I believe it was exactly where he was when he was in Holland. And they wouldn't have it. And he was a sort of a weak character. They warned him again, they admonished him, warned him again and again, and then excommunicated him. And then what happened was it backfired. And unfortunately, he was a very weak character. He couldn't handle. He was very faithful to what he believed in, and wanted everybody else to go down the same way. He may have meant well, but he couldn't handle the harshness of what he was dealt with, and unfortunately committed suicide. And what happened is that built up into, he was posthumously made into a hero by many other people in the community who didn't like the way he was dealt with and sort of believed in his ideals. And this drummed up a wave of deviance, although not a lasting one, but a problem within the community. And this was why, actually, it was at that time or sort of at that time, a little later, that the cherem was by great Jewish rabbis was said that the cherem should not be used as it so rampantly. It should be used with great discretion. Another interesting example, also later on, but again of the same idea, was Spinoza. Baruch Spinoza, he was born at a young age. He was a genius, learned under some of the greatest scholars, but had a mind for philosophy, had wanting to learn many different things, and the community in the Amsterdam community wouldn't have it. He had different ideas of what Judaism should look like, and he became good friends with Christian people. They welcomed him. The Jews didn't. They didn't like his way. Anyway, when ultimately he was excommunicated, and then cut off all ties from Jews and Judaism, became a tremendous scholar, as we know, known to be one of the greatest philosophers ever, but shunned the ideas of Judaism, shunned the Torah and the mitzvahs, believed in a different kind of God than what it is in the Torah. And interesting, he was offered very great positions. He was, but he lived a very simple life. Apparently, he was a lens cutter. He made lenses and devoted his life to writing, but was excommunicated at last resort. He was one of the famous cherems that happened in history, the cherem on Spinoza. But again, that was the system. The system was you didn't comply, you were out, and that sort of was the Sephardic system. That was the Jewish system of survival for a very long time, and elements of that prevail till today.
Is there Ashkenazi presence in Amsterdam?
I believe so.
Were there Jews there before the expulsion?
Have to check up. Not sure. The Amsterdam community, though, I believe we'll learn about them. We're coming up to a man called Menashe ben Yisrael. We'll learn about the Amsterdam community, yeah. Another interesting thing that sort of started at that time was because of the Torahs, because of the problem. There was a great yearning for Mashiach. That's why Baba Noah brought Mashiach, and it was a great. And many times, as we can say, even as usual in such a time, somebody crept up as being a potential, or more than a potential, Mashiach. In this case, there was a man called David Haruveni. And this fellow was a character. He said he came from the 10 lost tribes and was the brother of the ruler of one of the 10 lost tribes. Today, it's all believed as a hoax. It was all, a very good tale that he had, which convinced many people. But some do say that he actually did come from there because his appearance was of distant nature, of India or whatever it was, and he made it to be quite popular there. He was, I believe, brought in by the Pope, and he got some attention. Although later on, he actually collaborated with another man called Shlomo Molcho. Shlomo Molcho was also a strange individual, but he was initially a Spanish non-Jew, a Christian, who converted to Judaism, left here. He was a government official, this Shlomo Molcho. He converted to Judaism, left his government stature, and went and told, actually, he was said to foretell many events. An earthquake he foretold. He foretold a comet. The comets would be seen, which apparently all came true. And this drummed up a very big thing. However, he knew those or whatever it was, but this is what happened. And the end actually was that they. At one point they collaborated. This David Ruveni and the Shlomo Molcho. At one point they didn't. Well, then they did. The whole story. But this Shlomo Molcho was actually killed Al Kiddush Hashem on the first sanctification of Hashem's name. I forget exactly. I think it was the king of Portugal or whichever king who put him in chains and had him burned for having in his writings heretical beliefs to Christians. So that was the end of that. Actually, the author of the Shulchan Aruch, the Rabbi Yosef Karo, transcribed this idea. He said that it was a very noble act. In the end, he died al Kiddush Hashem. So you had these kind of that actually drummed up quite a bit of noise in the community, but it had its effect. These things did have their effect. These are one of some of the more noted events following the Spanish Inquisition.
So the Kabbalists were still only in Germany or wherever?
The Kabbalists that we spoke of, Many of them were Sephardim as well. Many of them were Sephardim. Whoever was in Spain was in Spain. Whoever was not wasn't. They lived in these times. However many survived from Spain. It's interesting. The author of the Code of Jewish Law. The Code of Jewish Law was written by Rabbi Yosef Kara. His father was called Rabbi Ephraim Kara, who was a great rabbi who was one of those who were expelled from Spain. Rabbi Yosef Kara was 5 years old at the Spanish expulsion. So he ended up in Sfas, in Israel. You had Kabbalists who were all over the place. Who was exactly at that time? I'm not exactly sure, but later on you had just right after that, you had the Arizal, Rabbi Yitzchak Luria. He was actually called Rabbi Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi. Ashkenaz is Germany, so I don't know if but then again, so he was part of that. You had his main student, who were called Rabbi Chaim Vital, we'll speak about next week or 2 weeks' time, was from Damascus, was from in Syria. So you had various people cropping up. There wasn't a stronghold, shall we say. This was the place where the Kabbalists. You had Kabbalists. You had those people who knew Kabbalah, which were dotted around many places. Obviously, not in Spain, in different places.
Well, didn't talk about how the wealthy Spanish were not observant or whatever?
Yeah, that was the
So
point.
they weren't impacted by the Kabbalists.
No, evidently, yeah. Many of them. This Rabbi Yosef Yavitz writes that when that person who sort of wrote what was going on, he said, many who learned in the yeshiva, turned the halachic pursuit into merely a pursuit of knowledge, or pursuit of having a fun time with the backwards and forwards of the Talmud. Many of them left it altogether and went into these called the vanities of this world. Many used it for their own stature. It wasn't, much of the influence of the Kabbalists wasn't felt yet. Next time we'll speak of. We'll get to what was going on in Israel. Tzfas. That was probably the next major stop. It wasn't a stop, but that's interestingly enough, at that time was an era when Tzfas and many other places in Israel suddenly blossomed with some of the tremendously great Jewish people. We'll speak of the Renaissance that came more or less after this, with the Middle Ages behind us, more or less now. Well, this is probably the big bash of the Middle Ages in this point. But then of the Renaissance, when Jews who had been expelled from other places were let back, the humanists, suddenly when the world was turning a little more, shall we say, sane after this kind of era, eventually the Jews getting to Eastern Europe. And that was this was actually probably about the year 1500 was when the Jews, a lot because of the Spanish expulsion, when they ended up in Eastern Europe, when they made their way all the way up the sea and ended up in Poland and in Russia. And that's about when it started. And we'll see the first Jewish communities that arose in Eastern Europe and in Israel and various other places, and the history that happened with them.
Members get early pre-sale access and 25% off tickets starting Tuesday, January 27th. Visit manifest.org to become a member today. AM Security.
Last week we spoke about the Girush, the expulsion from Spain. We're going to move on now to what happened afterwards, the aftermath. How did the Jewish people sort of respond and come out to this from this whole thing? We must also first, however, note that the expulsion from Spain was not the only expulsion. In that area in Europe, you had a number of expulsions throughout the Middle Ages. For example, England expelled the Jews in 1290. That was the aftermath of Richard the Lionhearted, of the Crusaders, of the story of York, where Jews were, committed suicide in the Clifford's Tower in York. In 1394, France expelled the Jews. 1394. Interestingly, in Germany, it wasn't that it wasn't out of affection that the Jews weren't expelled. It was simply practical reasons why they remained always in Germany is because Germany was provinces. Germany wasn't an overall monarchy. They had every prince who expedited whatever they wanted from their subjects, and either were nice to the Jews or not nice to the Jews, either kicked them out or didn't, and other princes and provinces took them in. So after all these expulsions, and chiefly with the expulsion from Spain, we're talking over 100, 200 years, but just looking at it from a little bird's eye view, the Jews moved eastward. If we have the map in our heads a little bit, the Jews moved east. So this is when Jewish communities started to propagate and to grow in these places, in Holland, mainly in Amsterdam. In Germany, actually, the community of Hamburg became quite big.
So where did they come from when they went
Holland,
France, or
Holland, they came from Spain. Mainly the Sephardim came to Holland. Yeah, we'll see soon, actually. They moved to Italy. Venice was a very big Jewish community. Saloniki, Constantinople, and Smyrna in Turkey. You see how so they're moving up. Then they went some to North Africa. Fez, Algiers, Tunis, in North Africa. They went to Egypt, Cairo, Alexandria. A Jewish community cropped up in Damascus, in Syria. And two cities in Israel became very, very Jewish. The city of Yerushalayim and Tzfas, which we're going to talk about a lot tonight. So this is pretty much where the Jews migrated to after they were expelled from Central Europe, or that area in Europe, where they weren't welcome anymore, and even where they were, life was unbearably difficult. Not yet. Soon, in the year about 1500, next week, please God, we're going to start talking about Eastern Europe. Because in about the year 1500, which is about now, 1492, but still in 1500, the communities in Russia and Poland and that area were still quite small. It was after, in the next 100 years, shall we say, after the expulsion from Spain, that the communities in Eastern Europe started to go big. In this time as well, but we'll talk about that next week. Now, interestingly enough, there were Marranos. By the way, there's a term in Hebrew which they're known by, is anusim. Anusim, the word onus means to be coerced. We use it in the Haggadah, onus al pi hadibur. Jacob was, so to say, coerced by Hashem to go down to Egypt. He wasn't interested. Hashem had told him he had to go down. The word, so anusim is plural for those who were coerced, those who were forced into conversion into Catholicism. So, or for that matter, into Islam. Same thing. Yeah, the term is used. So these anusim, these Marranos, some of them managed to trickle out. We mentioned the other week, there was a constant trickle from Spain and Portugal of Marranos who got their way, many with their money, out of Spain and Portugal, out of the hands of the Inquisition, into the free countries of then, many to Holland. And many returned to their Judaism openly after they were able to do so. Some, however, actually quite a few, chose to carry on to live with the mask of being Catholic, of being Christian as they were, in order to be able to help their brethren, the Jews, whether their brethren still in Spain or Portugal or elsewhere, whilst being disguised. Others may have carried it on, some want to say even because of fear. The Inquisition was very powerful, and it wasn't out of the question that, we'll see in one of the stories we'll pick up on over here, that wasn't out of the question that the Inquisition would get to places where it wasn't official. And they were scared. They were nervous still of the gruesomeness of the Inquisition and the way it was so great and powerful that they chose simply maybe of safety to carry on that way. Those that remained in Spain, could we say, pretty much were without hope. Till about the year 1588, when Spain took the slide down, it's when the British fleet of ships in 1588 conquered the French fleet of ships. They totally smothered them, and Spain was never the same after that. So it could be said, I don't know if historians actually note this, but it's possible that the difficulty of life as a Jew, as Marranos, under Spanish rule, it could be that it did weaken a little bit after that, after the British conquest. It's interesting actually to note, Spain, when the Jews were there, Spain was a superpower, and it's a superpower. Spain was extremely big and powerful, and the rabbis have noted, I believe it has even an allusion in the Talmud, that in the countries where the greatest Jewish community was always the country that was most powerful on a world sense. Russia, because going back in history, Russia was where many years, 50, 60, more, even 100 years ago, let's say 100 years ago, most Jews were in Russia. You want to know, majority of where Jews were, they were in Russia. And Russia was the big guy in this world. When it shifted to America, interestingly enough, America also rose as the superpower. In history as well, you had Egypt. Egypt at the time when the Jews were there, it was the glory of Egypt. Babylon, when the Jews were there, was the glory of Babylon, and so on. It's very interesting, something very interesting to note. There is one event, or one series of events, which sort of gives us a little glimpse of this kind of idea, this kind of life outside of the Inquisition. What Spanish Jews had to get used to, or what they did. But actually, the story of a woman, famous Sephardic woman. There was a family called Mendes. The Mendes family, who were great bankers. They had a bank house in Lisbon, in Portugal. And the head of the family was a man called Francisco Mendes. They were Marranos. They were again, Marranos was the nickname for those who had converted. No one knew exactly who was hiding the Judaism, as we'll see. But he was a Marrano from a Marrano family. He died, I think, relatively young, and his entire wealth went over to his wife, who was called Dona Gracia. Dona Gracia Mendes, and his brother, Francisco Mendes, his brother Diego, inherited a huge banking industry. She, Dona Gracia, went over to Antwerp, and when she went over to Antwerp, she continued to hide her Judaism. And she did so in order, because she was tremendously wealthy, and she did so in order to be able to help out the Jews in Spain and in Portugal, as well as the world over. And secretly, she helped the Anusim, she helped the Marranos get out of Spain and Portugal. She gave heavy money to yeshivas and to other different Jewish organizations and different Jewish institutions. What happened is that her daughter married a man called Yosef Nossi. Yosef Nossi. Nossi is literally a prince, but Yosef Nossi, who was her nephew. Her daughter married her nephew, and what happened is that after her brother-in-law died, her brother-in-law Diego. Anyway, basically there was a riff-raff between herself and her sister, because she was appointed to be the total owner and the executor of everything of the entire bank and all its branches, and her sister was left out, which she got very broigas, as they say, very angry about. And in a moment of wrath, she turned over Donna Gracia to the church, saying that she was practicing Judaism secretly. Now, the Inquisition wasn't in Antwerp at the time, in Belgium, but the church was extremely powerful still, and the church put her into jail, and this was something they were extremely thrilled about, because that meant that eventually, through playing things right, the money would go over to them. It would be also her daughters were also put into a nunnery, and that would be the way that they played it cleverly. It wasn't they weren't going to do it to 1 to 3, but eventually that would happen. Now, the funny thing is that her sister also had got the same thing. But her sister was the one that turned her over. They said, well, she's Jewish, so her sister the same thing. And she also got into jail with the church. Anyway, Yosef Nossi, who was her son-in-law, was a advisor to the crown prince of the Sultan at that time. He was called Selim. He was the crown prince of Turkey. And this Yosef Nossi was her advisor. Again, a very powerful man and a very rich man. So, the Sultan, who was we know, the Ottoman Empire then was a big deal, and he put on a lot of pressure onto the church and onto the government in Belgium, whoever was controlled in Belgium at the time, that Donna Gracia should be able to move to Turkey. Should move to the Ottoman Empire and, let her get out of here and not be in your way, so to say. Not because there was a big lover of the Jews, because there was a big lover of the money. Yosef Nossi, Nasi is the Sfarad, Yosef Nasi explained to him that this was a one-time deal where they were able to get the power of all these banks in his country. And he succeeded. Another interesting time when the Christian world forwent a lot of economic resource, just for religious reasons. The expulsion of the Jews in Spain was something we mentioned the other week, but the Sultan was extremely pleased with that. He welcomed every Jew into his empire, and the Jews built it up. So this was one sort of idea like that. Now, she carried on when she was in the Ottoman Empire. She openly, obviously now she was known to be Jewish, and she openly supported huge Jewish causes. There were many poems that we still have, which were written about her. And one of I believe when she passed away, they said. The one I forget who exactly said the verse in Ashes Chayil. He says, "Rabbi Spones also Chayil. Many daughters have done great, but you have risen above all of them." He mentioned her name was Hannah, I believe, in the Hebrew name. So she's till today. There's a place in Israel which they dedicated for her. Yeah, there's a website. I don't know. It could be possible. Yeah. Now, this Yosef Nasi, when he was in Turkey, he as any good Jew who would be powerful in the annals of power, of the kingdom, of the monarchy, he did a lot for his Jewish brethren. One thing that he did was, interestingly enough, he convinced the Sultan to pressure France. France kicked out all the Jews, and as was the custom when he kicked out the Jews, he took everything they had. He took the property, he took everything valuable. So that he pressured, Yosef Nasi pressured the Sultan to pressure France to give back the Jews what they stole, what they took. And was pretty much successful to the degree that when France didn't come up with everything that was owed, so to say, every ship that came to Turkey and to the Ottoman Empire that came from France, immediately a third of the cargo was confiscated for this purpose. You know, every French ship. So this was he did some very great things for the Jews then. He also, I believe, bought for 1,000 ducaten, 1,000 gold pieces. He bought from the Sultan the city of Tiberias, of Tiberia. The Sultan gave that to him. He wanted to buy Yerushalayim, but the Sultan wouldn't allow it. He gave him Tiberia and a lot of the Galil, and he wanted to build it up. He wanted to import, the Jews should be able to live there and be able to do a livelihood. He wasn't so successful, unfortunately. A lot of the ships that he sent there with Jews were hijacked by pirates, and the business didn't take off as he wanted to. But he did push for it, and he did have that great idea. So that was a big story of the Mendes family, the Nazi family. But it gives us a sort of picture of the colors that were going back and forth at the time.
So he was a Marano too?
They were from the family of Marranos. Well, a Marrano to the Spanish, yeah. Somebody who had taken on Christianity officially and then denounced it, or was denouncing it as they officially were. In Holland, there was also, as we said, a great community of Spanish Jews. Now, many leaders were produced by these communities. One great man, who was the rabbi of the pretty much the rabbi looked up to by the Jews of Amsterdam and all over Holland and beyond, was a man called Rabbi Menashe ben Yisrael. Menashe ben Yisrael, he was born in 1604, he died in 1657. He was one of the refugees from Portugal, and his family moved to Amsterdam. And he served over there as one of the rabbis of what was called then the Neve Shalom community. Neve Shalom was like Neve means an abode, Shalom means peace. And it was like a conglomerate of three communities that had sort of pulled together, and they had 4 rabbinic leaders. He was one of them. He was a genius of a man. They very soon, at a young age, he was a rising star. He knew many languages. He published books in Latin, Portuguese, and Spanish, and English, and other languages like that. He was a prolific speaker, a man who was extremely educated, both in Torah and in the sciences. And he actually had in Holland, in Amsterdam, he had a printing press. The printing press, a Hebrew printing press. Now, this was the era which was the Renaissance, which we call the Renaissance. I mean, there's a lot of history to talk about in the non-Jewish world, what was going on in that time, the reform of Christianity, the Crusaders in general, people started seeing other people. They started, the Central Europe world started to get their eyes open to different cultures and wanted to know. The printing press, we can even say, was the greatest revolution in the way that it started to educate people. The way you keep people under a spell of dictatorship is with not allowing them to be educated. That's what you do. You take away all education. You forbid. you channel everything they know, so they don't know anymore. When the printing press was invented and when books started to become cheap and accessible, then the world opened up. Couldn't convince everybody everything. There was the new translation of the Bible that was the first thing that was printed, and so you had the world was changing in a very great way. Again, the Reformation of the Church, the Lutheran, and the other people who did a lot of revolutionizing, who actually, interestingly enough, many of them started off as friends to the Jews, and then some, like the original Christians, saw that they weren't getting anywhere and turned around hating them because they thought, this was going to be, in the new Christianity, where everybody is going to be welcome. Well, it didn't turn out that the Jews would welcome that idea. A lot of the talk in that time was also centered around Mashiach, both in the Jewish world and Lavdil in the Christian and in the non-Jewish and the wider world. The world was waking up, Renaissance. The world was turning around to a new era, and many people were looking at this new entry as a new phase and maybe a messianic phase. Rabbi Menashe ben Yisrael wrote a lot about Mashiach. And that was he wrote other books addressing the issues that non-Jews had taken up with the Bible, with the Christians had taken up with the Bible. But one of the things he was very big on was Mashiach. What he's quite well known for, Menashe ben Yisrael, was his effort to get the Jews to be able to be back in Britain, to be back in England. This was the time, again, in England, where things also changed around. This was the era of Oliver Cromwell, where he was the big man in England, and the original monarchy had toppled, and he was in control pretty much. And Menashe ben Yisrael, interestingly enough, there are those that say that he used this argument. There are others that say he actually believed in it. You have to check in his works. But there was this idea that the Jewish people needed to be able, from a messianic point of view, needed to be able to be in every single place in the world. Their scattering needed to be scattered all over. Whatever the case was, England was a place where the Jews, they needed to be there. It was useful for them to be there. It would be another place as a haven. It would be a place for them to live. So Menashe ben Yisrael was summoned by the British government of then to represent the Jewish case. He wrote an essay, a book, on the argument for the Jews. Until today, it's one of the very great work, which presents, he gives the argument of why the Jews will be useful for England if you let them back in. There was great opposition within England itself. Many of the clergy and many of the business people who didn't want Jewish craftsmanship and Jewish business to come in and take over, or to come in and be as competition, and they weren't interested. It's not something they wanted. Later. We're talking here 1600s. Don't remember. Wasn't 1700s, no, it was 1600. Was it before Oliver Cromwell or after? Not right. Shame on me. Yeah. I'll find out. Anyway, he went to England. Oliver Cromwell was very impressed with him. And it came to admire him greatly. But the actual mission for which he came wasn't so successful. The Jews were not officially allowed back in. However, what did happen was, and which may have been a blessing in disguise, was that the Jews didn't march in with banners and parades. They trickled in. One by one, Oliver Cromwell allowed a steady flow of Jews one by one to come in. And they found themselves, a Jewish community in London, building a shul. It's still there today, the Bebesmark Shul. It's the first shul, a Sephardic shul. All of Sephardic people that came. He spent 2 years, I believe, in England. Menashe ben Yisrael, he had an only son, unfortunately, which passed away, and he was very broken after that. And he made it back. He didn't actually make it back to Amsterdam. He passed away on his en route, and is buried somewhere en route back to Amsterdam. But that was his achievement. What he did, and he's marked down in history for that. Now, going to Eretz Yisrael, going to Israel, and this is what we'll focus on. Again, before the Jews were expelled from Spain, in 1488, just before the expulsion, the poll was that there were just about 70 Jewish families in the entire Israel. However, after the expulsion, or after the expulsions, in other words, when the Jews, when life was terrible in these other places, the Jews were simply looking where to go. Well, an obvious option for many, or for those who were able, was Israel. If you were able to get there, most didn't. But in 1521, as opposed to 1488, 1521, we already find 500 Jewish families in Israel. The first one in that era who really established this Jewish spiritual life in Israel is a man who was called from Italy, who was called Rabbeinu Oivadia mi Bartenura, or Bertinoro. Bertinoro, the Bartenura is a wine, and it's an Italian wine, and it has the name. It's a little province, apparently, or a little town in Italy. Now, he is very famous, extremely famous, and the reason for that is because he made a explanation similar to what Rashi did, or somewhat to what Rashi did on the Talmud. He made an explanation to the Mishnah. He took the Mishnah and he said, okay, if somebody wants to learn Mishnah and he doesn't know what's going on, who's going to explain it to him? After the Mishnah is very short and very concise, and you've got to pull it apart a bit. So he wrote, it's known as the Bartenura, and pretty much every single edition of the Mishnah, original edition, has the Mishnah, and right beside it has the Bartenura. Many refer to it as the Rav, Reish Ayin Beis, Rabbeinu Oivadia Bartenura. And every kid, even before they learn Talmud, when they learn Mishnah, usually the order of study is Chumash. When they get a bit older, it's the Mishnah. When they get a bit older, it's the Gemara, the Talmud. When they learn Mishnah, almost right away, when they're capable of it, they'll learn the Rav, they'll learn the Bartenura. And that is often a great background to get, just to welcome the student into the Talmudic world. Because he gleans from the Talmud different bits and pieces that you need to know the understanding of the Mishnah. So this is, but till today, there's many people that will learn on a steady course the Mishnah with the Bartenura. This escalated, this carried on. By about 1600, we will find that in Tzfas, in the city of Tzfas, again the Jews settled in Yerushalayim, and in Tzfas. Tzfas was the big one, I think. And in Tzfas, we will find already in 1600, there were 18 yeshivas and 21 synagogues. So this was the kind of growth that Eretz Yisrael was experiencing as a result of all these Jews migrating and having to move away. Tzfas became a place of commerce, business, of farming. Israel has a lot of farming going for it, a lot of buying and selling, a lot of industry and different materials were coming and going from Tzfas, as well as in this era that Tzfas, at one time, we can call it the Tzfas in its glory, the golden age of Tzfas, that it bore some of the greatest Jews that put their seal on Judaism from their time and onwards. And we're going to look at those Jews who lived in pretty much the same era in the city of Tzfas. first one who came on the scene in Tzfas was a man called the Maharibe Rav. That's how he's called, the Maharibe Rav. He was born in Fez, North Africa, and after wandering from one place to the other, they had to go. He came to Tzfas when he was already 60 years old. Because of his talent, because of his stature, he almost immediately became the Jewish leader of Tzfas, the leader of the rabbinate. There's a responsa, Tshuvois Maharibe Rav, the book of responsa that he wrote back and forth for his questions and answers. He was born in 1474. He passed away in 1541. Now, an interesting thing happened in the life of the Maharibe Rav, which he wanted to. For this, he's famous. He's famous for this. There is something called smicha. Smicha literally means to lean, but it's used as the term for ordaining, for giving the ability to a student who's learnt enough to rule, to be a rabbi and to rule, give halachic rulings. Now, the smicha we have today is, we can call and say that it's not the authentic smicha. Today's smicha is that somebody, a senior rabbi, has tested you and gives you permission to rule, gives you permission, in other words, that you are erudite enough, you are capable enough of examining the law on your own, or maybe even knowing it offhand, and you have the tools with which to rule Jewish law. So that's smicha today. Smicha, however, in its real sense, was that you were ordained and you were given the ability to rule in a chain, in a chain starting from Moshe Rabbeinu. We went through this with days of David HaMelech, that you were ish mipi ish. You were a man from a man. You were musmach. You got smicha from your teacher, who got smicha from his teacher, until Moshe Rabbeinu. Now, that smicha, the Romans knew very well in their time that was keeping the Jews going, and therefore they abolished the smicha, they banned the smicha under death penalty. They knew that this was important. It says David HaMelech saw also that the smicha needed strengthening. He gave smicha to many thousands of people in one day. David HaMelech did, but it was lost. Throughout the exiles, pretty much, I believe, in Babylonia already, it fizzled out. Now, Maimonides, the Rambam, writes, obviously taken from the Talmud, that it's possible to reinstate the smicha. And that is if all the rabbonim, all the rabbis in Israel at the time, at any given time, will agree to, will convene, and will unanimously reinstate the smicha, then smicha, that means that it's been reinstated, and you can start the smicha from that point and onwards. The Maharibe Rav wanted to do this. Now there was a community in Israel. He wanted to start off the smicha. Now, what the greatness of that is that by doing that, you are setting the ground for reinstating the Sanhedrin. And I believe he did have this idea that for all that time, for the last 1,500 years since the destruction of the Second Temple, just before it, there had not been a Sanhedrin, and meaning there had not been a central area of law for the Jews with everything that goes along with that. And he wanted to reinstate that. Anyway, he was the rabbi in Tzfas. He, however, came into a clash with the chief rabbi of Jerusalem at the time, who was opposed to it, strongly opposed to it, and I believe more strongly because opposed to the idea of the Sanhedrin more than the idea of the smicha itself. For various reasons, but it was a huge, it got very heated, backwards and forwards, and in the end the thing did not come into fruition, this plan of the smicha, but he wanted to do it, so that was an interesting event in his life. And in that era as well, 1500s, was the life of a man who, because of him, his name and his writings are the foundation of Jewish law today, Rabbi Yosef Karo. Rabbi Yosef Karo was, we mentioned last week, was a little boy at the time of the Spanish expulsion. He was 4 years old. And he came eventually again to Tzfas. He was quite young. He's in his 30s and 40s when he wrote 3 extremely important works. The first one was called the Beis Yosef. The Beis Yosef is a work on the book The Tur from Rabbi Yaakov Baal HaTurim, which we mentioned the other time. The Baal HaTurim, there was the Rosh, Rabbeinu Osher. Rabbeinu Osher had a son who was called Rabbeinu Yaakov Baal HaTurim. He was the one who put down Jewish law in an order of 4, not volumes, of 4 parts. Each part, first part dealing with life, the life cycle. Second part dealing with the laws of dietary, of kashrus laws. Third part dealing with the laws of marriage and divorce and family life. And the fourth part dealing with business. He put it all. He sifted through everything that came before him. He got many laws from his father, from Maimonides, from the Rif, from all the way before, and he put it down in that order. The Tur, however, doesn't usually quote the source for where he's getting from. A lot of times he does, but a lot of times he doesn't. And also, it's not elaborated on. He's quite the Beis Yosef. Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote a very big and important work on the Torah, which is learned till today, of all the sources for where these laws are coming from, and then it takes everything and filters it through on its own. A lot of times the Torah just quotes different opinions without really, ruling himself. The Beis Yosef will go and rule. The Beis Yosef will take it all and chew it over, and a lot of the outcomes, a lot of the results will be very clear when you learn the Beis Yosef. So it's a work, an all-encompassing work. The sources, the questioning, the analysis, and then the rulings. And that today is learned in the yeshivas. If you're learning Jewish law per se, in other words, not the Talmud, learning Talmud, you're learning the concept. Not necessarily you're learning the law. Or probably not. But many times you're looking out to understand the Talmud itself. Oblivious, at least at that time, to the law itself. If you're learning halacha, if you're learning Jewish law, the best place to start is learning the Torah, where you get at least the shorter ideas of the consensus of who said what and about this subject, and maybe what the Torah will rule, and the Beis Yosef, to get the background, to glean the different bits of Talmud that contributed to the making of this law, to the analysis. The Beis Yosef, he's known, by the way, Rabbi Yosef Karo is known with 2 other terms. One is known as the Beis Yosef. Someone says the Beis Yosef, he means Rabbi Yosef Karo. The other one he's plainly referred to as the Machaber, the author. If you say the Machaber, the author, you mean Rabbi Yosef Karo. He saw that the Beis Yosef was a massive work, which was not necessarily going to be readily accessible for somebody who just wanted the bottom line. So he wrote a work called the Shulchan Aruch. The Shulchan Aruch, the very first Shulchan Aruch, means the late table. And over there he put the bottom line, the result, the outcome, the law of everything that he went through in the Beis Yosef, and put it down in short form. In fact, just the book Shulchan Aruch itself could probably be fit in 1 or 2 volumes, small ones. And the old Shulchan Aruchs were printed without any glosses, without any commentary, and it was, you'll also see they have the old print, very old prints, talking about 400 or 500 years ago, but very old editions of the Shulchan Aruch had in it marked the day of every month. And the Jew was sort of expected to go through the Shulchan Aruch on a monthly basis. It was however many pages per day, and that was it. That was the bottom line. You had to know. You had to the Shulchan Aruch. It's hard to say that the Rabbi Yosef Karo envisioned the revolution of his work. This became the be-all and end-all of Jewish law, albeit that it was Rabbi Yosef Karo was a Sephardi. He came out of Sfarad, of Spain, and it was his contemporary, about whom we'll talk about next week, the Rabbi Moshe Isserlich, who lived in Krakow. Again, now there's the rise of Eastern Europe. Then he lived in Krakow, and it was Rabbi Moshe Isserlich that made the glosses on the Shulchan Aruch, giving it his commentary that it should be apt for the Ashkenazi world as well. But that was the Shulchan Aruch and the Ramah.
When did that term start?
It was a general term. Yeah, we had the Sephardim, the Spanish Jews, and then you had the Ashkenazim. Ashkenazim was a term for Spain. For Germany, for France. Then you had the North African Jews. Today it's all been clamoured into two, Sephardim and Ashkenazim. You have Yemenite Jews, but I think North Africa had more of a link with Spain, geographically. Why it works that way, I think.
Where's the conflict?
So we'll talk about them soon. Yeah, this is the place. Tzfaz was the place where everything melted into one. So that was the Shulchan Aruch. Shulchan Aruch means a laid table, and he put out Jewish law as a laid table. It's ready to eat. It's accessible, fully accessible. Every major Jewish work attracts commentary. You cannot, even if it's many Jewish books were actually written with the plan. The author, actually Shulchan Aruch himself, writes in the beginning that this is the Shulchan Aruch. This is not to be built upon most scholarly work. And before you know it, in the next 200 years, you buy a set of Shulchan Aruch. You're buying today a set of 20 volumes, at least. The newer editions, you'll be buying 50 volumes, literally, because the pile-up of commentary and criticism and backwards and forwards on the Shulchan Aruch was extremely great. The third work that he wrote was a work called the Kesef Mishnah. Kesef Mishnah was a commentary on the entire Rambam. Interestingly enough, I don't remember the exact age, but Rabbi Yosef Karo did not live very long. I believe he passed away, I'm going to get this right, I think he passed away at 48 years old. So he managed to revolutionize, in the halachic sense, to revolutionize the Jewish world forever and ever. And he is always, every bit of Jewish law today, from him and on, is based on the Shulchan Aruch. What does the Shulchan Aruch say? What do the glosses of Rabbi Moshe Isserlich of the Ramah say? Then you get to the commentaries of the Shulchan Aruch, and you work your way outwards. Or if you want to talk on a historic sense, you work your way down. But it starts with him, pretty much. It starts with the Shulchan Aruch. Anything that's written in the Shulchan Aruch is taken on for absolute, unless it's not spoken about the Shulchan Aruch. Then you have to go on and see if it was alluded to in other places. But the Shulchan Aruch was taken on as absolute. So that was as far as the rabbinic world. Rabbi Yosef Karo's shul today still exists in Tzfaz, and one can visit it. In the very same time, in the very same city, you had also some of the greatest poets and Kabbalists that the Jewish people ever saw. There was a man called Rabbi Yisrael Najara. Rabbi Yisrael Najara was a friend of Rabbi Yosef Karo, and he wrote a number of poems and liturgy, which again stay with the Jewish people till today. There's a famous song, Kori Bon Olam, which many people sing on Friday night, which he composed. He was a Kabbalist. Now, by the way, I forgot to mention, besides for Rabbi Yosef Karo being the genius and the great scholar that he was in the revealed parts of the Torah, he was also the friend of Rabbi Shlomo Najara and his contemporary when it came to learning the secrets of the Torah, the Kabbalah. Actually, he was very aware of the Kabbalah, even in writing his scholarly works. Another man who lived again in Sfas at the same time was called Shlomo Alkabetz. Yeah, Shlomo Alkabetz. How do I know from here? Shlomo Alkabetz was a poet, again a great Kabbalist, and he was the author of the Lachadodi. Again, something which it's interesting. It says the Jews. It says sometimes we don't have prophets, necessarily individuals. It says the Jewish people, the general Jewish people, have a prophecy of their own. That's what it says. There were certain things which were accepted among everybody. It was undisputed. This certain explanation. There were many explanations written on the Talmud, on the Chumash. Some were adopted by the Jewish people unanimously. Some by only some. Some fell through the cracks. There are many hundreds, even thousands works, which are hundreds of years old, and which never saw the light of day till today. They're sitting still handwritten today. They start, because the printing is so cheap and so accessible, they started printing things from the Rishonim, from people who lived 600, 700, 800 years ago, which had never seen the light of day. Some, however, their explanation was simply took off. And the similar thing for poetry today. Just today, they're still printing poetry written in this era and before it. But certain poems and certain liturgy took off and were accepted by the entire Jewish people. And one of them was the Lachadodi. Which Jew doesn't know about Lachadodi? Which community doesn't sing Lachadodi? And that's what it just happened that way. This was Shlomo Alkabetz. The reason I say his name is encrypted in the Lachadodi. Yeah, if you look over here, you can see he did it. That's why they highlight the letters. If you look at this in there. Yeah. Starts off Lachadodi, that's the chorus, and then you look at the letters, go down, you see Shin, Lamed, Mem, Hey, Shlomo, Halevi. Who's the Levi? Shlomo Halevi. We've got to remember as well that these people were of holy stature. They weren't Kabbalists, people. They were holy people. In fact, Rabbi Yosef Karo wrote himself that it was on a certain Shavuos night when they weren't yet in Israel. He and Shlomo Alkabetz were learning together, and Elijah the prophet came to them and instructed them to go to Israel. These are the kind of people we're talking about. So it wasn't. The Torah, it says, is split into 4 parts, 4 elements, and indeed in this time in Sfas, it was a glorious time in every one of these 4 elements. We have the simple meaning of the Torah, Pshat, it's called. Actually, there's an acronym for it. It's Paradise. Paradise literally means an orchard. But the word Paradise stands for 4. It has 4 letters. Pei. Pei stands for Peshat. Peshat means the literal meaning, the simple meaning. The Reish stands for Remez. Remez means the hint, what's alluded to. Gematria is a very good example of remez. You have a certain series of words which stand for the same thing, or stand at a certain beginning. So the beginning of every word, or the numerical value of every word in the Torah is alluding to something. Dalet is durush. Durush, a better known word for it is medrash. The root is the same. Medrash, some can loosely translate as homiletics. What's around? What's the richness of it? What's going on behind the whole thing? How we take, based on a verse, and we take it further, usually in the direction of the character of the person, lessons that we learn. And the Samach is Soid, paradise. Samach is Soid. Soid is the secret. Soid is the deeper part of the Torah. So in Peshat, in the law element of the Torah, you had Rabbi Yosef Karo. He was the Rov. The Kabbalists, well, so far we've had a few, but these were the Soid, the secret. Another individual who lived at the time, who was the master of Remez and Drush. A lot of times they would go together. For the middle part of the drosha, of the explanation, the exposition of the Torah, expounding on it, was a man who lived in Tzfat at the time, who was called Reb Moshe Alshich. The Alshich is known as the Alshich. He was the Darshan. He was the one. The Darshan literally means the preacher, and the one who would give the drosha on Shabbos. Well, a drosha in any good Jewish community was talking to people who knew what was going on in the simple meaning of the verse, and knew what was going on also in all this in Rashi and the rest. What was the darshan? The darshan was when you had rabbis, who you had like Rabbi Rothschild ben Yisrael. He was a sought-after speaker. He was able to speak and to expound on the verses. You can have the Alshich, if you pick it up, he has a set that's called Torah Moshe, I believe. Yes, it is translated into English. And he could have 50, 60 questions on a paragraph in the Torah, and with one explanation, the whole thing, it's a genius, not just questions on meaning. A lot of times the questions will be on simple meaning, and with one look, which will take it, looking at the verses in a little different way, from another angle, bringing in a new perspective, everything suddenly glows with a new light. It's an unbelievable. It was a God-oriented thing. He was a holy person, and this was his. So he was the darshan. In Tzfat, he was the one who was giving the droshes. He was actually, his books were composed out of his droshes on Shabbos. He would talk about the Sedron, and this was the final person that it was in Tzfat at the time was what we can call. He was his name. He's known by Jews as the Arizal, the Ari. Ari literally means a lion. What it does stand for is Aleph Reish Yud. Adonenu Rabbeinu Yitzchak, our master, Rabbi Yitzchak. Zal stands for Zichrono Livracha, may his memory be for blessing. We don't give that title for too many people immediately after their name to say may his memory be for blessing. But we do to the Arizal. The Arizal, even on a historical scale, was of the holiest men the Jews ever saw, and of the greatest Kabbalist ever. The Arizal. The Ari was born in Yerushalayim, in Jerusalem, in 1534. His father passed away actually when he was 2 years old, and he was brought up by his uncle in Cairo. He had to go to Egypt. He was taught by a man called Rabbi Ashkenazi, also quite an important figure. Rabbi Ashkenazi was a man who wrote a book called Shita Mekubetzes. Shita Mekubetzes means the ingathering of all the opinions. The Shita Mekubetzes takes the Rishonim, He was from we're talking over here, we're talking the line between the Rishonim and the Acharonim, the early ones, the later ones. We mentioned the other time. This was sort of the line in between. The Shita Mekubetzes is used on a daily basis today in every yeshiva, and if you want to learn a piece of Talmud properly, you take the Shita Mekubetzes, not on all the tractates, many tractates, and he was the one who collected all the Rishonim, a phenomenal job, because many of them we don't have today. All right, he quotes them. He says, well, the Ramban said as follows, and the Rashba said as follows, but these two different with him, whoever it is, said another thing. He just quotes them verbatim, and it's a brilliant, piece of work. He was the teacher of the Arizal as far as the revealed elements of the Torah is concerned, but the Arizal, everybody realized, was a lofty soul, one that didn't come often down to this world. The Arizal spent about 6 years in seclusion. He had a little hut on the Nile. He would come home only for Shabbos, and it was there that he studied the Zohar, studied the Kabbalah, until he, which was something which we knew, and he testified to himself that he was told by Elijah the prophet, the secrets of the Torah. He came to Tzfas when he was in his 30s, and over there, he opened up a place of learning Kabbalah. He taught Kabbalah to many students who had already been tremendously accomplished in the revealed elements of the Torah. He's talking great scholars, and wanted to go the stage further of learning Kabbalah and living a life more of Kabbalah. He preached, he did many books. His chief student was a man called Reb Chaim Vital. He's known as Rav Chaim Vital. He was originally from Damascus. He came to Eretz Yisrael, and he was the one who transcribed all or much of the teachings of the Arizal. Today, the teachings of the Arizal come in a 15-volume set. The books Eitz Chaim. There's Peri Eitz Chaim, Shara Kavonis, the entry to the different intentions, what the Kabbalistic meaning of what the davening is. Shar Hal Gilgulin, there's a book which speaks about reincarnation, whose soul belonged to who. Again, this was a man of the Arizal who wasn't just he saw this. It wasn't just Kabbalah is something that you're there. For example, if another interesting thing the Arizal did, we must remember the Arizal passed away at 38 years old. All this was achieved when he was a young man. The Arizal was responsible for revealing many of the holy sites that we have today in Israel. The burial places. He was up in the Galil, and we mentioned on the previous occasion that at a certain time, because of the havoc and chaos that was going on in Jerusalem, being that was the place of Herod and that era, so much of the Torah learning and the greats of the Jews moved north, and many of them were buried in the Galil, and many of them were lost. Again, with that few Jews in Israel, and with whoever else, which just had free entry into all these places, many of these places were lost, and it was the Arizal who went from place to place and just said that this was where it was. And today we have it marked. Hundreds of sites of different Tanoim, even the Jewish kings, going back all the way. The Arizal spoke very highly of the mikveh usage for men. That it's not just the obligatory mikveh, obviously, for women, and the obligatory mikveh for men, as far as the sanctity is concerned, we go on the Temple Mount, if it would be possible, but the mikveh which would raise the person's holiness, similar to the mikveh that would the idea at least of the mikveh going before Yom Kippur, well, the idea of going to the mikveh before Shabbos, on Shabbos, and Yom Tov before special occasions, and the mikveh of the Arizal exists today and is in use in Tzfas. It's a stream. It's a stream, very cold, and people use it on a steady basis. It's considered a great merit to go at least once to the Arizal's mikveh. Another important thing the Arizal did, besides teaching Kabbalah and disseminating Kabbalah, was the Nusach HaTfilah, was the text of the davening. The text of the davening is not just a decision of what sounds nice. The text of the davening, it's basically the right words to say, meaning it's the right buttons to push of what's going on high. These specific words and these specific texts, these chapters of Tehillim, and when it comes to the Shemona Esrei, this word or the other word, or even not Shemona Esrei, literally the words, even the vowels, have it's not just the idea of meaning, it's accomplishing one thing or the other, and one who can see the map on high knows what does what. And it was the Arizal who made, or not made from scratch, but who cleansed a siddur and made a siddur to be true, not only as far as grammar and everything else is concerned, but as far as Kabbalah is concerned, that everything should be. And what we have over here from the Chabad siddur, you have at least not on the cover of the nice new ones, but it should say in the beginning of every there you go. Siddur Tehillas Hashem. This is a siddur called Tehillas Hashem. Al pi nusach ha'arizal. According to the text of the Arizal, it was the Alter Rebbe Reb Shnei Zalman V'Yadi who took the book of the siddur of the Arizal and redid that again. But that was down the line. But the Arizal, so many people pray today with a siddur of the Arizal, with the text of his davening. But his chief mission was the dissemination of Kabbalah. He coined the phrase that in today's day, mitzvah legalois zois hachochma. It is a mitzvah to reveal this wisdom. The wisdom of Kabbalah that was hidden and was stored away for those hundreds of years since the giving of the Torah and since man himself. That wisdom was to be taught, obviously in the right way, the right fashion, carefully, which it was. The Arizal is known as the Ari. The Ari is known as the word means a lion. It's an acronym, but the word Ari means a lion. And his students were called the Gurei Arizal, the cubs of the Ari. Okay, so he taught it to the lions. But it was something which, when one was ready, when one was able, it was a mitzvah to delve into this wisdom. And again, the idea was that as the exile was going deeper and further away from the temple times, from times where godliness was apparent, and physically even the Jews were, it was difficult and getting only more difficult. They needed a way of a lift, needed a way of connection to Hashem, which would be deeper than the conventional, deeper than the regular. And this was given to them by Kabbalah, and it was really from the Arizal. The Arizal is considered the father of Kabbalah, the one that everything pretty much originates from. There are others. For example, there was a man called the Ramak, Moshe Cordovero, who came a little before the Arizal. The Arizal argued with him on certain aspects of Kabbalah, but the Arizal is considered, again, everything pretty much dates back. What does the Arizal have to say? And people until today, the question is, if this person is a Kabbalist, it means that he's well versed in the writings of the Arizal. Again, the Arizal passed away at 38, very young. It was only 2 years that he taught Reb Chaim Vital. Everything was in the course of 2 years that he accomplished over there. Kabbalah. The answer is no. Kabbalah is very difficult to understand. The reason is Kabbalah speaks. Again, we've got to understand this is something which is not physical. So Kabbalah speaks, however, in humane terms. It will speak about the forehead, the feet, the eyes, of the supernal body. If you don't know what you're talking about, it could be heresy. It's dangerous. In other words, if you don't know how to take it and how to divest it from what it means, And also, it's esoteric and it's holy in a way that the regular person is not. The regular, even today, and even the way it used to be, you still need to be of a stature enough of knowledge and Torah to enter into Kabbalah. Can't study. They don't. They will open it to be Chinese. I mean, unless they're very well versed. I mean, if you stay in yeshiva for enough time and delve into, properly, then you'll be able to go into it. And there were people there still are people who know this. Who know it. It's not just the Arizal. You have other books, many other books, but who know what's going on in it. But what many people will do is that what in a great way what Hasidus did is made those teachings much more accessible. You'll see that Hasidus often puts it as, you read the Tanya, often there's a few lines of Kabbalah, of sheer Kabbalah, and which, in other words, you've got to know what it's talking about. You have to know those principles. But if you're well versed in Hasidus and then you go back to Kabbalah, you have a much better sort of understanding of what's going on, or what you don't know. The analogy that they give for it is the Zohar, So there's only one, there was one Hasidic Rebbe who once gave an analogy like this. It's a good one, I think it's a good one. He said there was somebody who from a little town in the old country, little town, what the people didn't know what was going on 100 miles outside the town. Everything was the town. They had one guy, he went on an expedition, he was the explorer, he went to the distant country anyway. And he's coming back and he tells them a story, a train, a factory, this, that, the planes, boom. I'm looking at him. What the guy's talking about. Everyone goes away. He must be talking about something very great, something very powerful. But what the guy's talking about. But the second guy goes from the town. He gets more clever. He goes a stage further. He comes to the town. He brings them back sketches. He brings them back. This is how it looks like that. Here they start seeing, this is what the train is, and this is what a machine looks like, what a car looks like. They sort of get the third guy goes and he brings samples of the actual thing, or picture, or sample, or whatever. He brings them back the hard, the evidence for the hard example. And the people already understand. You bring the thing itself. That's like if you read the Zohar, those who read it, the Zohar speaks in a way which the Zohar speaks. It's not. If you don't know what the Zohar is talking about, then you don't know what the Zohar is talking about. Then those who taught Kabbalah mapped it out. That's when you read Kabbalah. You're basically, a lot of it is you're reading a mapping. You're reading an esoteric map where you'll talk that you have the 10 spheres, the 10 elements in Atzilus, and the different worlds and different details. Right, you mapped it out. Good. Right. So now we know. Now we can say it. You can say it over. So, but unless you're there, you're not there. You're not in the big city. So you're able to repeat the map. You're able to sketch out the map. But if you bring what Hasidus did in a great way, was it used the physical experience, the physical body of the soul of the person to give, and it gave a lot of times physical examples and analogies, and brought one of the great achievements. There's other achievements, but one of the great achievements of Hasidus was to bring down that esoteric knowledge in a fashion that would be readily understood, would be able to relate to, and say, so this, at least in a certain sense, obviously, not in the actuality. For that, you need to be there. You need people who lived there. That was the Arizal. They were able to tell you, because he saw it, because that's where he was. But for us, regular people, so that's a great way what Hasidus did. The masters of Hasidus, they knew Kabbalah, they knew it all, but they were able to explain, they did explain to their people, which was a stage further. In other words, Master Chassidus always says that this was a stage further. There came the Arizal. Then you had the Baal Shem Tov and his students, which, because the darkness became more intense, and because the Jews needed more darkness, meaning the lack of spiritual sensitivity. You had the days of the Arizal was at such a time they were greater, but then when the Jews dived into the generations descended, the sensitivity became less. So you needed an extra lift. You needed a deeper element within the depth was in a great way that all would be carried down into understanding, into physical understanding.
Or wasn't it a study more an intellectual pursuit, and that's why Kabbalah, changed the way that you look at it.
That we have to understand. Yes. There was a number of. The question is from what perspective you look at it. If you look at it from a communal perspective, that was what's going on in the Jewish world then. What's going on in the Jewish world then was that you had the scholars, and the scholars were the scholars, and you had the regular people that were. So that's from a perspective of demographic. In other words, the question of what was going on in the Baal Shem Tov Baal Shem Tov had you have to understand the two sides to the Chassidus. If a simpleton would open up a book of Chassidus, okay, even today, without having a basic, I don't know what he's talking about, right? What did Baal Shem Tov do? He gave a certain tone to Judaism, gave a certain lift. The Almighty wants the heart. It's not just about the scholarlyhood, it's about being Jewish. That is on many levels. On the simpleton's level, he spoke to them, he aroused them, he encouraged them, and gave them Chassidus on their own level of understanding. The ideas of Chassidus, the way, the life of Chassidus. That is the teachings. The Baal Shem Tov had students who knew the entire Talmud by heart. He had students who were sitting there who were tzaddikim in their own right. And the teachings that he taught them, and eventually what the Alter Rebbe, the other Chassidic leaders taught, was tremendously deep ideas in the Torah, but in a fashion which was carried down to human understanding. That the person would be able to, you would be able to relate to it on a deep level. On a deep mental and emotional level, the teachings of Kabbalah are aloof. They're aloof. They speak initially. They start on a plane where the human being isn't there. Where the physical isn't. So you've got to be somebody who is divested from the physical. Chassidus, on the contrary, brought it down. He brought it to a level where the person in his life here, in this world, is able to be lifted from the bottom up. In a nutshell, it's difficult a lot to articulate, but in a nutshell, that's sort of the idea. It started with the Arizal. This boom of the inner parts of the Torah, the esoteric parts of the Torah, the depth of the Torah, the boom of it, the spreading of it, began with the Arizal. And it was from the Arizal students and students of students that spread, that opened up yeshivas for Kabbalah, that learned Kabbalah and lived lives of holiness. And eventually, we'll see, 200 odd years later, that's when the Hasidic movement came on the scene. But it was the Baal Shem Tov was a direct student of the student of the student of the Kabbalists, eventually from the Arizal. So you had a succession, and he was the student of tremendous Kabbalists, and started off that way on his own until the new movement came about. The new ideas of Chassidus started to be born. But he himself was a Kabbalist. He was born of Kabbalah. That was for sure. So next week we'll talk about Eastern Europe. How the Jews started off in Russia and Poland, and different parts in Poland, and which are probably more closer to the names and places and people will start to get a little more familiar as it gets closer to us. We're only say 450, 500 years away from Common Era. So, hi everyone, and welcome to the next installment of Jewish history. We're going to speak in this lesson about Eastern Europe, the beginnings of the Jewish settlement and Jewish life in Eastern Europe. So it's quite a junction because living memory today of the shtetl is still very strong, and it's only very recent that strong, or the main part of the Jewish people, the strongest element of the Jewish people, it's only very recently that we know it has moved away. It tragically was taken away, was destroyed in Eastern Europe, but we all can, many of us, most of us, I think, could even trace our lineage and also heritage to the Jews of Eastern Europe. Aside for those who are Sephardim, who have a different background, many of today's Jews will remember or will have been educated by those who were raised in Eastern Europe. The beginnings of Jewish life in Eastern Europe was in Poland. Actually, the word for Poland in Yiddish is Polen, and it was said that the word Polen was to be divided into two. Polin in Hebrew means poi over here, lin lay down. Here rest. Here you should rest. The Jewish exile is likened to the night. The night when things are dangerous, when things are dark. And even in exile, though, we desired rest. We desired to be able to settle somewhere. And therefore, it was guided from heaven that poi lin, over here, you'll be able to find rest. Because for a while, for centuries, the Jews did find a haven in Poland. The Ramoshe Israelish, about whom we have spoken, the one who wrote the glosses on the Code of Jewish Law, bringing in the minhagim, the customs of Ashkenaz, the Ashkenazic customs. The Ramah writes, quoting from King Solomon, better to have a piece of poor dry bread with peace than a house full of delicacies but with strife. And he quoted this verse about life in Poland. Better having a poor, more simple life in Poland but a peaceful one, rather than being affluent in other places in Europe, in Spain, France, and Germany, but having to be persecuted. Everything in Western Europe pointed to the direction that the Jew was unwelcome there. It was time to move. The persecutions, the killings, everything that the Jews had to go through was just getting too much. Eastern Europe, which is today Poland and much of Russia, was not so cultivated. It was new, and there was economic opportunity. The landlords and the government, the king of Poland, were eager to get people in who were talented, who were able to read and write, who had different abilities, capabilities, had different trades. They really wanted to bring it to build up the country. And therefore, probably for that reason, the Jews were welcomed there, and many Jews started to trickle into Poland. Poland didn't have, since everything was so new, it didn't really have a culture that the Jews would have to cope with, or blend in with, or abstain from, or they weren't. The Jews were not going to be distant from any particular culture because everything was new. So there was pretty much no common language between the Jews and the non-Jewish population. The Jews, the Ashkenazic Jews, the Jews from Germany, brought over their own sort of language, which was a cholent, a mix between German and the different other sorts of elements, and from this became Yiddish. There was a bit of Polish, a bit of Russian mixed in, but Yiddish still, the histories of Yiddish go back a little further than this. However, it is probably at the beginning, the time of when the Jews moved into Poland, that Yiddish became more and more developed and prevalent. Polish, well, they didn't really need to know Polish that much because, it wasn't necessary. They kept to themselves. They built their own communities. And so we find, slowly but surely, the Jews coming into Poland. For about 150 years, it was quite peaceful. In the first 150 years, we find that the Jewish population grew to about 500,000. But, things develop, and the old Europe started to creep into the developing Europe. Catholics came, and with them the priests, which were, age-old Jew haters, and it started again. Much of the persecution, or much of the hatred, and much of the persecution. The persecution started again with, you had many accusations and many libels, and now and again you had a pogrom, you had many Jews, or a number of Jews being killed, but the government over here did intervene. The government, the king, at that time made a decree that it would be impossible to accuse or to make a libel on a Jew for doing whatever the Catholic priests were saying that they were doing, which was obviously untrue and quite outrageous. The Jews are doing it, mocking the Christian religion and all the age-old libels. The king of Poland at the time said that it would not be possible for such accusations to be made. Even though, in general, there was tolerance, however, nevertheless, life still wasn't all that simple. There was still decrees limiting Jewish ability. After all, you are Jews, and since you are Jews, Jews are not welcome anywhere and everywhere. There was the impossibility of the Jews living in the capital. They were not allowed to, they had a certain quota on the amount of houses they could build and where they could build it, and so on. A number of laws that, were enforced limiting Jewish ability in Poland. But with all the juggling, with all the building their own communities, something which has been quite a privilege, something that they were not able to do as freely as in other places, together with having to cope and to having to wade their way through the government side of things, the anti-Semitic side of things. From all this, there was born something quite unique. We're in the year 1551. After about 150 years, where Jews had come into Poland, the Jewish community had become very strong. And something was instituted which was quite unprecedented before in history and has not happened afterwards either. It was called the Va'ad Arba Arotzos, the Committee of the Four Lands. In August 1551, the king of Poland was a man called Sigismund Augustus, and what he did is he made a self-government, a self-governing committee, a self-governing body of the Jews. This was called the Committee of the Four Lands. There was the Four Lands. It was Poland, Lithuania, Russian Poland, and then also you had divided. It went backwards and forth. It ended up Greater Poland, Little Poland, Podolia, and Galicia. I believe those were the four countries, sub-countries, or states that the Va'ad Arba Arotzos was, and they had the capability of electing a chief rabbi, somebody who would disobey a edict, a decree of the Va'ad Arba Arotzos, had a month to repent, had a month to make it right, or else he would forfeit his entire property to the government. So everybody was sort of happy. The government was happy because that meant a little extra cash. The Va'ad Arba Arotzos, that made them very powerful. People would not mess around with them, and they were able to get a lot of good things and a lot of solid institutions for the community. They were able to get that through with the power that they were given by the Polish government. As we said before, there were some changes backwards and forth. In the middle of the 1600s, it became three countries, not four. It became Poland, Lithuania, and Russian Poland. Lithuania afterwards made its own. And as we said, the Va'ad Arba Arotzos were Greater Poland, Little Poland, Podolia, and Galicia. The Va'ad Arba Arotzos would meet twice a year to decide on major moves and major things pertaining to the Jewish community. The smaller issues were given and were taken care of by the Kehillah, the Kohol, the community council. Each town, each city had its community council that convened, and they would decide things for the local community with the backing of the Va'ad Arba Arotzos. Again, if something got majorly out of hand, it would go to the greater committee who had control. There was the 2 times a year they would get together was a great fair. You had a lot of great Torah leaders and great community activists that would come together. And besides being a time where certain things were decided, there was also a tremendously uplifting time when people would share ideas and share Torah learning and so on and so forth. Part of the activities of the Va'ad, of the committee, was to appoint a shtadlon. Now, the Hebrew word shtadlon means somebody who is going to intercede for the good of the community in the hierarchy, in the governmental hierarchy, in the rich and powerful, the hoicha fensters, as they say in Yiddish, in the high windows, and those are the movers and shakers. Basically, to schmear, to get through anything that was going on, they would keep a very, very close look, keep very good tabs on everything that was going on in the government, and if there was any new appointment, if it was something that they would see that wasn't going right, they immediately did something about it, and so on. The Va'ad also instituted the Cheder system, the Talmud Torah, the place where Jewish children would get a Jewish education, and Jewish life started to blossom. There was a way and there was a method of how the Cheder system would work. You had the parents were able to pay, and they would get better service, they would get a rabbi, a teacher, a Rebbe who was able to teach their children well. Those who were not able to pay, very often the kohol, the local community would have a teacher there who was going to teach any child who wasn't able to pay, that they would go to that Talmud Torah. So there was the cheder, there was the teachers who were able to teach for money, and then there was those who were paid by the kehillah. What ended up being is that no Jewish child went without an education, a traditional, strong Jewish education. Again, there was no public school system in Poland in the 1500s or 1600s. So, the education, many of the peasants were illiterate. They didn't go to school. The Jews, for all eternity, were educating their children, and this was something the Jews in Poland at this time were extremely strong about, was education. When children go to the cheder, they grow up, and yeshivas started to emerge. The greatest yeshiva in Poland was the yeshiva in Krakow, in Krokę, and then also started the yeshiva in Lublin, in a place called Brisk, and then also in other places as well. The interesting system that was created to support the yeshivas was the system of teg. A tog in Yiddish is a day. Teg is plural, days. What that meant was, and this was a system which lasted almost up till the war, many, many yeshivas, was that the boy would be sent to the yeshiva, and he was allotted a certain day to eat by a certain family. So family number one would take in a number of boys on a certain day and give them their meal. Then the boy had another house to go to for Monday, and so on and so forth until Shabbos. You had maybe somebody a little more affluent that was able to give a better meal with Shabbos, and then the boy would be assigned to them. Similar ideas of sleeping. Many of them had sleeping quarters. Each yeshiva had its own way of arranging things. Often there was the community provided certain places. Each yeshiva had its own way. But the idea was that it was the community that got together to support the yeshiva. So a system very beautiful, and the shows of the value of that they held the learning of Torah. And such yeshivas again cropped up many places. There was very rare, non-existent at this time to have a yeshiva with a dormitory, in-house providing for everything. At that time, it was all the kohol, it was all the kehillah that was doing this. And from the yeshivas, since you had Torah learning, we obviously will have the great leaders, the great ones of Torah, the Gedolei Yisrael, the great ones among Israel, and there were many at this time of relative peace, and therefore we find a tremendous influx in Torah learning and Torah teaching, and in the giants of Torah that came around that time, and we will go through some of them. We mentioned before the Ramah, Ramosha Isserlich. Ramosha Isserlich was born in 1530, passed away 1572. His father was the community leader, the Parnas, the head of the community in Lublin. His name was Yisroel, and Ramosha, already at a young age, was appointed to be the chief rabbi of Krakow. His genius and his persona just got him that way, and he was, at a very young age, he was appointed for that job. The Ramah is known, Reb Moshe Isserlich is known in the Jewish world as the Ramah. He was in connection, and he had at least some form of letter writing backwards and forth, back and forth with Rabbi Yosef Karo, with the author of the Shulchan Aruch, of the Code of Jewish Law. We mentioned earlier that Rabbi Yosef Karo, the Code of Jewish Law, was written by a Sephardi. Rabbi Yosef Karo was a Sephardi. He himself was born in Spain and was part as a young boy. Was expelled from Spain with the Spanish expulsion and moved to Tzfas. And over there he wrote the Code of Jewish Law. Well, he was going to write it then according to the rulings and according to the customs that were prevalent in Sephardic Jewry. When this masterpiece, the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, reached the Ramah, reached Rabbi Moshe Yisraelish, so he decided that if Rabbi Yosef Karo had written the Shulchan Aruch, the set table, as he called it, Shulchan Aruch, the set table, well, the Ramah was going to provide a mappa. He was going to provide a tablecloth for the table. He was going to gloss the set table with glosses and with notes which were going to contain the rulings and the customs which Ashkenazic Jewry had collected up over the centuries and had not really reached the Sephardic world, or vice versa for that matter, because of the lack of communication. So, this is what he did. And till today, his book is learned by thousands. If you learn the Code of Jewish Law, you will have right over there a Haggadah, you will have a note, and the note is the note of the Ramah. The Ramah, Rabbi Moshe Yisraelish, was a sofer. He was a scribe, to write a Sefer Torah. There was actually a Sefer Torah till the war that was written by him, that was kept in Krakow in his shul. His shul does still exist in Krakow. He passed away Lag BaOmer, the famous day, the Yortzeit of Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai. He also passed away, Rabbi Moshe Yisraelish, on Lag BaOmer, and his gravesite is right there in Krakow. If you go right outside the window of the Weiber Shul, of the women's section, literally right there you have, till today, till this very day, is the gravesite, is the burial place of the Ramah. And in pre-war Europe, this was a gravesite which was very, very frequented by hundreds and hundreds of people, especially on the day of his Yortzeit on Lag BaOmer. Similar idea to the pilgrimage to the gravesite of Reb Shimon Bar Yochai in Meron, in Israel on Lag BaOmer. A similar idea would actually happen in Poland by the gravesite of the Ramah. This was the Ramah, whose name reverberates again on a daily basis by thousands and thousands of people who learn the Code of Jewish Law, who learn the Shulchan Aruch. The next individual, what we're going to talk about, is the Maharshal. Again, all these people are known with their acronyms, with their names, which letters which stand for their name. If you tell somebody, well, I'm talking about, I want to quote of Shlomo Luria, they may think twice as to what you're talking about, the Maharshal or the Rashal, for sure. This is a word which is very prevalent. The Maharshal, Shlomo Luria, was born in 1510, passed away in 1573. He was the Rav in Lublin, in Poland. Now, the Maharshal was a very sharp individual. He was very opposed, actually, to learn the Shulchan Aruch, to learn the Code of Jewish Law just as is. And the Code of Jewish Law is something very new. So he said, no, you can't just learn this. This is the easy way going book. You have to learn the background. If you don't know the background, this could be very damaging. You can compare one thing to the other, and it won't be good, it won't be correct. Although he did, he composed works of halacha himself, a lot of times arguing, taking to task both the Ramah and the Shulchan Aruch itself, and as well as other authorities before him. He wrote a book called Yam Shel Shlomo, the Sea of Shlomo, the Sea of Solomon, and he's very, very well known and often quoted in many, many halachic sources. Rabbi Sirkish, better known as the Bach. The Bach is an acronym for Bayis Chodosh, the new house. The Rabbi Sirkish wrote a book on the Tur. Remember, there was a man called Rabbi Yaakov Bal HaTurim. He was the first one who codified the Jewish law as it is in the order and in the style that we have in the Code of Jewish Law. He wrote a book called the Torah. We went through this in a previous lesson. The Bach wrote a book on the Torah. He was a Rosh Hashiva in Krakow, and had a very famous son-in-law who was called Reb David Halevi, better known as the Taz, the Turei Zohov, the lines of strips of gold. He wrote the Taz as a pirush, is a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. On the many parts of the Shulchan Aruch, you will have the Taz. The first two parts, you'll have gloss on the side. You'll have in the middle of the Shulchan Aruch, a gloss on the side is the Taz. There was another individual called, who's known as the Shach, Reb Shabsei Koyen, the Shach. He wrote a book which also is a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. In fact, many although those learning for rabbinics have to learn the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, the Ramah, Moshe Isserlish, the glosses of Moshe Isserlish, the Shach, and the Taz, as well as also the Tur and the Bach, or much of the Bach, as well as the commentary of Rabbi Yosef Karo himself that wrote a commentary on the Tur. You can follow me on all that. And there was a man called the Mordechai Yaffa. The Mordechai Yaffa wrote a book called the Lavush. The Lavush was there to address the Marshal's problem with the Shulchan Aruch, that it didn't have the reasons for the law. And the Lavush tried to incorporate as much as he could the reasoning and the background for the law, and published a 10-volume set of the books called the Lavush. Each one of them, Lavush means a garment, and there's the purple garment, the blue garment. There's various garments in the closet of the Mordechai Yaffa. He was actually a student of the Ramah and the Maharshal, so he received from his rabbis, of his three teachers in that way. There was the man called the Smeh, Rabbi Yeshua Falk. He's also a commentary on the Shulchan Aruch. He was the Rav in Lublin. So that's as far as halachic authorities in this age are concerned. Again, we could see how so much was going on. There was Jewish life was extremely vibrant at the time. As far as Talmudic commentary, we also have a major explosion of greatness. The first one we'll speak of is the Maharsha. Known as the Maharsha, his name was Reb Shmuel Edels. His mother was actually called Edel, and she was quite a wealthy woman, and she enabled him to learn and to spend his life in learning and in commentary on the Talmud, and therefore he was known as Reb Shmuel Edels after his mother, who gave him the ability to be who he was, the Maharsha. He wrote one of the most classic commentaries on the Talmud. In fact, if you'll open any volume of Talmud today, of the Vilna Shas, of the traditional Shas that exists as printed, which was originally printed in Vilna in Lithuania, you will find right after the Talmud, more or less, one of the first commentaries, if not the first commentary after the Rosh, is the Maharsha. The Maharsha divided his commentary into two: Chidushei Halachos, novelty of the halacha of Jewish law, where he explains the actual Talmud. Not much of it is law, actually. It's just novelty and explanation on cryptic and difficult parts of the Talmud, and answering questions of contradictions. And then there was Chidushei Agodos. Chidushei Agodos is a very fascinating work of the Maharsha, where he explains not the law, the discussion of the law in the Talmud, but explains the Agadic parts of the Talmud, the story and the stories part of the Talmud, where the Talmud starts explaining verses of the Tanakh and various, goes through ethics and many different things. The Talmud, as we mentioned the other time, is a sea where everything is going on, and the Agadic elements of the Talmud can sometimes be very cryptic. It's called Agoda, and the Maharsha went about explaining very many parts of these pieces in the Talmud, shedding tremendous light on them. There was a man called the Maharam, Marino Arav Reb Meir of Lublin. His commentary again on the Talmud, on the discussion in the Talmud, is printed in many editions of the Talmud right under the Maharsha. And he is famous pen. And it's like sitting in a classroom where he just really teaches you the Gemara, he teaches you the piece of Talmud or the Tosfos, or the Rashi that he explains. He explains everything in the most beautiful style of writing. We're going to zoom in on a very famous Jewish community, but a community which was among hundreds of towns, villages, and cities, but this one is very difficult to ignore. It was the crown of Eastern Europe for many, many years, the community of Prague. Prague was one of the oldest communities. It started around the year 1100, maybe even before. It started and stopped. There was actually a man who was the famous Stadler. We spoke before, the Stadlonim, a Stadler, the one who was going to intercede on behalf of the Jewish community. He was called Rabbi Yosselman. Rabbi Yosselman of Rosheim. He was a very famous Stadler of historic significance. And one of the things that he did was when the governor or whoever was in charge and control of Prague expelled the Jews, he was the one who enabled them with his expertise, got the government to readmit the Jewish community. Probably the most famous individual who is associated with the city of Prague is a man, again, most well known by the acronym of his name, the Maharal of Prague. Maharal, he was called Rabbi Yehuda Liva or Loi, and he was a man of tremendous greatness, wrote many, many books. He was the rabbi of Prague and wrote many, many books on the Tanakh, on the Medrash, and on really many, many subjects. He has a Haggadah. He really created and made with his work not only quantity of knowledge, but also introduced a new outlook, a new light on Yiddishkeit, on Jewish thought, and was one of the people upon whom the Hasidic thought was based on. He started off it's fascinating, very fascinating to read the works of the Maharal and how he approaches so many things from a very, very beautiful and different way. Again, we mentioned he was the Rav of Prague, and his shul, the Altnoi Shul, still stands today. It's the oldest functioning shul, I believe, in Europe today, and it's still standing there. He was very well versed in all the sciences and philosophy. He was actually a student of a man called Reb David Gantz, who was a great astronomer. And because of all his qualities, his leadership qualities, his saintlyhood, his knowledge in all facets of knowledge, he was a great friend to King Rudolph II, who ruled Poland at the time. And obviously with that friendship did a lot of good things for the Jewish community. Maharal is also well known in Jewish tradition as the one who created a golem. The golem of Prague. This was because in his time, unfortunately, the blood libel was getting very much out of hand. The libel that before Pesach, the Jews had to use Christian blood for the matzahs, a terrible libel, which was obviously as untrue as could be, but was constantly brought about upon the Jewish people, even in recent history. So the tradition goes that the Maharal, who was also a great Makubal, somebody who knew Kabbalah, Kabbalistic teachings, he created a golem, a being out of clay, which was sort of a robot, which was able to cast the fear of the Jewish community on those who wanted to destroy it with the blood libel. And the golem was alleged to be placed after its life was over. Its job had been finished. The clay model of the golem was put in the attic of the Altanoi Shul, and nobody goes till today up to the attic of the Altanoi Shul. Another individual who we'll focus on, again from Prague, was a man called Rabbi Yeshaya Hurwitz. Rabbi Yeshaya Hurwitz is better known in the Jewish world as the Shalom. Shin Lamed Hey, Shalom. Shalom stands for Shnei Luchos Habris, meaning the two tablets of the covenant. He wrote a book called Shnei Luchos Habris, the two tablets of the covenant. He is known as the Shalom HaKodesh, the Holy Shalom, or his book as well is known as the Shalom HaKodesh, a holy person, a holy saintly individual. He wrote this book is the Shalom is very much Kabbalistic in its nature, again illuminating in a very, very brilliant way many of the foundations of Judaism, and became also one of the pillars upon which Hasidic teachings, which made an absolute revolution, was built on. He wrote other books in Kabbalah as well. He was in Prague and then went over to live in Israel and is buried in Israel. The last individual who was of Prague fame was a man called Rabbi Yontif Lipman Heller. Rabbi Yontif Lipman Heller is known as the Tosfos Yontif. Tosfos Yontif is a Pirush, is a commentary on the Mishnah, and it's printed in many, many editions of the Mishnayos, of the Mishnah today. You'll on one side the commentary of Vadia of Bertinoro of Italy, and then you'll have on the other side the Tosfos Yontif, the commentary from the
has to be comparable to the Ra, and the Ra has to be comparable to the Tov. So the Gemara says, the Akish Hara L'Hatama, L'Hatama, Eina B'Bita Mitzvah, Hara, Eina B'Bita Mitzvah, that the year obviously does not refer to the negation of a mitzvah, so to the Ra can't refer to the negation of a mitzvah. Hara, so you know, it's different, you know, it's obviously, they're just talking about this over here. Hara, Hatama, so in that case, ultimately, the Hara, the Jim of itself is the Hatama. The Akish Hatama Ra, and we compare the Hatama to that Ra, the Hara, Eina B'Bita Mitzvah, just like the Hara, ultimately, again, is not referring to the fulfillment of the mitzvah. Hatava Eina B'Bita Mitzvah, because the end of that begins Hatava Kufa Hara. Okay, so once it doesn't, you understand over here, so you have to exclude its usefulness, and it's definitely just a discretionary act. It's very sure, very large process. So I say that's the case. In Halakha Lemaisa, again, we can learn from the situation, even if you compare this, even if you want to make this about the Parashas, in other words, the comparison between the Hatava and the Hara, which he was saying, the history of all the Rabbos Hatava Sahidim, Shmania with Parashas Sisi. It's very interesting for the fact that we were told to go ahead and include a case of doing good for others, that we seem to indicate they were talking only about discretionary activity. Thus, it means that I call it Bar Mitzvah Ksivi, because if we just talk about it, Bar Mitzvah, so as a Hashta, Haras, Acher, Israel, Havas, Acher, if we're including over, again, a case of Haras, Acher, because there needs to be any discussion about Havas, Acher, that it was a high point, was a sense that there was some bottom line, here's the takeaway. The takeaway is that all of this, remember again, let's just go through quick progression before we get to the next piece.
make your prediction.
Remember, all these things, the underdog stuff, right on the YouTube that we say that. But even if we say that says, hey, make a strong retweet regarding this case on this cover program as a spouse trading the show. That one is saying you cannot. What is the basis of the Rabbi Rothschild? Or what is the position of Rothschild? That's it. Well, then he did only according to his discretionary activity. Bottom line, the game registered on Rothschild already. The word says the high O required the colleagues. So ultimately, sorry, the high O required the colleagues. Ultimately, you're using that ultimate verification. The colleague will say, I don't need to offer the confession. Why not? You know, it says, I'm sorry, the colleague will say, so let's swing it by your blood. And this is called the Yokel. Elevation of measurement, but resolution of what is this? And I'm talking about real. Decide that. Each actually cannot establish the best the memory of his mother and his father. Father and mother. Amy has all other people. I don't know that you by working person for parents. Like the verse says, maybe I love people. Other than the Lord, you know, I don't know that even if this person was married. It doesn't preserve the liability. I will love other than people. Other Yoshi says ultimately again. We can bring about the positive. Notice the also says, much great catch, much more evidence. Ultimately again, on one hand, the positive seems to indicate that there's liability for person both of them at once, and also liability for person one of them. But we only take it independently. On the base, she is the passive until the lesson ultimately again tells you explicitly what Yoda says things like this. Even when it mentions father and mother together, you understand these things that you're liable to person together or independently. We claim you have a higher that you're only higher the person together that the husband needs to listen about that. So it's not going to be a ratio. This is the self-obedience transition of the video. So this again. That my focus, that the previous my focus is whether I can use the phone as how they use it. So looking at your show, the similar to the Akiva, they don't treat it as a thing. So it's possible that reflects in your radio show, and you're going to get Akiva, and that's just really yesterday's that, like things that we don't finish capture. We have a different dollar shows the city, the night stuff. So ultimately, again, if you assume that the concepts are already based on the dollar shows, then ultimately, again, all the hated, if you always seem to exclude a by mitzvah, or if you understood by mitzvah, but ultimately, again, if you assume that the hated, it's actually that even if by mitzvah, then what? Then the right says, we might for the right, and ultimately, what is being excluded? Okay, that's like, bottom line, again, took away, we just did a tremendous amount of exposition on that Rothschild language, but the bottom line takeaway is language teaches me only discretionary activity governed by trust. As such, sure regarding the mitzvah, people regarding the mitzvah is not going to be a binding trust. And we lines up, I mean, we say that my marriage was the same, I remember again. So we did say, what was his life? Continue to cover what was the customer? It's ultimately again. If the shul works for discretionary item that you do not have any previous obligation regarding, and the shul works to create the binding obligation, then Allah has come a shul create the binding obligation about something that you are already bound to, i.e., a mitzvah. Now, also, again, what is that monetary activity of Selah? And I'm going to say it doesn't work. Why? Because remember, when the Torah teaches us, we still what does the Torah say? Which means what? The shul this way has to be able to be phrased both in the I will and won't do crazy items, positive and negative. As by a shul, by discretionary action, you can do that. By mitzvah, you cannot. You cannot. To say the Gemara, Rabbanon, Shapir Kamudei Rabbi Rothschild, Rabbanon was saying good. The same thing that we do in the Selah. So the ones that we do in the Selah, we do in the Selah, up to our Tamas Achirim. Why about that? The race is the club. I don't want to say it. Maybe they'll say that's not true. I'll tell you why it's not true. They won't say imagine the following case. Imagine the following case, right? I say, I'm going to go ahead and everything the loaf of bread. Imagine if I say the negative, I'm going to take the loaf of bread. That doesn't work. You can't necessarily phrase every single discretionary act in the negative as well. So again, I'm going to go on to Akbar Sahib, but Akbar represents the Cloud House. Again, it's not true. In other words, there are plenty of cases where you can't frame the discretionary act as negative and be allowed to do that. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Akbar, again, nevertheless, the Torah says, so what I'm just pointing out is, there are even cases of discretionary acts where you can't frame it in the negative, yet Yeshua's victory still works. Hakanami, Bikir Mitzvah. Let's say, the Bible Mitzvah, Rabbi Rothschild. Something that everybody wants to say, certainly in the case of a mitzvah, even though you can't bring the mitzvah in the negative, Yeshua's victory should still work. Which the Gemara says, but Rabbi, that's not true. Hasam Isay below 18. He said about kind. It's not true. Rabbi will say like this. Every discretionary act, you can't frame it in the negative. Now again, while it's true, I can't say, Shua, I'm going to give you a loaf of bread, and Shua, I'm going to take you a loaf of bread, right? That won't work. Trust. I can't do what? I can say, Shua, I will give you a loaf of bread, and what? And what's the negative? Shua, I won't give you a loaf of bread. That works. In other words, so not doing good. Every single Shua speaker that I'm going to say can be praised, the positive action can be praised in the negative way. That does not true by itself. So whereas I technically I can say Shua, I will put on tefillin, I can't say Shua, I won't put on tefillin. That does not work. Because it does not work. Allah Ta'ala if Allah Ta'ala says, like, again, a concrete piece of Allah Ta'ala. Suppose it does like the Rabbanon, and it will be again that Shua speak cannot be made regarding its space. That's Allah Ta'ala said above. Now again, why is that? Really based on the drasha of the Rabbanon, that Shua speak is all anchored in one simple phrase, all the hated, which represents what? Discretionary activity. Activity, and again, once again, we just say we're outside basket, shows me to regarding discretionary activity based on Josh Alvarado hated. And again, once again, reinforce that in order for a Shua speech to be valid, what has to happen, you have to be able to phrase it both in the positive and the negative. Beautiful. Mishnah. Shua Shua Hakazu, Shua Shua Hana, Shua Shua Hana, La, Elokai Alahas. So this is very important. We've actually seen this before. So it's a way that I do it. I take two shuas regarding the same loaf of bread. Right? So I say shua shua okal because I swear I'm not going to eat this loaf of bread. That's number one. Number two, shua shua okal, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Number three, shua shua okal, I swear I'm not going to eat it. Three shuas, and I eat it. And I eat it. What's the halacha? Eino kaid ala. So we'll say only kaid one. What's the logic behind that? Essentially, once you answer that loaf through a shua, it's usher. It's usher. Adding on additional layers of prohibition on the shua is to be halachically inconsequential. So although there's three shuas, like I will say, once something is being funny, this is the mitzvah logic. Seeing once I'm under oath to do a mitzvah, adding on another layer of shua is halachically inconsequential. So once I answer the loaf that I say, shua, I'm not going to eat the loaf, subsequent shuas have no room to devolve upon that object, therefore there's only one way of liability. So you know what it says? So Shua speaking, Shekharab and Ashur Makas, Shigadas, all the view. And I would say this Shua that I'm talking about, Shua Spitui, again, if you intentionally violate the Shua Spitui, he is Makas. Unintentionally violate the Shua Spitui, and I will say, remember, what's the definition of unintentional violation? Hell Shua. I forgot about the Shua and I committed the act. Over the deed is combined liability, carbon over that. Shua Shav. What about a false oath? And again, what's going to talk about? We know what's the evidence of Shua Shav. Nishba, the shadows, S, Hayotua. There's a fact that is known to at least three people. And I swear to change that fact. Everyone knows that a man is a man, a woman is a woman. I swear that the man is a woman, the woman is a man. That's a Shua Shav. Ultimately, again, what's the halacha? Hayotun also. In that case, intentional violation is malchus, accidental violation is malchus. Says the Gemara, Lama is the Shua Shua Okal, Shua Shua Chamdal, So I'll say, so here's what's interesting. So if you notice, what was the point that this show was making? Right? This is making about what's the point? That if you make repetitive shuls about the same object, what's halacha? What is how you want? But if you notice, what did the Mishnah do? The Mishnah varied the Lashon in shuls 1, 2, and 3, right? Shul number 1 is shul shalom because that's rather shul number 2 is shul shalom chalom.
Some of them are longer,
Right? And then shul number 3 is shul shalom chalom. That's what you're saying. Why do you vary the Lashon? Why don't you say shul shalom because shul shalom because shul shalom because why vary the Lashon? So it's very different. I'm not going to shalom chalom. Now, how's the other shalom chalom? It's the one that kind of the only is very specific. The reason why you only carry one is because first you said shul shalom chalom, and then you said shul shalom chalom. However, about other shalom chalom, the other shalom chalom, the chayim had to take us. Wow. Notice if you were to reverse the order, if you were to say shul shalom chalom, which means I will not eat it, and then you were to say shul shalom chalom, and you eat the words, you would be liable twice like Rabbi. Why? Rabbi, shul shalom chalom, pretty much the Ahmad Ibn Kizayis chayim. So as Rabbi says, when you make a neder, I swear, I will not eat this loaf. How much of the loaf do you have to eat in order to go ahead and be liable? A kizayis. On the other hand, shalom challah, eno chai kachio chalas. But if you say shalom challah, I will not eat it, then what? The only chai is the entire loaf. So watch this. That's interesting. So if a person were to say, shor shalom because like you just say, shor shalom because you're shor shalom challah. So essentially, in my first neder, what did I read? What did I read? A kizayis. Second neder, shalom challah because it is a kizayis. Then the second neder was a second shor, what do I say? Shor shalom challah, which is what? Which is the whole loaf. In essence, I haven't added anything, right? Why? Because obviously, once I'm chayiv in a kizayis, I'm also chayiv in the whole loaf. So nothing's been added by the second shura. Because nothing's been added, therefore, halacha l'maisa, it brings us other liability. But watch this. If I was to say first shura what's the shear? What's the shear for liability? Whole loaf. I'm only going to read the whole loaf. If I then make a second shua, now I have added liability. Why? Because before with the first shua, I was only kind of eat the whole loaf. Now with the second shua is kind of what? Even if I just eat a kizayis. So what do you see here? When we say that multiple shuas do not create the visual liability, when the second shua and third shua don't add a new dimension of Isser. But if the second or third shuas add a new dimension of Isser, then they will vanish all of our objects. That's incredible. Right? Right? And that's just which makes sense. In other words, a second shua doesn't do anything if it doesn't add anything. But the second shua, in fact, does add something. So if the first shua was shur shalom challah, I'm not going to eat the whole loaf. I'm not going to the whole loaf. So I know the right answer. Sorry. And shur shalom challah, somebody type in the kizayis. And I think the second answer is you type in the whole loaf. I could add it. But if the first shua was I don't eat the whole loaf, so I don't eat the loaf. And the second shua has liability for me to get kizayis. I'm going to eat the loaf twice. Because the second shua, in fact, added a little bit of so someone for today, but good luck. Good luck to each other. All right. Specific stuff. Who's it giving? Who's it giving? Just take a second. That rolling. Then everyone.
As well, we've got some very small traffic capacity. For a while, we had a stock box truck westbound side of the 210 right around Lake. It looks like it's cleared out. Traffic's still recovering. All the way back up to the site. That's also westbound side of the 210. And Culberson crashes. That's northbound Jefferson. Lines are so weak. As you get out of here, really slow all the way up to the stretch. But Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm a little closer.
This report is sponsored by King's Hawaiian Sliders. Nothing brings friends and family together on game day like delicious King's Hawaiian Sliders. Bring them to the big game table and be the real MVP. Pick some up this weekend in the bakery or deli section of your local store. Football and King's Irresistible Hawaiian Sliders.
Alright, so it's like good morning, let us begin. Thank you so much for all of our sponsors for this morning share today. Our annual Comic-Con is going to be Christmas Rock itself. We're dedicating all the show instructions this year as it's a first for the sales totals for Am Yisrael. Our Comic-Con sponsors will make a ViralRabbi with a total score of Rabbi Rothschild, the creation of the Yahrzeit for Shmuel's father, Mikra Ben Hester HaKoi, supported Rabbi. So, of course, as always, the dedicated to learning and expressing our precious happiness and getting felt from Eretz Hashem. Bring them all to Shalom and the power and discourse of the success of our soldiers and as well. Successful runners with full mass in your day. Once they wish, especially also, to wish that there's a woman on the occasion of the Hasbrat Rothschild last week, Mazel Tov, Eretz Hashem Apostle of College, we drop the Rebbe by his Ne'eman, Yisrael, hopefully with Mazel Tov, Simcha, Atzloch, and that's Hashem is Donos. Mazel Tov. Also, that's not the Hashem, really interesting. So we're going to highlight the number of fundamental principles of the Eretz Hashem to help us along the journey ahead. About 26, we have to go up in Eretz Hashem on the 8 on the base 25D, first wide line. Rabbi says as follows: below the Rav of these will follow this area. Below the Rav, the only Chadero, Shua Shein Yodel Lachai. So we went to this with guys that I went to this little quickly at the end of yesterday's down. So I want to point out that we want to kind of tangentially introduce us now to the second category of Shua, which again, the Gemara did not formally introduce, kind of just got brought up along the way of the journey. So remember, up until now, we have been hyper-focused on one type of Shua. Shua is a B2, which is a declarative Shua. I'm going to do something, I'm not going to do something again. Big deal, right? So the two kinds of examples are future-oriented. I will eat the local bread. I won't eat the local bread. That's Shayim, Shame, Alba, which are two more cases, same Shua, just in past tense. I did eat the local bread. I didn't eat the local bread. We're in the midst of becoming more focused on, does the Shua have to be able to go ahead and rephrase local in the future, and does it prospective and retrospective, and also second focus is, does the Shua have to be able to be phrased in the positive and the negative, right? And I'm going to do this act. And eventually, we're going to use the two Shua Sa'idos, which is the Shua about whether or not you know testimony for someone. Now again, don't worry, Shua Sa'idos is going to get its own time, he's going to get its own doctrine. You know, just kind of drinking it up to attention a little bit. So now we're going to go Rabbi. I'm going to have a Shua Sa'idos Sa'idos. So that's like this. I say, we didn't say the Shua I say to the base. I swear, I don't know testimony to this guy that's below the other way, and it turns out that he doesn't know the partner, although he's partner, was a couple for one. Couple for Shua Sa'idos, as we're going to say. This is not a piece of Shua Sa'idos. Only the let's say the cloud, Shein Yodel Lachai. Because since he can't be phrased in the way I don't know, he was super serious for it. So here he said, when he says puppy really, that is not a Shua Sa'idos, but I don't think that, again, this does enter into Shua Sa'idos. Which the Gemara says, yeah, that is the one that we must go against. The one that I guess. They don't put it again. The king said, yeah, that people know that we must go against. And the other people know how. I did swear, I didn't swear also be able to go against. So we're just going to show you all of those let's say the Rabba, the Chayla, the Sha'aba. So according to Shmuel, he says that something that cannot be phrased in the prospective future version. One is that kind of Shua speaks for the past version, the past tense version. After that, more Shua speaks for the Shua speaks. That's how we're going to use a separate category of Shua Sa'idos. Al-Rav, my witness, after that form, according to that, ultimately doesn't require this, right? There's a very separate category of Shua Sa'idos. Which the Gemara says, that should be high for Shua Sa'idos, and potentially as well as Shua Sa'idos. On the way, that's not possible. So you can't say that there's dual liability for Shua. The Sanya, that's the Bible talks about liability for Shua. It says, for one of these. La'achas Atam Chayvel, Viatam Chayvel Shtayim. You chayv them once per Shavua, but not both. In other words, once this is that kind of lesson that was up to me at the end of yesterday's shir. And when you speak about all of these Shuas that are going to get you falsely, don't think all boil down to Shuas Shakar, right? Assuming that there was intentionality, saying that rule liability. One of the principles we're going to see about Shuas is that every Shua fits into a category. Every Shua, even though you may have commonality, but there's a distinct feature that puts Shua in a particular category, specifically for Shuas B'Toy, because remember that Shuas B'Toy is one of the categories where there is providing liability. There's probably also the Shua Shakar, you'll get Malchus. Shua Shav, you'll get Malchus. But again, that's why the Gemara says over here, there's no such thing as real liability. Every Shua fits very loosely into a category, even though there absolutely is some degree of overlap between some of these categories. So that Abaye, no matter what this why is Shua Saida's book in its own category? Look at this angle. The Buddha and Ne'alam, by all of the Shuas in general, one is their liability, one the Ne'alam. When there's one called Ha'alamas Shua, you forgot about the fact that you took your Shua. Because you don't have the Ne'alam. By Shua Saida's, interestingly enough, you're building out. Don't worry. Like I said, this is the spot for Shua Saida's. So right now, this is the only thing brought up very tangentially in the rest of the discussion. We're going to spend it on Shua Saida's. But again, Abaye says Shua Saida's is unique. Why? The Chayim ala Mezid Kishoyos. So Shua Saida's is purposely mentioned separately because there's a different level of liability. Shua Saida's, if you intentionally lie, I swear I don't want any testimony from the vein. I know testimony from the vein. I know that I know testimony from the vein. I'm intentionally lying. It's amazing. What's that? This is unique because remember again, generally for example, Shua speak to each other, right? I swear I'm not going to go ahead and start better. I swear I didn't I swear I'm not going to look at work today. And I got the bottom of the work today. I know about the Shua. What's the halacha? What's the halacha? It's just enough focus. Because remember again, the only time you have a covered over the urate in a case of Shua B'Toy is when there is Halam Shua, last service of Shua. If there's intentionality, essentially it's treated like a Shua Shakar, right? It's treated like a false hope, and therefore there's Malchus. The exception to this rule that you're Chayiv to speak liability even if you know about the Shua, or even if you know the focus of the Shua, it's Shua Saida's. Shua Saida's is the one case where you treat Shogeg and Mezid the same way. Other than Abaye, Abraham Mezid the Chayiv tried to show you the Chayiv factor. Maybe by Shua Saida's, if you do it, you violated the Mezid. Or you like you make the first look amazing. You Chayiv once, but for sure you Chayiv twice. But in the rule, like there's the Amid La'achos, if the positive La'achos for one, Achos, Atam Chayvel, Viatam Chayvel Shtayim. If it's only one level of liability, you're not Chayiv two liability. Even Mezid, meaning that like it was Mezid, but if you don't know liability, Rabbi Amar Mishum, the Amar Davar Shem, the Roshim as well, the Yatsa Lido, the Davar Chadash, Ein L'Chabal Aleph Shul Bilbar. The Shua Saida's ultimately is something that was included in the general crowd of Shuas. Now, ultimately, again, there's a Hiddush. What the Hiddush is the Chayiv for Mezid, all you have is the Hiddush. All you have is the Hiddush. But that's the aspect that Abaye Sabar is Sabar Shua B'Olam. The Abaye Sabar is Shua B'Olam. Now look at actually the Gemara Drashas. Realize that all begins spoilers of you out. Enter the fourth line of Rabbi. Sabar is Shua B'Olam. K'nomar is some of the same Shuas B'Toy. The Eini Yoder L'Cha'itos. So in all of this is that Abaye still seems to say that there's some element of Shuas B'Toy in this case of Shuas Ha'itos. The Hazel of the Chayiv party is showing you that they're not on the Chayiv side of the Rashi. So the reason why you're not Chayiv twice, in case of Shuas Ha'itos, also Shuas Ha'itos, also Shuas B'Toy, is because of an exclusionary phase.
restaurant.
Very convincing people the rest of the English language. Okay, Stephen was Stephen where it says that phrase over here at the crowd that by serving Eastern Shore of all the the way the Russian says the phrase is sounds like according to Abaye, there is an element of Shmuas between embedded in Shmuas Aitos. Abaye. What did I follow the Hadeh Shmuas in the Adele Aitos? So yet Abaye agrees with that. But a person said, the six Rube, I swear I don't know any English for you. The Shtachov to Moshe, and it turns out that he did not know. The Potter of the race say the only Yodea Avis. So ultimately, again, because Halacha L'Maisa, it can't be phrased in the opposite way. Which means, right, other way, Abaye may have. Abaye ultimately is trying to position the device in the one of these statements wasn't made by Abaye, but instead one of these statements ultimately again was made by Okay, so we'll say, so that brings to the end, and that brings to the end of this sugya. So again, we're going to do one more piece of Eretz Hashem, then we'll tie up the loose ends of Shmuel's piece for us, but I did Shmuel over. Top of that 26 Shmuel says as follows.
Immigration enforcement operations are going to go
again, if we go back to our Mishnah, the fundamental approach which existed on the Mishnah was the Mishnah of namely, that Ishmael said that Shmuas means only exists in a prospective future phrase Shmuah. Rabbi Akiva says not true. It applies to all Shmuas, both prospective and retrospective. Said the here we go, so remember again, it's all about short speakers. So short speakers tell you less than Lahara, or they you swear. Now, the way that's really translated is one will swear Lahara for something good, or the hatred, right? Or for something, for something bad, or the hatred for something beneficial. In the elevation, Baharan Lahara, that was there, that makes it sound like trust between both devolves upon something that can really be demonstrably told or wrath. But there's a whole other bucket of items in life which are neither told or wrath, they're just in the middle. So it's in Bahara Bahara. Timeless thing, it doesn't have Bahara Bahara. So it's okay, so it doesn't have Bahara Bahara. Certainly, you know, the bread. There's no objective good or bad in that. Like, as opposed to we say, I swear I'm going to go ahead and give Ruvain. I swear I'm going to go ahead and give Ruvain a matana. That could be hara or hatana. What's asking, how do I know that if it was a short between even what will call a parrot act, say that's not hara hatana. Let's look at it by the truth. You know, so point out the way it's fascinating about this world. Is it's only about trust that an action doesn't fit into the category of hara or hatama. In the rest of life, as we go through our lives, everything we do fits into one category or another. I always say there's only one place where you're part and that's in the kitchen. Like, in the rest of life, it's even though it's a which is we need to pass both houses of the California legislature before going to the governor. Jason Campanoni, Asia's Biden, those are the important in our lives are here to realize there's no such thing as power. Those are power. Everything I'm doing is either advancing my personalistic cause or detracting from it. And really, every action and every decision in life fits into one of those two buckets. And as such, the most important thing in life is to be aware of that and therefore to choose life. The one was like that. So how do I know about sure people inspired is something that's not hara or hatama. So how do I know that those things also are just true? Only that she shove on that baby sasai. Or the person will swear, again, it's really case of the so sasai means they articulate something mere articulation. So any type of articulation, even if halacha l'maisa, again, it is not subject to halacha or the hatama. Ultimately, it's going to be subject to short. So any halacha. So furthermore, I don't know that short is concept. Future oriented. I'm saying again, let's just get these things nailed down. So how do I know that biblically paradigmatic trust into is a future future-oriented, future tense approach like the sure. Why? Because that's the way the Pasuk phrases it. Lahara, or hate to do something good or to do something bad. So it's phrased in the future. That's why I don't know that trust between is future focused. The Gemara says, Imi al-Haba, Sha'abar, I don't know that trust between applies even retrospectively. Habalomar, L'chol asher yivata ha'agam b'shua, Rabbi Akiva. Everyone said the Pasuk says, L'chol asher yivata, whatever you articulate, whether you articulate future tense, past tense, it doesn't matter. It's all called the trust between. So it's like all of this is Rabbi Akiva. So again, Shita Rabbi Akiva, the trust between is not just Hara Ba'ataba, but it's even Parif. That's ultimately again based on Nefesh Kisi Shavuot Spasai. Furthermore, although people sometimes might trust people means future, prospective, focused, Halacha L'Moshe trust people is also past tense, retrospective from the Hebrew. Well, that's Rabbi Akiva. Beautiful, Rabbi Shmuel. So listen, it's just not Mishnah. This is right. This is what Mishnah. Which mirrors our Mishnah. Rabbi Shmuel says, ultimately again, only a prospective, future-oriented Shmuel is a Shmuel. So the Gemara says, so again, so Rabbi Akiva is okay with Shmuel. I understand what you're doing. Like, his logic is very sound. He's going to Shmuel saying, look at the Pasuk. What does the Pasuk say? Lahara, Olahated, which is future tense. So you see from here that only in prospective, future-oriented Shmuel is okay. But if that's the case of Shmuel, maybe I'm going to explain how to how are you going to get Shmuel regarding things that are either bad or good? They're literally fall into that category, one of those two categories. What I'm saying by Hayar about covering the head, how do you know that you can make Shmuel about things that are quote unquote pattern? How do you know that? Although we read listen, there's a reborn, the Chabad Shei Yivaka, so whatever a person said could be the Shmuel before. It says that the Akim said the Shmuel said the Shmuel. Right? You agree with the fact that there's an additional phrase that allows you to expand on the scope of Shmuel's feature. If that's the case, in Riba HaKasim L'Kah, if the reborn goes here to expand on the scope of Shmuel's feature from Lahara Olahated to include other things as well, then use the reborn to expand on the scope of Shmuel's feature as well to say that what? It doesn't just apply to future prospective Shmuels, but also applies to what? Past retrospective Shmuels. What a fantastic conversation. Everyone says, Shakir, Kalo Rabbi Akiva of Mishpah. Rabbi Akiva saying this. Right? Saying that he has a solid point about what he's saying from Mishnah. Okay? I'm going to be up there. So what's the purpose of focus? What's the potential of the focus? I'm going to be up there. The Mishnah, so the Gemara says, what's happening over here is follows. Clearly, Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Shmuel, they are showing the super into dramatically different ways. So I'm going to be up there. Rabbi Shmuel Shashimish, listen to what I'm saying like that. Rabbi Akiva and Shmuel are contemporaries. They're just going to say who is over here. They were both of the Asar. They were both scriptures executed by the Romans. This we'll talk about more. I'm trying to work on myself, especially like trying to actually make this a documentary. There's a lot to say on this tomorrow. I'm going to save it, but just to understand. And Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva on the same page in 3 minutes together, learning together, dash with the other side. This kind of revelation. These people are having different strategies here. So watch this. It's more incredible. I'm going to be open up. Rabbi Shmuel Shashimish, what's at the core of the Machlokas over here? So the Gemara says, the real says, so Rabbi Shmuel Shashimish is from the Chumya Ben Akana. Shahaya. Rabbi Shmuel Shashimish is from the Chumya Ben Akana. So who's Rabbi Shmuel's Rabbi? His Rabbi was Rabbi the Chumya Ben Akana. That's why I want to point out very interesting here. If you notice, it doesn't say Shmuel's Rabbi was large, let me figure it out. Rather, how do you phrase it? Shishimish. So they say, so this is talking about the idea of accumulated, that which the big out, that's just the same of the life. A person has to have a ready. You all need a ready. Someone we look for like, and ready doesn't have to mean to say someone we will tell you from. Ready someone from going right from, but if you look, it's fascinating. How does one establish a relationship with the ready? And how does one learn from the ready? What is Shimush mean? Like, you pick up the groceries, you Shimush will mean like a much deeper level of interaction. A much deeper level of interaction where there's an active involvement in the Rebbe, right? And the Rebbe has an active involvement. That's where that relationship comes from. It's incredible. So the Shmuel, it was Shamash and Rishon Yibon HaKolah. Shahayah Dorish is called HaKolah. It's Rabbi Rothschild. Now, when you think of that HaKolah, he had one exegetical principle. He reached in one exegetical lens. He reached this throughout the entire Torah. What was that exegetical lens? Rabbi Rothschild, I want to point out, remember, we know, you say this every single morning. That you give them a judge. Shall play the judges, but you're exegetical principles. And I just want to point out, you do not have to choose one principle for the entire Torah. In fact, most of the things use multiple exegetical principles for different places. And the thing is that Rabbi Rothschild ben HaKolah shows what he was, the clown who trapped guy. And the way he got children was color pipe. This was who Rabbi Shmuel received his Shimush. This is who he learned by. Therefore, again, he will not need Dorish the Father. If my Rebbe did it, I'm going to do it. So the Shmuel says, my Rebbe with Klavuka, so I'm going to Darshan with Klavuka. I'm going to say that in just a moment. Rabbi Akiva, who's Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe? Shishimish has nothing ish guns. Wow. I just want to point out, how this country's worlds of understanding. Right? Who is nothing ish guns? There's nothing ish guns. It's always a little over. Like, nothing ish guns was the person ultimately again who was able to stand with this very time. Right? Because we know the phrase guns in the Torah. This is also for, right? That comes from nothing. Very clear. I will say, now remember, we tend to spiritually corrupt the account of the Gamzu Tova many times, right? What's Gamzu Tova? Gamzu Tova is like what you say when you're miserable in life. Everything is terrible, but you still want to sound good. Right? The Gamzu Tova, like you said, the crafts that you have to get. Like, Gamzu Tova, I'm sure it's great, like it's horrible, like it's terrible, it's ridiculous. But okay, I want to sound so I say Gamzu Tova. Gamzu Tova is one of the most profound spiritual statements upon which the entirety of Yiddishkeit rests, which is the Ribono Shel Olam is good. And the Ribono Shel Olam loves us. The God who always takes care of us. And even when it's painful, even when it's difficult, I believe with all of my heart. Even if I can't wrap my mind around it, there's somehow, some way, this is worth the good. That was nothing. That was Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe. Now when you understand who Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe was, now you understand Rabbi Akiva. Now when I understand Rabbi Akiva was walking by the Kodesh HaKadosh and the Shechus Mashas. Right, and everyone else is crying. And Rabbi Akiva is laughing. Why Gamzu Tova? And now when I understand Rabbi Akiva as he literally being tortured to death by the Romans. He says, the whole life I wondered, when am I going to be able to fulfill the mitzvah of the Ahavtas Hashem Elokecha b'chol ha'avach b'chol nafshecha? When will I be able to do it? That's Rabbi Akiva. Gamzu Tova. Rabbi Akiva is not just born. Rabbi Akiva is molded. Rabbi Akiva is created. And who is he created by? Obviously by himself, by his wife Rachel, but also by his Rebbe Rachel. When you understand where Rabbi Akiva comes from, some of Rabbi Akiva personality makes so much more sense. Rabbi Akiva's Rebbe, Rachel Mishkamzu, it's incredible. And I want to say, by the way, just speak about Rachel Mishkamzu, which we're not going to do now. It's a whole shit by itself. Who was this person? Anyway, so Rabbi Akiva, that's learned by Rachel Mishkamzu. Deutsch is called
well,
Kulo,
and what
the
has
Reba
historically
Umir.
been the
So
Republicans'
again,
strongest
nothing
issue.
shows whose exegetical principle of choice
Even
was
Democrats
a Reboy and a Mir.
conceded
They
his
were
path
and
back to
therefore,
the White
even
House.
Nani Dorich Brady. So here we go. So now let's show, well, now it turns out that the Machlokes of Restream Rabbi Akiva is about how to match the pasuk because they're both using a different exegetical lens. Rabbi Akiva is using Reboy and Mir, and Rabbi Shmuel is using Valu Prat. So here we go. My Rabbi Akiva Deutsch, this is how Rabbi Akiva. What Rabbi Akiva? The sign of all Nefesh Kisi Shava Riba. So the pasuk says Nefesh Ki, a person will swear. That's a Riboy. Lahara Ulehedid. So again, for good or for bad, or for bad or for good, that's a miyate. L'chomet she'yivata adam chaz a Riboy. Whatever person will articulate, that's another Riboy. So what do you have over here? Riba, umiyate, the Riba. Now what happens when you have a Riboy, a miyate, and a Riboy? So the word says Riba HaKol. That comes to include everything. It's marvet. It amplifies everything. So the word says, my Riba Komili. What does it come to include? It comes to include, you can make a shuras bitui about any topic. Not just about hara related, but not related, but about anything, even other things. Even other things will mind me. So what does it come to exclude? Need to divine mitzvah. You can't make a shuras bitui about a divine mitzvah. Why not? Why not? Because you can't base it on the negative. But yeah, I could say I would have brought to him, but I can't swear that I wrote clothes for him. That's the meal. That's what he keep up. So if you keep a Greek boy, meal to comes to include everything. Everything means any topic, even parables, and also to include what? Both future tense and past tense. What the meal should mean some environment stuff. So that is all dark color plots. There we go. The person will go ahead, right? Well, things that will articulate any shura. Cloud, that's your cloud. Lahara Olehedid, that's your craft. L'chola sheyivat, anything you will articulate. L'chola sheyivat Adam, how you have supposed to point out. Notice what's happening over here. They're dashing the same words. They're dashing the same exact word. They're just using a different exegetical lens to dash. Because there's all you have. Cloud will talk with cloud. What do you do with the cloud will talk with cloud? So the Gemara says the cloud will talk with cloud. So ultimately, the cloud is modified by the shot. Just like the prat, is future prospective, so too Shlos Titui is only future prospective. Incredible. So the Gemara says, the cloud also comes to include other things, mundane things, even things that don't fall into the category of Hara Ba'Kava. So the prat comes to go ahead and help you look at the Zanshish Ben Hara Ba'Kava the Shabbat. And the prat comes to exclude even Hara Ba'Kava matters if phrased retrospectively. I think you guys just so maybe switch this around. So this because it makes sense that everything resembles Hara, which tells me only things that are also because of Bayachal Baro. Then you're right. Yotze Sozu, Shin Isunu Shim Bayachal Baro, Elam Shum Bal Tishaku. Rashi says over here, Rashi says, last part of Rashi, the much more elevated Shashim of its tiny shvua. So again, in general, Tomorrow seems to be focused on future-oriented things. Shaku ultimately is focused on past tense things. So these Barabi, Amar Kram, Nefesh Kisi Shalom Avate Bisvasai. Nisha Shvua, so these couple of words are like this. Nisha Shvua condemns the Bitui. That's only ultimately again with the Shvua receive the action. Bitui in this context means the action. So below Shat Bitui condemns the Shvua. But not that the action receives the Shvua, which means what? Shvuas Bitui only applies to the Shvua receives the action, which means what? Future prospective Shvuas. Not to be the action receives the Shvua, which is retrospective Shvuas Bitui. Because in Yatza, how people are, how people Shammai supporting the Shvua. So it's not decided that the Shvua is only future, not past. That's incredible. Alright, so what's this? So now, we must go to the Brisa, and now this Brisa ultimately, again, is going to go ahead and go more into depth to show us what this was. Before we go on, how do we possibly, because this is killing us. This is killing us, right? Well, I can't go anywhere. Right? So what do we do? What do we do with every Shmuel of Yakiva? Because this is bigger. It's like this gets to the core of Shmuel's speakers. So once again, now, the beauty about Shmuel says, man, I feel like we know everything about the Shmuel of Yakiva, right? So the Shmuel ultimately, again, is Darshni, Tzval, 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 and therefore what that yields is Shmuel's speaker is only Lahabal, only future-oriented, no retrospective. That's Shmuel's degree. But ultimately, again, the read what he does come to say that it doesn't just include, or it doesn't just include Hara hated, it also includes mundane stuff. Rabbi Akiva, that should read what he mute. It comes to teaching that Shmuel's speaker of both future and past, and also agrees that it doesn't just include Hara hated, it even includes mundane knowledge. How do we pass it? Rambam says, because Shmuel's Tarek Aleph, Halachas Beis, the Shmuel's victory, I guess here it is, Ella B'Dvar She'af Shalom La'asotan, Be'el Haba, Be'el Shalom. Rambam answers like Rabbi Akiva. So it says, the Shmuel's victory can be praised, both, or I should say, in order for something to be a Shmuel's victory, it must have the ability to be praised, both prospectively, future tense, and retrospectively. Now, the Rambam doesn't say it explicitly, but it's clear it also has to be able to be praised both in the positive and the negative. Trust people has to be something that I can phrase as I can do this, or I can't do this, or I will do this, or I won't do this. So again, you need two requirements. Number one, phrase the positive and negative. Number two, be able to be phrased both in past and future tense. But so there's more to say about that, but we're not actually finished discussing yet. But first, let's go on. Let's look at the device. So Allah provides is keep on the event. We pass it at the Akiva. Okay, we're going to here we go. Send to Gemara.
Let us show you.
So here we go. I'll go with the Shmuel. So again, we'll say, this is really the part of the most important. Because it's a leverage kisi shavah about the says, I use that posture by trust people. The person will swear, articulation with his lips, lahara ola hidib, l'chol asher yivata ha'adam b'shvua. Anything that a person will articulate with a shvua. So now, my suggestion, ha'adam b'shvua, what is this thing to include? Prat or exclude. Proper always. This comes to exclude an extenuating circumstance. They will not see what this means. So then they are alone, and he forgot about his shvua. So again, it looks like the paradigmatic case of liability ultimately again for shvua's inquiries where I made a shvua, and then what? I forgot about my shvua and transgressed it. Then they are alone. So that comes to proclamate it. This comes to exclude someone who intentionally violates his shvua. From him, she was remember Shua. He forgot about the Shua. You want to talk maybe you remember the Shua, but you forgot about the object that he swore out. The Shua of the Gala, there's only liability al hell of Shua who Chayit, the Eno Chayit al hell of you for a lapse of awareness about the Shua, but not Chayit for a lapse of awareness about the object he swore about. Now, what exactly that means, we'll see. Now, we'll say how we're going to dissect the rice. I'm very excited. All right. So, how do we show up on this? So that is the upper issue. That brings us to the case of always. What's always it? So let's say this is a great case. If you're kind of watch this. The Paradise, you have a tiny element in the second wide line, 26 and $100. You have a tiny Kaneda. Under that, let's listen to this. Ravasi, the kind of Ravasi, were in Rav's shear. So they have a shear by Rav, and after you can imagine they're chazering it. And what happened? Mar Amar, Shru Asab the Haki Amarav. Mar Amar, Shru Asab the Haki Amarav. So what happened? So the Chazir was here, and they were disagreeing about what Rav said. So one of them said, I swear Rav said this. And the other one says, I swear Rav said this. So they both took a shua, usually, a declared shua, about what Rav said. Now what happened? She also looked at me to Rav, and looked at me, obviously, Rav came back to Rav, and Rav discerned one of them was right, and one of them was wrong. So once they saw about the guy that was wrong, other than egots, but under the shikr shtabali. So the one who was wrong said to Rav, Rebbe, did I swear falsely? I'm wrong, no, Nikha, anascha. Your heart literally again took advantage of you, right? Your heart puts you in a compromised position. Which is another way of saying, Rashi said, Rucha anascha. No, you thought you were right. This is not, as I say, ultimately again, when a person is convinced about the fact that they are swearing correctly, that's not the shvuas sheker, and ultimately again, it's not a shvuas bitui. That's not our case, right? That's not our case. So when a person is convinced that what they are doing is right and acts accordingly, that ultimately again is called the orders. Now, most of the nights will have to see exactly what we do with this case. Right? Because if I was saying to this call that I like this, like a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but they're doing the wrong thing. But there's no liability in that case. In fact, by the way, generally, that's what we call shogeg, right? When a person thinks they're doing the right thing, but in fact they're mistaking the thing. So again, we'll see how local and ISO what we do about this by shvur. Okay, but let's go back to it. So I'm going to say, but that phrase of limcha and nascha, that when you think you're doing the right thing, but it turns out you did something wrong, there may not be liability in that case. Next, then I love metal. Again, so let's say, so in this case, I made a shvur speech, and then ultimately again, I forgot about the shvur and transgressed it. So shenis only little shvur. I forgot about the shvur, I transgressed it. That's when there will be liabilities. You want to go, what about, let's say, if I remember the shvur, but I forgot about the chayfetz. Now, let's take a simple case. I swear I won't eat a loaf of bread. Okay, so a case of having shvur is obvious, right? I forgot that I ate a shvur. I eat a loaf of bread. Now, what about a case where you remember the shvur, but for some reason you forgot about the object? So the Gemara says, what is the case? So the Gemara says, so they laughed at this ruling in Eretz Yisrael. Why? Because they said, shvur mishkachas law. That's how you understand Hello Shvur. What's the reason Hello Shvur? You go down our Shvur Shvur Ocha Hasnitin. Because Sabar Shah Bukhamar. The Shvur saying she Chet Tzedakah. So you will say, for example, like this in case. I swear I'm not going to eat a loaf of bread. And then what happens? I eat a loaf. Why? Because I forgot that I made a shvur not to eat. I thought I made a shvur to eat. So that could be a case of Helen shvur. That's even more traumatic, right? Not only did I forget my shvur words, I forgot the shvur that I made, and I thought I made it different. So again, I know that's the case of Helen shvur. Our chayfetz below shvur ain't done. Now, have you ever had a case of where you forget about the object, but you remember the shvur? So perhaps you go down shvur shvur or paskin. For an example, maybe I swore I'm not going to eat wheat bread. But what happens? Because some shall soul and cover, right? And I thought that I made a neder about barley bread. Okay, so Gemara says the shvur say documentary. In that case, I remember the shvur. Right, but I forgot about the object. Okay, but the chaftzim in shiru, I knew Helen Shua. Understand? It's all called Helen Shua. That's an energy solving not this. What are you talking about? A distinction between Helen Shua and Helen Chayfetz. So I forget about the Shua, I forget about the object. If you forget about the object, what are you effectively forgetting about? The Shua. There's no dependency between the object and the Shua. If, for example, again, I swore I wasn't going to eat wheat bread, and I thought I said barley bread, so I ended up eating wheat bread. So again, that means I forgot about the Shua. That's not called Helen Chayfetz. I'm not the Lozar. God for the opposite. You're right. You're right. There's a very distinction between forgetting about the Shua and forgetting about the object. The object and the Shua are by definition intertwined. So Masker Rabbi say, Amar, chayfetz below shvur mishkachas law. You tell me again, we first had a case where you forget about the object but didn't forget about the shvur. No, Mishkachas, I'll give you a case. You go and listen to this. Then the shvur shvur ocha paskin. Here's the case. I swear I'm not going to eat the wheat bread. The whole shit got all the sour, lito pasoven. And I remember my shvur. I have a basket of bread. In the basket, there's barley loaves and there's wheat loaves. So I know that I swore not to eat a loaf of wheat bread. I put my hand into the basket in order to take a barley loaf, but also the other shows eaten, and I end up pulling out loaves because summer just already. And again, I thought it was a barley loaf. Broccoli, and I ate it. The shua say doctor. In this case, I fully remember my shua. I know that I'm not allowed to eat the wheat loaf. And my intention was not to take a wheat loaf, was to take a barley loaf. But I ended up taking the wrong loaf. So the Shmuel said, I didn't know the Chefza. So this seemed to be a good case of where I absolutely unequivocally remember my Shmuel, but I forgot the headline, the lapse of awareness is about the object. Only Abaye. Abaye says, at the end of the day, once driving, you're right, once driving, that carbonic liability, once driving it, I was thinking about the Shua. In other words, at the end of the day, it's not the bread that drives carbonic liability, it's the Shua. Now, granted, the mistake I made over here is that I thought I was eating a barley loaf, but really I ate a wheat loaf. But one of the ramifications of eating a wheat loaf, I'm in violation of my Shua. So this notion of slicing the object from the Shua, it's a fallacy. It's a fallacy, it doesn't work. So it was Restream, not about worrying, not only about biology. So, come and see Allah. Alternate version of the physiology of Rabbi says, the bottom line, you're right, you have to know what short piece was, and I swear I'm not going to, here's the case, I swear I'm not going to eat a wheat bread. So what happens is, I'm going to go back to anyone that I have barley loaves and wheat loaves. My intention is to take a barley loaf. I think I have a barley loaf. I eat this. That's not going to be a wheat loaf. So, okay. So now the answer is liability. So Rabbi says, Why do you drink our not because of the loaf, but because of the loaf?